Gutter Road. Absolution and Redemption by M.C. Neuffer. Narrated by Ian Cartwell. Natural Voices. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Prodigal Son. Never ask an old man if he recalls his youth. Some wounds, some windows never close. Scooter Johnson. August 1953. Fillmore, California. The throaty bass rumble of asbestos-wrapped pipes, the growling, grew closer, then stopped. The right sound, one of theirs. Connor, sitting with Gilmore, looked up when Stamper walked into Gutters, his entry announced by the rusty closure spring's tortured screech as the door clapped shut. From behind the bar, Bambo's head swiveled on his bull neck, throwing an icy glare at Stamper, dusting off his jacket and jeans and stomping his feet, releasing dust from his ride south. Eddie Fisher's latest song whispered low from the dented jukebox in the corner. The women liked Eddie. Dropped dimes on him. It's his eyes, they said. To the men, Fisher was too clean cut. No guts, no soul. Connor's scuffed railroad boot pushed out a chair, offering Stamper a place at the table. It was as warm a welcome home as he'd get, as friendly as he could expect or need in this company of nods and gestures. Stamper shucked off his black leather jacket, exposing his sweat-soaked T-shirt. Draping it on a chair, he stretched out the 300-mile road kinks, then looked over his shoulder to the bar. He waved $1 at Bambo for a beer, receiving a fuck you finger in return. Gilmore grunted, acknowledging Stamper's return to the nest, back to the club. "Man, it's good to be back. Fucking hot out there," said Stamper. "About time," Connor said to his young friend. A wilted waitress placed a cold bottle on the table in front of Stamper and scooped up $1 next to the ashtray, not caring whose it was. She retreated to the end of the bar near the fan, keeping the 40 cents change without asking, without catching a chin lift of permission. Stamper raised the bottle and took a long first swallow. "Got new swing arms and a new air filter cover. Beauties, triple chromed." Gilmore hacked to clear his throat. "Too flashy. Might as well get your forks pushed out. Get ape hanger handlebars. Hell, go all the way. Paint your bike candy-ass red." He was an old hand, one of the first road dogs, bringing his 1,000-mile stare, his cracked leather-skinned face, too soon old at 35. Gilmore sat with his right leg extended, favoring that wounded one, a souvenir from Europe's war. With his last word, he tilted his chair back, knocked it against the scar-scraped wall, and folded his arms as if cross-holstering a pair of six-shooters. "Nah," said Stamper. "Extended forks are a fad. Makes the front end too light, too unstable." Pausing, he downshifted to a new topic to suit his immediate plans and needs. "Any new babes around?" Connor searched Stamper's face for any changes since he'd last seen him, curious about his lengthy absence, sensing a nervousness. "New to you or to us? Big difference, you know. What you been up to in Modesto all this time?" "Just earning some sit-back money so I can lay low, sample the sweet life for a few months. Came back to find a gal to shack with. One with her own place and a job. Car would be nice." Beer bottle met wind-parched lips. He took another draw. Drops of water slid down the amber glass, falling on the scarred table. Connor noticed Stamper's scraped, raw knuckles and wondered what trouble trailed behind. What he was trying to outrun or hide. "Lay low from what? Did you get your ass in trouble up there?" It's always the young ones, Connor thought, those who missed the war draft. The consensus among veterans was they were too young and untested, but Stamper had been Connor's friend long before joining the Road Dogs. Stamper shifted and shuffled his feet, not meeting Connor's eyes, taking another look at Bambo. Turning back, he said, "Nah, just an expression. Who's cooking these days? Mama Rosa still here?" Gilmore raised his chin, scratched the stubble on his neck. "Yeah, still serving up Tex-Mex." He leaned forward, landing his chair on all four legs. Wood on wood. "Hey, if you're gonna order, get me some chili with crackers. Lots of crackers. The chili with meat, and tortillas." "Connor?" Stamper asked as he stood. "Not for me. Jeanette's got supper waiting at home." The waitress wasn't interested in moving away from the fan. In the afternoon heat, even the flies slow-walked. Stamper returned with 2 large bowls, crackers, and gravedigger spoons. 3 beers thrust from his road-dirty jeans like mortar shells. Sitting, he pushed a bowl toward Gilmore. "Need a place to crash tonight. Get a shower, get my bearings." Stamper looked at Connor. "Any room at your place?" Connor's stare tightened. "Not a chance. Not since the last time you showed up drunk on your ass at 3 in the morning. Jeanette is still pissed about that." He tilted his head to the west. "Johnson's got some empties." The flat words faded in the space between the two men. He knew Stamper wanted at least a temporary shack tonight, not some cheap by-the-hour motel room. Stamper's eyes canvassed the barroom. "Still early. Gonna wait for the gals to show. Painted up, and engines hot. What's with the new sign over the bar?" "Brawl last Saturday," said Connor, pointing to a new plywood patch on the ceiling. "Bambo used his shotgun to keep the place from being torn apart. Didn't see it myself. No knives, no bottles, no pool cues." Stamper read from the hand-painted board hung on a slant. "Must have been a big one. Anyone hurt bad?" "Nothing we couldn't patch up ourselves," said Gilmore. Looking down, he crumbled a fistful of crackers into his bowl, spoon-mashing them into the dark red beans, his other hand adding splashes of hot sauce, emptying the sticky bottle. Stamper looked again at the sign protecting the top-shelf whiskey, tequila, and vodka from whatever became airborne in fun or anger. "Looks like Bambo forgot to put no guns on the sign." "Didn't need to," said Connor. "We got our fill of guns dragging our asses, trying to find people who wanted to kill us." Connor waited, sipping his beer while Stamper and Gilmore ate. Gilmore finished in quick scoops, dipping in rolled tortillas, teeth ripping them, using the last one to wipe his bowl. "Eat fast, sleep deep, ride hard," he told those interested in his personal philosophy. Most weren't. He didn't care much for theirs either. Stamper glanced at Gutter's front door while chewing greasy beans and meat. One bite, one sip, his way. Finished, he raised an arm and waved an empty beer bottle toward the bar for another without looking. "Anything new from L.A. or Frisco?" Pulling out a bandana, Gilmore wiped his mouth, coughed into it, then wrist flicked open his lighter to fire up a Lucky Strike. 6 paper-wrapped tobacco stubs lay dead in the ashtray on the table. This one would be put to rest in 2 minutes with the others. He folded over the butts, pressed them into the ashtray, a single act. Not a dabbing motion. Not rattling the shallow, tar-stained tin bowl. He didn't like things that rattled. Not in the quiet. Not on his motorcycle. Gilmore cranked up his well-practiced story. "Still getting shit in the papers like about the Hollister rally in '47. It's been 6 years, 6 goddamn years. They're still telling lies, making up new shit. Riot, they said. Hell, I was there. Weren't no riot. A few drunks got thrown in the can. Couple guys got broke arms when they dumped their bikes. That was it." Gilmore took another drag, then exhausted a cloud of blue-gray smoke, refreshing the layered haze in the bar. He picked a loose shred of tobacco from his lip, examined it, and flicked it to the floor. "Some clubs in Frisco and L.A. are living up to the bad press, just to give 'em the finger, you know? Hanging on to the 1%er outlaw tag, all proud-like." With a nod, Connor agreed. Better to be thought of as something than nothing. Gilmore coughed again, leaned to the side and spat in the corner. "I'm glad I don't have to live in those anthills. Damn good chili." Gilmore claimed his persistent hack resulted from being gassed in 1944 near Bastogne, the spot on the map of Europe where he was wounded, leaving behind blood and muscle. But friends knew his affliction came from the 3 decks a day he sucked into his lungs. Most knew the Germans hadn't used gas in the war, not on battlefields. Chewing the last of his beans, Stamper let the spoon chime in the bowl, absorbing the news. "Yeah, saw some of that up in Modesto." He pushed his bowl to the center of the table, pulled at his damp t-shirt, and sniffed his armpits. "Gonna clean up at the storeroom sink, grab my bedroll for a snooze out back in the shade. Get ready for tonight." The waitress's sleepy eyes followed Stamper as he walked to the front door, as did another pair belonging to an Orange Grove worker. Connor rapped the table, caught Gilmore's attention, and ran his fingers along the knuckles of his right hand. "Yeah, saw it," said Gilmore. When he came back, Stamper disappeared into the storeroom. The farmhand left. Connor noticed the man's boots were like his, too heavy for field work. After a whore's bath, a shave, and a change of clothes, Stamper settled in under the metal awning for a siesta. Drifting off, he wondered if any of the young Mexican women he'd known before were still around, free to latch. They were all good cooks. When night fell, Stamper rose. Riders came from other places, lured by California's imagined promises, falling like raindrops, soon absorbed in the California dust. Most were combat veterans of the Second World War or the just-ended Korean War. Sometimes both. Soldiers who never stopped being soldiers, missing the beat, the comradeship, the struggle to survive while hating it. Riding, grinding road machines to drown out the reverberating echoes and chaos of shellfire, the screams of their comrades. They came to wash ghosts away in the sun and heat. This new season in the post-war American spring wasn't meant for them. Some came by gutters in the small town of Fillmore, in the Long River Valley of Ventura County. They formed new squads and new platoons. In the club's cloistered world, everything felt right. Or at least reasonably right enough to continue without laying down, without quitting, taking life one step at a time, not counting them, and not looking back. Like the new sign, everything was slanted at gutters, presented askew. Nothing came at you straight on. Check your flanks. Never look up at the scorching blue or occasionally slate-gray sky to remind you how insignificant you are. After closing, the dark of night became a blanket to huddle under, a time of nightmares for some. A motorcycle meant freedom to appear or disappear. No perimeters, no front lines, no morning musters. The smell of hot engine oil preferred to gun lubricant. Similar scenes played out in dozens of places along the West Coast and other survivor islands in the East and Midwest. The gravity of the motorcycle clubs pulled them in one by one, linking arms, refusing to let anyone slip under. Shouldered burdens they carried home labeled them as losers in the society they'd fought for. Now shunned, the motorcycle veterans were feared by those who didn't understand the war still being waged inside them. Dumped, dispersed at discharge depots, there were no parades for them. They walked in soldiers, then pushed into the sunlight, casting shadows they didn't recognize as their own. These men held no hunger to join the flood tide into post-war suburbs, manufactured towns of cardboard cutout houses, every third one the same. Those were set too close together. No front porches. They had no appetite for lifelong loyalty to a numbing job. Leashed to one place to pay the mortgage, buy a new car, or burn charcoal in the backyard. There was no stomach for standing alongside driveway acquaintances, jangling keys and coins in their pockets, eyeing other men's wives who drinking rum and coke. The walls were too high. The effort not worth losing what they'd learned. For these riders, before the wars, the past had not been kind. As children, they'd known any bright future was a mirage meant for someone else. Nothing mattered except today, tomorrow, if a club ride was scheduled. On Saturday morning, Gutter's cinder-block restroom was still locked, so Sonny went out back to take a piss before going inside to complain. As he let out his stream, a low moan drew his gaze to a pile of caked, blood-rusty clothes, to a battered body lying in the scrub 10 feet from the building. He found Stamper, his jacket knife-sliced, club patches missing, taken as trophies. Chapter 2. Road Dogs. What says it about man that his hopes spring highest each year in the dead of winter, on the shortest of days? Reverend Randolph Shaker, Santa Clarita Episcopal Church. Another endless, greasy-hot Southern California Sunday in Fillmore. A sluggish trough of land, once tombstoned with rusting cars, trucks, and farm equipment, left where they'd died. Broken down until, during the war years, scrap dealers dragged them off the packed hardscrabble to build ships, tanks, and guns. Dragged off, as the men had been, leaving ghost-track gouges in the dirt. Today, even the light breeze couldn't commit, swirling in weak cyclones like toddlers, low to the ground, unsure, stirring only the finest dust before they too lay down in surrender. In this neighborhood of dirt yards, flat houses, and flatter dreams, a table fan oscillated between Connor's wife, Jeanette, and her friend Betty as they sat at a Formica dinette table, drinking iced coffee. The 4-year-old kitchen set was the only new thing ever brought into this rented 2-bedroom bungalow. A table now marked by nicotine stains from unattended cigarettes, the scars hidden under plastic placemats. The women talked about a girl who'd showed up last month, now shacking with Billy Evers. They chatted about movies they wanted to see, the latest issue of Life magazine, and their jobs. One a waitress, the other a seamstress. Talked about shitty customers and their shittier bosses. Spoke about the life growing inside Betty. The cooler weather of October would come after 2 more flips of the hardware store calendar hanging from a nail next to the wheezing refrigerator. It hid a few lines of cracked plaster from last year's quake. The club's women came from their own hardships and battles. They needed 2 hands to drag along their reasons for low expectations. A few thrill-seekers on dead-end runs tried to fit in. Those didn't last long before the senior women, the legal and common-law wives, stepped in, culling the dangerous ones who incited jealousy or drove wedges in the club membership. A spiral cord stretched tight around the corner into the hallway. Connor spoke low into the phone. "I'll be there." Stepping into the kitchen, he hung up the receiver and walked out the back door without a word or a look at the 2 women. Jeanette stubbed out her cigarette. "I'd better go see what the fuck's wrong now. Should I leave? No, it's probably about Stamper. Just keep an eye out for the boys. I told them to stay in the yard, broom them off before they come in. There's lemonade in the fridge." Jeanette pushed back from the table, stood, tied her sleeveless blouse at her waist, then followed her husband to the garage shack. She found Connor standing in front of his workbench, hands white-knuckle gripping the sides, leaning forward, head down between hunched shoulders. Jeanette hesitated, then asked quietly, "More trouble?" Trouble, a plural singular in this place, an ever-present acid tang sizzling in Jeanette's mind. "No, but Stamper's gonna make it. He's out of the coma. Sonny got in to see him yesterday. Claimed he was his brother, got a meeting this morning." Jeanette waited. She knew there would be silence for a while. Knew Connor would let it out in small sips, in low tones, when he found the words to express his deeper thoughts. Jeanette knew whoever jumped Stamper would get it back 100-fold, ending up dead in the desert. Sliced up far enough out, no one would hear the screams. She hoped Connor would stay home for that road justice. Jeanette wiped the roller seat with a shop rag and sat on the low mechanic's stool, knees high. 2 minutes ticked by before Connor spoke again. "Says he doesn't know who did it. Went off with some chick to her place she shared with some other gals. As soon as they got in the door, bikes pulled up outside. Said everything went black after that. Musta cold-cocked him. Lights out before he even fucked her." Connor lifted his head and stared at nothing, jaw tight. "She's long gone now. The girls at the house told Ratter and Sonny they didn't know her. Claimed she showed up Friday afternoon. When they got back in the morning, she was gone. Said they didn't know about Stamper. Clammed up when Ratter asked for the name she must have dropped. That's bullshit, Connor. No woman would leave a stranger alone in her place for the night. One of them knows something. Get me their names. Don't let the club go off half-cocked." Jeanette cared for Stamper and the other young ones who needed shepherds like Connor, but she didn't want her man in jail or prison, leaving her with 2 boys to raise. She held to the slim hope of them getting out someday, away from gutters, away from the club. It was always a soft fight when Jeanette dropped hints. For Connor, it would be like deserting his men in battle. The real enemy was time. Connor punched the pegboard above the bench, rattling a row of hanging wrenches, releasing anger's spring before it broke. Fucking gas is 23 cents. With all the oil being shipped from the West Coast to Japan, you'd think they'd keep enough back for us, not jack up the price. Hell, we had to kick the shit out of the Japs. The government's practically giving it away to help them rebuild. Well, what about us? What about us, goddammit? Jeanette offered the only salve she had. "It's still 21 in Santa Clarita. Saw it at 20 the other day at one of the big stations." She paused, watching, waiting for a change in Connor before suggesting, "Let's take the boys down to the river this afternoon. It's too hot to stay around here. I've got a case of the good beer put back. We could invite Betty and Joe." Connor's tight grip released, shoulders relaxed. His head came up, still not looking at his wife. "Yeah, sure." Turning, he asked, "We got enough in the kitty this month for a new tire?" "I'll check." Jeanette knew they didn't. Knew what they had, down to the last penny in their coffee can bank, hidden on the top shelf of their bedroom closet next to a revolver and box of shells. Whenever she managed to gather more than $20, she put the rest in that bank. Today, Jeanette focused on shoes for the boys and a weekly cooling refrigerator. She knew Connor didn't need those reminders, not now. He would ask again later, pressing on the tumorous thoughts. Their serious talks, the underlying theme of why, of how they existed here, scratched the scab, making trenches in brain flesh and waiting for the bleed. Jeanette considered herself lucky. One of the few with a husband willing to listen to her carefully chosen words, to her questions meant to calm, prod, or convince, whatever the need. Though he was not a simple man, Jeanette gave Connor the simplicity and directness he needed at home. He hadn't lost his job as many had when tagged as outlaws, undesirables. They became the focus of headline labels screaming about those who rode with colors and angry club patches on their backs. Connor turned, took Jeanette's hand, helped her up, then slung on his leather jacket. He walked outside, settled into the saddle, kick-started his machine, and roared off to Gutters. When he returned, Jeanette and the kids would be ready for an afternoon lunch under scraggly shade trees. Kids waiting, splashing, creating an imitation of normalcy, while violent plans hung in the air. "The jammers, I bet," Blinks shouted, too loud for the close gathering. 12 gathered in the back room at Gutters, leaning against the walls and pool tables to hear what Club President Ratter had to say. The crushing, rowdy talk of violent retaliation, of violence demanded, emptied the front room of farmhands coming for their late Sunday morning breakfast washed down with beer. They came for distance from the fields and the orange groves, not for rebellion or vendettas, not to overhear things the cops might be interested in later. One trucker remained, eating his eggs drenched in ketchup, smashing the yolks with his toast at the end of the bar on the lone stool Bambo kept ready. The driver's years on the road had taken him along the coast from Mexico to the Canadian border. He'd seen more than he needed to educate himself about motorcycle clubs. He knew he was invisible to the boys who were lathering up for a fight, one to take place somewhere else, somewhere in the dark of night, in the roar of engines. When they acted, he would be 400 miles away. None of his business. Ratter shook his head. Wasn't them. He wanted to calm the boys down, but not too much. He needed the energy kept high but sober, sure of itself. A beast ready to lunge when the prey was found. A focused rage. They were up in the mountains for a 3-day. Besides, we've never had any beef with them. He looked under hooded eyes at Blinks. Not unless you did something stupid. Did you do something stupid with one of theirs? Take on one of their chicks? Beat her up? Ratter didn't think so. Blinks wasn't brave by himself. He was young, like Stamper, but the resemblance ended there. Blinks was shorter, square-built, dark. Nobody would confuse the two. Ratter's questions held a warning of boundaries, a warning for those needing them. Only someone from another club would take a rider's patches. This was a personal thing against Stamper, most likely something he'd gotten into up in Modesto. Until Stamper gets out of the hospital, the only lead Ratter had was the missing woman. Other things Ratter knew weren't shared with all the club members. Connor spoke up. "Don't anybody start nothing till we know what's what. And don't start carrying guns. We don't need any lone wolf shit either." His eyes met those of every member present. "Goddamn right," echoed Gilmore. Ratter motioned to Connor and Gilmore to stay behind as the men drifted out. "I called my buddy, Willie. He's the president of the Wheelers, up near Modesto. Asked him if there was some shit going on up his way." Ratter craned his neck, looked over Gilmore's shoulder, lowered his voice. "Lot of drug trafficking starting up, the hard stuff. The Snake Eyes and Travelers seem to be working together. Those two clubs never got along before, so something heavy is going down. Before I even mentioned Stamper, he said he'd heard one of ours was running with the snakes. I didn't let on about Stamper. Fuck, all we need. Gilmore turned and spat on the floor. Connor pushed fingers through his hair. I can't believe Stamper got into that. Something ain't right, but he did have a wad of cash. Families and couples seeking the water's coolness held picnics in a breeze unbroken by buildings along the Santa Clara riverbank. In August, the river wasn't much more than a wide, shallow creek waiting for next spring's runoff from the San Gabriel Mountains, leaving the farms and the citrus groves to drink from deep groundwater wells. Everything seemed in a perpetual state of waiting this time of year, poised for the last rounds of Santa Ana winds before late autumn's cool. Connor and Joe lounged on a blanket, all the pieces laid out. Plates, food baskets, a large bucket of iced beer in the open trunk of a 7-year-old pallid green Ford sedan, rocker panels showing a patina of rust speckles. The shirtless men watched their wives in the shallows, and the two small boys splashing and waiting under the watchful women's eyes. They heard occasional female laughter lift in the air. Music and advertisements drifted in from the car radio. Drive a Studebaker, a Perry Como song, drink Coca-Cola. "I'll come with you," Betty said. "You don't need to go nosing around by yourself. Maybe we could show up at their door, pretend to be selling something, get them to talk freely, then ask them if they'd heard of, no, I know one of them, a real, mean piece of work, and she knows me. The other two always show up at Gutters on Friday nights when the men still have a good chunk of their week's pay in their pockets. We'll corner them there. I'll bet whatever one knows, they all do." Betty shaded her eyes and looked at the low mountains across the valley. "I worry about Joe. He's been drinking more lately. Maybe it's because I'm so pregnant now, but I want him home more. He's at Gutters every night after work, spending money we need to be saving. How do you handle it?" "Betty, you married Joe's life when you married him. You can't just step off the back of his bike and expect him to stop. The last thing you want to do is to confront him. Men get defensive. Let him brood when he needs to. Keep telling him what a good father he'll be to his son. Let it sink in as often as possible. Don't let him get the notion it might be a girl. Some guys can't handle that. Scares them. Say things like, the baby's riding high means it's a boy." Jeanette laughed. "Just cook him good meals and get him in the sack as often as possible. Men need training." She told Betty about her coffee can bank. "What about after, how long?" asked Betty. "After the baby?" "Yeah." Jeanette bent down, swished her hands in the knee-deep water, and splashed her thighs. "About a month, 6 weeks tops. Call me if you get the baby blues and I'll help you through it. Tommy, stop splashing your brother." Shaking her head, Jeanette confided, "Sometimes I wish I had 2 girls, or at least one." Betty swiped her forearm across her brow. "God, I hope this heat breaks soon." She looked at the men. How can they stand it like this? Further up the bank, under the trees, Joe asked, "Is there going to be a war over this?" "Don't know." Connor knew there would be no war. Perhaps a skirmish or a single parry. Joe had been in Korea, served his 2 years. No points were needed to go home. There had been no in for the duration mandate. Joe had worked a supply, mostly in the rear, and experienced the back end of a few perimeter attacks, bugouts, and advances, but those were mild compared to Connor's war in Europe, a battle still being waged in his subconscious, in his dreams, aching for an armistice. Chapter 3. Awakening. All an army really needs is comradeship, a moral imperative, and good NCOs. Generals do very little. Major General Daniel Wellesby. October 1944. Aachen, Germany. 19-year-old Connor wanted to bury himself, dig below the level of exploding shells. The unending shower of dirt and rock pelted his back and helmet in his shell-punched hole. He tasted dirt, breathed in the dust of shattered bricks, and the acrid air of expended high explosives. Connor was a new guy, a replacement, name unknown or forgotten, a blank piece to fill in the empty spots. He'd heard one battle veteran say, "If I want your name, I'll lift the dog tags off your dead body." The hedgerows of France took more than the dead, humanity's raw edge exposed. Since arriving on the European mainland, one soldier and a herd of several 100,000 replacements, he'd yet to see a German face. The enemy were dark dots on distant hillsides. Ants shell-chased and strafed across the Midlands of France, scrambling back to their prepared stronghold along the border. The Siegfried Line, the German Western Wall. Before taking smaller towns around Aachen, Connor last pulled his trigger in England on the firing line with 100 others. His regiment was part of the Aachen encirclement, waiting while artillery prepared the ground for the infantry assault on the massive city. The smaller German towns, sparsely defended forward positions, were relatively easy to take after artillery and tanks leveled the buildings, houses, and shops to waist-deep rubble. This was going to be different. Too many strong buildings, too many cellars, too many narrow streets. Connor felt a body slide in next to him and grab his shoulder. 3 stripes on the army green sleeve. Move up, goddammit." The sergeant's muffled bellows barely reached Connor's deafened ears. "Gotta move up. We're getting pounded in the open." He jerked Connor's pack. "Move up, get in those buildings." The sergeant belly crawled to the next group of huddled soldiers. Connor didn't see the logic, didn't understand it. Unless a shell dropped right on top of him, he was safe. Confusion about the strategy in this maelstrom struck his mind. But privates aren't given privileged information held by battalion colonels. The shelling moved further down the line to fall on other luckless bastards. Connor peered over the edge and joined his platoon as they moved toward the sound of German guns. Ahead lay cover and shelter in the damaged buildings at the city's edges. Connor felt he'd been walking along them since leaving Kenosha, moving through a blurred boot camp, then infantry training at Camp Walters, Texas. He was now edge-walking into Germany. Connor hadn't liked Texas, or at least what he saw of it. The sky was too big, the ground dirt-packed by soldiers' feet and army trucks. He missed Lake Michigan, and the girls sporting midriff-bearing swimsuits that clung to inviting curves. The sergeant's tug and rough insistence reminded him of his drunk father's harsh shouts, raspy from too much alcohol, more booze than his mind or body could take before it would kill him. Connor moved up toward the angry guns. In the dangerous darkness, soldiers ate their rations, tried to sleep in houses ransacked by the previous occupants in their hasty evacuation. Every wall was shell-damaged or pockmarked with bullet holes. Inside, not 1 square foot was clear of shattered glass from the concussion of artillery fire. "Big push tomorrow," the lieutenant said. "Armor will roll in to counter the panzers." East of Aachen, the German artillery's bark, now silenced by counter-battery fire and Army Air Corps' bombs, no longer bit. Nothing left but to clear out the buildings one by one. Kill or capture the rats. Allied air power shot down most of the German planes before the first soldier's foot hit Normandy last June. Or so the communique in the newspapers said. Connor knew it was a lie. He'd seen German planes strafing positions before being chased away by Allied fighters and anti-aircraft fire. The experienced men told him to expect German soldiers hiding below street level, moving from building to building through cellars to set ambushes in previously cleared areas. Before the attack, Captain Donaldson, Bravo Company's commander, briefed them to expect the Germans to fight like hell. For the first time in the war, the German army fought on home soil as blood patriots, not Nazi conquerors. News spread. Hitler ordered there would be no retreat. Not 1 inch of German soil was to be surrendered by the living. Night whispers floated through the squad. "Why the hell don't they just give up? Franklin, over in 3rd Platoon, says we got 'em surrounded." "How the hell would he know?" asked Russo. "He's a runner, been to regiment a few times. Said he heard the brass talking, saw a map. Russo's hard Brooklyn accent cut through the night. Well, you can bet if they bug out, they're going to keep their guns pointed at us. They ain't the French, you know. He took a swig from his canteen, took a bite of a brittle chocolate bar. What I want to know is why they keep putting our company at the center. I'd like a little light flanking action for a change, another voice whispered. Because, my friend, we are the Roman Praetorian Guard, or the 300 Spartans in the gap at Thermopylae. Though, he sighed, Bravo Company is 150 shy of that number. The professor held the answer for every historical, political, or geographic question. He'd earned his nickname, earned by 3 years of college before being drafted. A history major. Rome? 18-year-old Humphrey asked. Are we going to Rome? I'd like that. The professor adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses, pulling the curved earpieces tighter. Just a historical turn of phrase. Rome's in Italy, not Germany. Besides, we captured it before D-Day. Squad Sergeant Delacruz roused. Lit a cigarette. Flame from his lighter marked his face in the dark. Since everyone's in a chatty mood, listen up, you new guys. When we advance, stick to the side of the buildings. Check the windows and roof lines. Watch for a doorway or a corner you can duck into or behind. And remember to maintain your goddamn separation. Don't want the entire squad getting hosed. He took a pull on his cigarette, the cherry glow exposing his smudged face in the gloom of departing night. If you get wounded, can't run, stay down. If you move, you'll just get another bullet. Wait for the area to clear. The medics will get to you. Same for if your buddy gets hit in the open. Leave him, or we'll have 2 casualties. Connor wondered why that wasn't taught at infantry school. Why so much of what he'd learned in the last 3 months was by feel and sight, by fear, and by following. Sergeant Delacruz was a veteran of North Africa who was wounded, patched up, and returned to duty to wade ashore on Omaha Beach. A flash of color caught Connor's eye as it disappeared into a cleared building. Color was a foreign thing in this place of bleak walls, army green and German gray. He edged forward, rifle ready. Finding the door ajar, he motioned Humphrey to take the opposite side of the doorway. Holding his breath, he nudged open the wooden door. Humphrey held a grenade ready. A squeal of alarm, a shuffling. Connor entered, muzzle sweeping the interior. He was a quarter second from shooting a blonde girl crouched behind a table. Eyes wide, body trembling. No one ever looked at him like that before. It was a strike to the core of his self-image. Seconds ticked. Connor asked, Humphrey, you got any chocolate? Yeah, some in my jacket. Grab a few ration cans from my pack. Mesmerized, Connor kept his rifle pointed at the girl as Humphrey dug through it. Chicken stew, okay? I think I got some cheese. Connor cradled his rifle, took the food, held it out to the girl. She looked a few years younger than him. The first German he'd seen face to face. The girl rose, stepped back when Connor moved closer, her eyes searching for a way out. After placing his offering on the table, he made an eating gesture, then felt stupid, knowing the girl would recognize canned and wrapped food. She stared at the table, leaned forward, and snatched the cans, clutching the bundle against her chest. Connor took a few steps back. Come on, Connor. We better get outside before the sergeant sees we ain't around. Humphrey drifted through the door. Connor backed out, remembering a girl in Kenosha, the sister of one of his buddies. Connor woke, catching words. Ammo up, 4 grenades, fix bayonets. Aim high with those on, fresh socks and clips, everyone. The battle for Aachen was a week old. Yesterday, Delacruz told the squad, if you stab a kraut, your bayonet might get stuck. Push him off with your foot or fire a round into him. The recoil will loosen it up. Noises. The clack of rifle bolts, partial pulls to ensure rounds were chambered. Shuffling boots announced the climb from their night hole in a shattered building. One wall a crumbled mess of brick, mortar, and wood, piled high enough to shield them on the open side. One by one, men stepped out, 2 seconds apart, alternating positions on either side of the blast-damaged street. Ahead and behind, other squads found the light of day, advancing down the narrow road that would pass as an alley in Kenosha. The professor said these were for horse-drawn wagons, first laid down more than 1,000 years ago. Connor's shoulders scraped the walls as he ducked under windows, looking for snipers as the lead squads cleared buildings, throwing in grenades, boot-crashing doors, not checking to see if they were locked. Others took shots at wind-blown curtains waving through broken panes. Connor edged forward in this killing field. From the right, a street or two over, he heard the ratcheting clack of German heavy machine guns. Bait not to be taken in a rush. First platoon's problem. Something to be solved by their bullets, by their dead and wounded. Whoever faced those would have to fend for themselves for a while, unless his platoon was ordered to flank those street sweepers. Forward was Bravo Company's objective. Clear a quarter mile, clear it, hold it. Other companies from his regiment moved along parallel avenues. Each man was mindful of the danger of being shot by American bullets at cross streets. The same order would come every day until they reached the east side of the city. Anything after that was too far away to consider. Just survive. 2 blocks on, the crunch of treads, the rumble of engines, the squeal of grease-hungry gears meshing. Powered death crept along a cross street. Without bazookas or tank destroyers, a panzer tank would slaughter them. Dela Cruz motioned his men inside a 3-story house. The fierce smell of exhausted diesel drifted on the breeze. Other squads melted into buildings ahead and behind. Quiet, everyone shut up. Stay away from the windows unless I post you there. Russo, Professor, check the basement. Walker, you and Dela Cruz pointed at Connor and another new guy. Take those 2, clear the upstairs, shoot anything that moves. The 3 men stacked tightly at the bottom of the stairs. Walker took 2 steps up, lifted a broken chair barring their way to the 2nd floor, passed it behind him. In their minds, every creak, every groan of the building was an enemy soldier ready to toss grenades down on them. Hand motions served as communication. Sweat lubricated the men's actions. Tricky and dangerous. On the 2nd floor, a hallway with 4 doors. 2 open. Another stairway led to the top floor. The 3 men spent hours of tension in the 4 minutes it took to clear the rooms. Scattered clothing, a trunk in the hallway, broken mirrors, missing mattresses. The room furthest from the front was a child's room. A small bed, a pale porcelain-headed doll underneath. Red-painted cheeks, sky-blue eyes. Connor looked upward. A sniper would have set his post on the top floor with a view up and down the street. Another slow climb. Rifles pointed up the stairwell, soft steps taken. Walker put a finger to his lips. Silence, don't move. He pulled a loose round from his waist pack, tossed it up to the landing above them. In the quiet, it sounded like a bowling ball running down an alley, announcing their presence. Connor tried to swallow, mouth too dry. More waiting, listening, sweating. Hands clenched in unclenched rifles. A slow minute ticked before they moved up, twitchy fingers ready to bend into cold trigger guards. First to enter the last room, Connor hoped nobody was home. A quick half-second peek around the door jamb, then a longer one. A wooden chair, an empty bed frame. Shell casings littered the floor, a pile of clothes, rags in a corner. Connor motioned all clear and stepped inside to the left. Walker came next, sized up the room, then Boot shoved the iron bedstead against the wall. He moved in to check the clothing pile, probing with his bayonet, separating the rags until he uncovered a body, a young girl, cloth-gagged, skirt torn open, a bullet hole in her forehead, blood and brains spilling out. A ribbon-tied blonde pigtail lay on the floor next to her, cut off, close to her scalp. The flies hadn't found her yet. Connor staggered backward into the hallway, crashed to his knees, and vomited. He recognized the face, the dress, the empty can of chicken stew. The other soldier asked Corporal Walker, "How old do you think she was?" "Dead." "What do you mean?" Walker's eyes shifted toward the new guy, studying his face. You don't get any older than dead. Walker spat the tobacco chew he'd held in his cheek since taking the first step on the stairway. Fucking krauts, killing their own, said the new guy, wanting to seem tougher than he was. Turning away from the corpse, he asked, "Think the Browns will beat the Cards in the series this year?" "Yeah, got money on 'em," said Walker. "Let's get back downstairs. And keep your damn muzzle away from me." In the hallway, he grabbed Connor's shoulder and pulled him up. "Come on, you're gonna see a lot worse." Then, a gentler tone. "I remember my buddy on the beach." Company orders came down. "Stand fast. Hold your ground. Let Army armor kill the panzers." Overwatch was set on the 3rd floor. Connor drew the last watch, 2 a.m., until dawn. Delacruz told him to eat something and get some rest. Connor couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, eyes gritty from the day's dust. Someone sat down next to him. He opened his eyes, the professor. Connor turned away. "How are you doing, Connor?" "Okay, I guess. Can't sleep." Connor tightened his folded arms and refused to look at the face next to him. Didn't want to look at any faces, fearing if he did, his guilt at seeing the half-naked girl upstairs would break through and shatter him. The grisly scenario poked at him. If he'd shot the girl days earlier, it would have been a quick death, saving her from torture and rape merciful, in a way. "Have you eaten anything?" asked the professor. "Not hungry." "Found canned peaches in the cellar. They still look good. I've got a jar, but it's too much for me to eat. Try some. They just go to waste once they're open." "Yeah, sure," Connor mumbled. "Give me your knife. I'll show you how to open these." The professor used the hand grip to tap around the lid, handed the blade back to Connor, then gave the metal ring an easy twist. "See? Simple. They vacuum pack these, even the home-canned. Lasts for years if done correctly. Oxygen spoils them." The professor set the lid on the floor. "You know, a sunken wreck was found in the Black Sea some years back, before the war. A trade ship from Constantine's time. The wine in the clay jugs was still good." Connor said nothing. He didn't know where the Black Sea was or who Constantine was. Didn't care. The professor held out the jar, offering, "Spear one. They're not too sweet. I don't like the sweet ones. Too much sugar isn't good for you." Connor obediently stuck the tip of his knife in the jar and pulled out a dripping pale yellow peach slice. They ate, not talking. A boot nudged Connor awake. "Your turn. Upstairs, you and Russo. Take a piss first." Connor rose mechanically, his body obeying orders before his mind caught up. He found Russo at the bottom of the stairs. Setting foot on the first step, Connor hoped the girl's body wasn't still there. At the doorway, he peered over Russo's shoulder into the girl's room. She was gone, but the image of her looking at him, hating him, shoved against preferred reality, begging for resurrection, wanting her voice heard. Before the eastern sky lightened, the pair spent 4 hours taking turns looking and listening, talking in simple words about nothing important, nothing personal. Connor asked Russo about Brooklyn. Russo asked Connor about Lake Michigan. Connor used his knife to worry a notch in the stock of his rifle, a commemoration for the girl who would never have a funeral, whose body would rot where it lay. It was a doubly damned clench, pressing against his chest. The Cardinals beat the Browns 4-2. Chapter 4. Conspirators. Tides ebb, rivers flow, while anger never abates, never moves on. It hides for a season, gathering in deeper waters. Edgar Williams, Eden's River. Bambo squinted, looked around the bar. The road dogs didn't act like this on a Friday night, and didn't show up this early. In the early evening, there was less drinking and more small, clustered, and muted conversations. He considered his options. Gringos were traveling south of the border in droves to play and spend money. All he needed was someone to make an offer to buy him out, if he could keep gutters standing long enough. The bar rail remained clear except for those running beers to their buddies. Stomach in turmoil, he considered getting his shotgun, the shells packed with rock salt. Get it, lay it under the bar. His weekend waitresses looked bored, unaware, and uncaring. They weren't scraping in the usual tips, but it was still early. He wiped already clean glasses, surveyed the assemblage, and mopped water rings from the bar counter with the towel he kept thrown over his shoulder. The clack of pool balls from the back room didn't distract or soothe him. Farmhands and grove pickers. Ratter came up and ordered a pitcher. "What's up?" Bambo asked. "Nothing much. Everyone's just thinking about Stamper. Might be an early one tonight." Bambo didn't like the answer. Didn't believe it. As full darkness descended, the bar started filling with other regulars. Unattached women would come in pairs after the men were lubricated, but not too far into their beers. Ratter turned away, then back. "Hey, did you hear? Over 300 of our boys are being released from North Korea. About goddamn time. We should have atom-bombed the whole damn country to begin with. Would have saved 30,000 American lives. I bet we'll help those slant-eyed commie bastards like we're doing the Japs. MacArthur was too soft on 'em." Ratter returned to his table, thinking if they had dropped one of those on Berlin early in the European War, it would have been just fine with him. Jeanette nudged Betty. "They're here. God, look at her purse. You could hide a case of beer in there. Stop fidgeting." "I don't know what to do with myself. I'm nervous," said Betty. "Well, just sit there. Act pregnant. Rub your belly or something. I'll do all the talking." 2 bottle-blonde women stood by the door. The older woman's predatory eyes noted the difference in the atmosphere tonight. Different than what she had expected. She didn't really care. Every chair was taken, every table full except one. Whatever the occasion, she knew the road to a man's wallet traveled through his tumescent ego and less than discriminating lust after 3 or 4 beers. The pair called it a good weekend if they each ended up with $150 more than they started with. There weren't any bar stools and gutters. Rickety chairs were cheaper to replace than brawl-broken bar stools. Jeanette waved the women over to the front corner table, offering to share. "Thanks," Blue Dress said, settling in, dragging along her too-strong perfume. The younger one, in a green blouse, took the empty seat beside her, pushed hair from her face, arms held close in. Blue Dress commented, "Not much action for this time of night. My name's Belinda. This is Kathy." "I'm Jeanette," then pointing. "My friend Betty." A sidelong glance. Kathy asked Betty, "How far along are you?" "Almost 8 months. Don't get pregnant in February unless you want to feel what summer heat is really like." "Don't you have one of those window air conditioners at home?" Kathy asked. "Yeah, but only in the bedroom." "Good place for it," Belinda slurred as she eyed the room. "Why's it so quiet tonight?" Jeanette shrugged. "One of the boys got beat all to hell last weekend. He's in the hospital in Santa Clarita. Barely made it. Didn't you hear?" Jeanette watched Kathy, decided she was the weaker of the two. Belinda's brows drew inward as she withdrew her hands from the tabletop, looking at Kathy, then Jeanette. "Yeah, I remember hearing something about it." Like a rising curtain, the room became noisier, more animated. Mingling started among beer islands. The jukebox was turned up, and a grove worker started slow dancing with his woman to an emotional Mexican lament. 2 glasses, a pitcher, and another Coke appeared on the women's table. The waitress left, not waiting for payment. She didn't expect a tip from the women. Belinda poured. "Damn, I wish Bambo would start chilling the mugs like they do in Oxnard. Can't get half a beer down before it's too warm to drink. Bottles are chilled." Jeanette lifted hers, glancing hard-eyed at Jeanette's bottle. Belinda's nose rose slightly. "A lady doesn't drink from a bottle, sweetie. When a guy sees that, all he's thinking about is how you'd look holding his pecker." Jeanette smiled, wondering how it would feel to bounce her bottle against the bitch's head and watch her land on her ass. Ratter, Connor, and Gilmore formed a loose outward-facing perimeter around the table preparatory to Act 2. There would be no intermission or Act 3. Jeanette excused herself from the table to use the ladies' room. Passing Connor, she whispered, "Blue dress." Jeanette knew other women like this, amateur hookers, inwardly desperate and outwardly flirtatious, trying to muscle through anonymous lives, lying to themselves and each other while small vestiges of self slipped away on riptides of booze, sex, drugs, and demons, their paths swirling, taking them any direction but safety. Jeanette thought the younger one still had a crack of a chance, but probably wouldn't take it, even with the opportunity. When Jeanette returned to the table, Belinda had glided onto the dance floor with Sonny, pressing her assets against his chest, her fingers walking along the back of his neck, lips whispering about getting closer. A dutiful soldier, Sonny gave the right responses. He was following orders. The thick outline of folded paper in his jeans pocket was confirmation enough for Belinda that he had the 2 weeks back pay he claimed. As Jeanette sat, she wolf-leaned toward Kathy. "We know you had a girl at your place, the one Stamper went off with before he got jumped. Jumped at your place." Jeanette waited a beat for it to sink in, then slowly said, "I want the name she dropped to you girls. Don't look around for help, just do this easy. Then you can be on your way. I don't—" "Stop it!" Jeanette leaned in further, eyes fierce. "Stop right there. Just stop. We know you know." Kathy felt the danger. Now knew why the place had been so quiet, why 3 riders were shielding their table from view, club logo on their backs, red-eyed, mad dogs staring at her. She took a sip, swallowed, looked down, hands shaking, tried to still them. She whispered, "Raleigh, the name. It's what Big Wanda calls him, Raleigh. She goes up to Modesto every Wednesday morning, comes back in the evening. I don't want no trouble." "Last name?" "I don't know. Never met him. I swear. I don't know nothing else." "What does Big Wanda do with the stuff? Where is she?" "She takes the packages to Oxnard. Keeps some back for herself to sell around here." "I asked you where she is. Where is she right now?" "I don't know. She went up north. We haven't heard nothing from her in 5 days. What's she got going? What's she selling?" Kathy hesitated, looked toward the door. Jeanette lifted Kathy's hand, pressed it hard against the tabletop, palm up. Kathy resisted. Jeanette leaned harder, brought her cigarette, the burning, smoking end, to an inch above Kathy's forearm. "You want to walk out of here alive?" Tears welled, voice trembled. Speedball, mostly. Jeanette grabbed Kathy's jaw, lifted the girl's face, squeezed hard. "If you're not telling the truth, not telling me everything, they're not going to find your body." Jeanette released her grip. "Keep your mouth shut about our little conversation. Do you understand? The boys will know if you don't." Kathy, eyes still on her lap, breathed out, "Yes." Jeanette set her bottle hard on the table, rattled the bottom on the wood loud enough for Connor to hear, to turn his head, to receive a nod. "Good. Belinda will be back in a minute, so dry your eyes and put on a happy face. Tell her you want to go for action somewhere else, and never come peddling your ass in gutters again. Think about moving somewhere else. Get away from Big Wanda. That would be the smart thing to do." Belinda disengaged from her target on the dance floor, scowling as she made her way back to the table, landing solidly in her chair. "Son of a bitch asked me if I had syphilis," she hissed. "Asked me right out there for everyone to hear. Said someone told him I had it." Belinda drained her warm glass of beer. "Come on, Kathy, let's get out of here." Stepping to the door, Belinda pushed past Gilmore, an unmovable rock. Kathy followed on a tight leash. The men turned around and came a step closer. "Raleigh," Jeanette said, looking up at her husband. "In Modesto, selling speedball. Big Wanda's his runner to Oxnard." Without a word, the men walked to the pool room. The 8-ball players left. Betty shifted in her chair. "Damn, Jeanette, you had me scared. The way you talked to her. Once she clued to what was happening, I said what she expected me to say. Said it the way she expected me to say it. Speedball. Goddamn speedball. What's that? Cocaine-heroin mix. Addicts shoot it up or snort it. A lot of GIs got hooked on it in Japan and Korea. In the kitchen, Jeanette placed 3 bowls of frijoles on the table, checked to see who needed a refill on their beer, then left to look in on the boys. They were hard to keep in bed when visitors were in the house. "We need to send a couple guys up to Modesto," Ratter said. Gilmore and Connor sat with him at the Dinetta War Council. "I talked with Willie again. Says he heard of a guy in Modesto called Raleigh, owns a trucking company. Willie's guy thinks he's the drug connection. Promised me the Wheelers will find a place for our guys to bunk while they're up there. Shouldn't take long, a week at most, probably less, to see what sort of shit Stamper got himself into." "When's he getting out of the hospital?" Gilmore's raspy voice asked. "Couple of days," said Ratter. In silence, the 3 considered what the 2 scouts should do. How active they should be behind enemy lines. How to keep them safe. Several clubs up north may be aligned with Raleigh, willing to act as enforcers. "I'll go," said Gilmore. "Johnson owes me at least a week. Just finished up our busy season fixin' harvest equipment." "Who do you want to take with you?" asked Connor. "I think Sonny would be a good choice. He don't drink too much or shoot off his mouth. Good guy to pump the ladies for information. I'm too far past that," he chuckled. "Not pretty enough." Ratter and Connor joined with small laughs, relieved to have a plan. Ratter smoothed his beard. "Okay, but don't wear your colors. I'll get some money out of the kitty for you guys. When do you want to start?" "Tomorrow morning. I'll talk to Sonny tonight." Beer bottles and mismatched bowls of beans and rice remained on the table, one cooling, the other warming. The fan hummed a steady drone on the countertop, competing with the refrigerator's hiss and rumble. Gilmore stepped outside to spit. A shiny new Buick sat in Gutter's parking lot when Connor motored up for a quick beer and to see Ratter before going home for dinner. Connor heard the crackling snaps of its cooling engine, smelled its oil and hot rubber. The motoring public didn't stop or slow in passing Gutters. The black and chrome lineup outside, front wheels pointed like angled pickets, served as a warning. "Danger. Do not enter. Next gas, next safe place, 5 mile. But Gutters didn't survive on the riders alone. Truckers, locals with rough jobs needing muscular hands, and Orange Grove workers filled in the empty places in the lot with rusty pickups and dirty, tired farm trucks. Connor found Ratter at his table in the back corner, an empty bottle standing watch. A few Grovers were at the front, eating tamales and beans. On the right, a portly man leaned on his suit jacket laid across the bar, sweat-soaked white shirt glued to his back, necktie loosened as he talked with Bambo. Connor joined Ratter. A long-faced waitress set 2 open bottles on the table. "Private detective," Ratter said after the waitress turned away. "Looking for a girl gone missing, showing her picture around. Anybody we know?" "Yeah, the one who went off with Stamper, the one who clocked him. Lot of people saw 'em together." "You sure?" "Dead sure. You couldn't slip a dollar bill between 'em. Looked like she was jacking him off through his jeans when they danced." Connor turned his head, watched the detective release from the bar. He walked heavy-footed toward their table. Connor noticed his misshapen, puffy lips, his damaged ear, an ex-boxer gone to seed, flabby, unable to protect his left. "Do you gentlemen mind if I join you?" "Have a seat," said Ratter, though he knew the man would sit with or without permission. "Thank you." He settled his bulky frame, testing the strength of the chair, its willingness to support him. Decided it would. Over his shoulder he shouted, "Hey, barkeep, can you get one of those fans pointed this way?" Not waiting for a response, he turned to Connor and slid a small black and white photo across the table, one that looked like it had been taken for a high school yearbook. The girl's face looked freshly scrubbed, a curly brunette bob, smiling, good teeth. "Ever seen this woman? Her name's Francine Benson. I already asked your friend here." The private eye studied Connor's face, looking for tells, signs of recognition. Connor took his cigarette from his lips, cocked his head, studied the image. Can't say as I have. What's she done? Oh, she's not done anything, just missing. The detective withdrew a limp business card from his damp shirt pocket, held it between two sausage fingers, offered it to Connor, who motioned him to drop it on the table. He pointed at the photo. Last seen in this area. No sign of her or her car. Seen by who? Connor immediately regretted his words. Don't show too much interest. Stay away from the hook, he warned himself. The detective shifted in his creaking chair, pulled the photograph toward himself. Uncomfortable in this heat, uncomfortable in this bar, in this town, he swiped his handkerchief across his forehead. Know a woman named Wanda Fleming? The private eye asked. Connor leaned back, threw an arm over the back of his chair, took a drag, blew it out, not touching the photo or business card. Can't say as I do. Ashes dropped to the floor. The barkeep says she comes in here. I told ya, a lot of people come in here, said Ratter. Well, Miss Fleming, along with two of her friends, don't seem to be around here anymore, either. Their rental is empty. The landlord said they just took off. Connor gave a one-shouldered shrug. Sorry, can't help you. Hope you find her. Ratter stubbed out his smoke. With a mighty effort, the man pushed off the table, straining it, leaving sweat trails where his hands had been. Well, if you remember anything or hear anything, call me. My numbers are on the card. Use the bottom one. The top one's disconnected. The detective made his way back to the bar rail, back to the fan pushing air down the glossy, water-ringed wood planks. Ratter murmured, Gotta get word to Gilmore. Those chicks might be up in Modesto. Connor leaned back, stared at the door, finger flicked the business card off the table. The detective came back for the small Monday night gathering, questioning everyone who would give him a minute. None of the dogs did. Wednesday afternoon, Sheriff Turner stepped inside Gutters. What can I get you, Ed? Asked Bambo. How about an iced rag? Damn, it's hot out today. The lawman paused. Gotta ask you and some of the boys a few questions. Sure, ask away. We found a body in a car, both shoved over into a ravine up Piru Canyon Road. Shoved? Yeah, looks like the body got tossed over. Then the car pushed off the road, rolled over on top of her, ran her over. Was shot in the back of the head 3 times. Probably a professional shooter or someone with a big grudge. Had to be 2 of them. Somebody in another car. No one in their right mind would try to walk out of there at night. Cougars, you know. Christ almighty. Any leads? A private dick came in the office. Said he had some information. Wanted in on the investigation. I took his statement, told him to leave the investigation to us. Turner pulled a photo from his shirt pocket, flipped it toward Bambo. Name was Francine Benson. Yeah, same one the dick flashed around here. Never seen her, told him. An avid reader of detective magazines, Bambo imagined himself knowledgeable in police procedures. Did he ID the body? The sheriff looked around, leaned over the bar, then lowered his voice. No, her face was too messed up, and I doubt he ever saw her naked. It was her car, her driver's license in her purse. The coroner had the Modesto police run the laundry marks on the clothes in her suitcase, traced back to her. One of my men took her personal things, jewelry, class ring, that sort of thing up to Sacramento. Parents identified them as hers. They didn't want to see the body. Going to be a closed casket service for sure. He sucked in a hiss through his teeth. Anyway, her parents are rich as sin, lot of political pull. State police are coming down. Asked to have the body shipped up there pronto. Probably gonna shake the county to pieces looking for whoever killed her, but I doubt they're still hanging around. In a lowered tone, he said, Listen, I've had no problems with the dogs except for a few D&Ds. I hope none of the boys or anyone else around here is involved. He surveyed the customers, evaluating each before looking back at Bambo. "Who's the guy who got beat up 10 days ago?" Was Stamper. "Guess he messed with the wrong man's woman or just pissed someone off. It happens." Ed Turner studied Bambo's face, mulled over the answer. "Yeah, it happens. Why didn't you call us?" "Thought somebody did. The ambulance took him. I try to keep my nose out of other people's business. Want some lunch?" "On the house." "No thanks. I'll be back later, about 6. Get word to Ratter for me. I want to see him. Make sure he knows to be here." Connor walked into Stamper's hospital room to give him a lift back to Fillmore. From the open doorway, he saw Stamper talking to a suit. When they noticed him, the talking stopped, bodies stiffened. The dark suit continued. "Well, glad to see you're all right, Artie. I've got to run. Business to take care of." Connor stepped aside, let him pass, smelled his aftershave. "Too sweet. Friend of yours?" "A family friend, war buddy of my brother Carl." "Huh. Well, you ready to go? I've got your bike at my place." "Yeah, get me out of here. The nurses are all a bunch of ugly Nancys, and the chow here's shit, too." On the drive back to Fillmore, Connor asked, "Who's the suit? He's more than a family friend, isn't he?" "Tom. He was with my brother in the Pacific during the war. Got wounded, sent back." "So, just a social call? Just a friend?" Looking straight ahead, Stamper exhaled a cloud of blue steel smoke, watching as it was pulled out the window. "Yeah, just a family friend." Connor glanced at Stamper. "They killed the girl, the one who clocked you. I think she was doing some drug shit. Were you?" "What? No, never touched the stuff." "Well." Chapter 5. Jeanette's Mourning. Little children are the symbol of the eternal marriage between love and duty. George Eliot. Jeanette heard the boys giggling. Too early a start, too early from a restless night. Eyes closed, she reached, not finding Connor, his side of the bed cold. She rolled over, clutched his pillow, took in his scent. The boys could survive for a few minutes longer without her. The attack on Stamper was a setback, plain but not simple in her mind. She'd worked hard over the last 4 years to save money, putting away half her tips, savings she might need to pry Connor away from club life, even though it was only on the weekends now. She'd seen the club's mood shift over the past years, increasing rowdiness, younger members, fewer married, chance-taking on the road. Attempts to live up to overblown images from stories in the newspapers. All were reasons she'd stopped riding behind Connor on road trips, no longer feeling the thrill of powering down the highway, legs straddling a hot machine, arms tight around her handsome man in freedom's wind. Under cool sheets in the dark room, Jeanette tussled with the few times in their marriage she'd considered leaving, taking the children to live with her mother for a while, to make Connor realize he needed further domestication, needed to make a full either-or commitment. But her absence would risk the danger of other women who waited like vultures watching for a runner to fall, to lie gasping, wounded, and alone. She knew what it meant to grow up without a father, or at least without one for the 8 years before she married Connor. More if she counted the 2 years her father fought a losing battle, a retreat from life to cancer, daily withering from the strong man he'd been into a living, frail corpse. Memories of her father led her to worry if his Social Security benefits and Army War Widow insurance could provide her mother with enough to get by in the years to come. Barbara, her older sister, sent a check each month. Over the years, those turned into her only form of communication. A 1-paragraph letter came with each check, enough to claim her daughter duties were fulfilled. Jeanette remembered how the ladies from the Episcopal Church brought food every week for a while. She'd hid when the blue-haired biddies used the delivered food as an excuse to stick their proud noses into her family's business. Her mother still attended services there, but gradually stopped attending the ladies' circles, the auxiliary, the coffee clatches, the book drives. Though having retreated, she insisted Jeanette marry at her church of better times before the death bomb exploded, wounding everyone. The boys were up soft bumping about, needing breakfast. She knew Connor spent most of last night on the lumpy sofa, fighting after dark nightmares again. nightmares he never shared with her, not the specifics. Dreams that woke him suddenly in a sweat, like a bullet to his chest, as he described them. Jeanette threw back the sheet, pushed up, swung her legs over the side of the bed, finding the floor in her slippers. As she shuffled into the living room, a warmth filled her. Connor lay on the couch, lifting one giggling boy over his head, the other bouncing on his stomach, wanting a turn. Jeanette wished it could last forever. Too soon, the boys would outgrow those desires, finding life not as simple as being cloistered in the protective womb of family, protected and provided for by mother and father. Some nights, before sleep, she and Connor talked about the future, about the boys. Connor worried about answering their questions as they grew older and became informed about the world and what came before they were born. What would he say when they asked, "Daddy, what did you do in the war?" Seeing her men happy reminded Jeanette of last week. Connor had come home, paper sack in hand, called his sons to him. "Got you boys something." The boys had stood on tiptoes, craning their necks for a look inside. With a flourish, 2 small baseball gloves and a softball emerged. The gloves weren't the best, but not the worst either. Their eyes swelled with impatient delight as they dragged him outside to play catch, to bond, to complete another step to adulthood, a journey with no endgame. Jeanette knew other steps would follow, timidly then bolder, as they grew past the understanding of women beyond the simple, obedient interactions with mother. They were in danger of growing into hunters, animals who ran in packs, lives of carnivores needing women's gentle gifts to prevent the full envelopment of bared teeth wildness. Some men were never tamed. Moving through the small house, Jeanette closed 3 windows she'd opened for the cooler night air, for the rooms not air-conditioned. She shut them before the heat of the day could creep in, pulling yellowed window shades down on the east side to block the heat bringing light, wishing she could block other light, other intense realities as easily. "Okay, boys, let your daddy get up. Time for breakfast." In her thin cotton nightgown, Jeanette flowed into the kitchen gathering 2 bowls, a box of Cheerios, and a bottle of milk from the silver, insulated milk box on the front stoop. After Connor left for work, she'd wash yesterday's empty milk bottles before placing the sparkling glass in the milk box with tomorrow's order slip rolled in the neck. Everybody washed their empties. Cereal served, Jeanette turned sizzling bacon. Connor, freshly showered, dressed in work clothes, stepped behind her, pulled her hair to one side. Warm breath and light kisses fell on her neck, sending appreciative shivers down her spine. He's still got it, she thought, reaching behind her, between them, unseen by the boys. She reminded him what waited at home after a hard day's work. At 10 a.m., she would drive to the Clarita Diner for a long lunch and supper shift, getting home late as she did 2 days every week. A quarter of her pay went to Sophia to watch her boys. 6 others were under her wing from other working mothers. A quarter of her pay, but none of her tips earned by taking orders, moving plates from the hotline to tables, and subtle fake flirting with the male customers. Jeanette learned those signals brought the best tips. Both sides understood the purpose. One side enjoyed them. Men, accompanied by wives, tipped less. Those with girlfriends tipped more in an act to impress. Single or pairs of women diners left a dime, showing their appraised value of her and others in similar positions of servitude. Women tipped more after checking for a wedding ring when she'd been pregnant. Women diners usually received the no-frills service. Fillmore's main street was split by Route 23, a dust-blown paved line of demarcation. To the west were the older, long-established family homes and business owners' families who had held large agricultural tracts for generations. Mexicans whose ancestors settled here before Mexico called California a province on the east side. It was there that poor whites rented or bought barely serviceable dirt-yard cinder-block houses plastered with fake adobe. Jeanette and Connor lived on 4th Street, on the east side, a road with no connection to the west side of 4th Street, severed by an arroyo. Jeanette parked in an open spot in front of the bakery, a barber shop to the left, and a beauty shop on the right. Fillmore didn't have a town square, not large enough to deserve one. There was no place for granite monuments with etched names listing local men killed in the last 3 wars. When Jeanette opened her car door, the salon's chemical odors overwhelmed the pleasant smells of yeast and baking bread. She pulled a paper and twine-wrapped package across the seat as her feet hit the pavement. Waitress uniforms won hers, 3 from others needing Betty's expertly threaded needles to fix the wear, tear, and the original machine stitching's poor workmanship. Sam gave 1 uniform when a waitress started work at the Clarita Diner. After that, they were on their own. The bell jingled as Jeanette opened the door to the dress shop, alerting the owner. "How may I help you today, ma'am?" Came the same welcome every customer received, even though Martha knew Jeanette. "Some work for Betty, repairs." Jeanette placed her package on the glass countertop. Martha untied the strings and read the names and instructions pinned to each bundle of rolled cloth, figuring how much she could charge and still receive repeat business. Jeanette wanted her skirt hemmed an inch shorter. Good tips had been diminishing. 8 miles east of Fillmore, Jeanette slowed to a stop near the Piru cutoff. A line of cars filtered through the police lights up ahead. Reaching the roadblock, she showed her license, gave her reason for traveling. A few vehicles had been flagged to the side, their trunks open. "Just routine, ma'am. Have you ever seen this woman?" Jeanette looked at the small photo, not reaching for it. "No, officer, I'm sorry. I don't know her." As she pulled forward, she noticed the cars were state police and highway patrol. None from the county sheriff. A black sedan with plain hubcaps was parked along the roadside in the chert. A map was spread on the hood. A man in a dark suit and thin tie leaned over, studying it. After work, the roadblock was still there on her way home, angry red lights flashing in the desert night. The suited man's car was gone. Chapter 6. Aachen Square. "Look at that, will ya? I got a blister on my trigger finger. PFC Donald Blanton." November 1944. Russo tore open a ration carton. Fucking pork loaf. The box said chicken. Why do I always get pork loaf? I bet I've eaten 4 pigs of this shit since we landed. Can't they make lasagna or ravioli? He looked around. Anybody want to trade? No one offered. A regimental supply courier had hurriedly dumped off the food packs, eager to get his truck back to a safer area. "Jesus Christ, you see that guy?" Walker asked. "Boots all shined up, shaved, wearing one of the new field jackets. Damn. Those guys in the rear get all the good shit." Connor and his squad rested, packs off, backs against the wall circling a shot up, still dribbling public fountain in the middle of Aachen's town square. No field kitchen. "No point setting one up," Lieutenant Spade said. "We're moving out tonight." Trucks came before nightfall as Battalion HQ led a caravan with mail, ammo, food, and more replacements to occupy the surrendered town. Those vehicles would carry Connor's company a few miles further into Germany toward layered resistance. Civilians trickled back into the city. Old men, women, and children searched the damage, not looking at the American troops. That simple act would be unacceptable. A personal surrender to the invaders. Connor thought the Germans could salvage this city, rebuild it after the war. He wondered what Kenosha would be like after a battle like this. Russo rose, tossed aside his ration carton, and shouted at an old man across the square. "Hey, Kraut, I hope your house burned down. I hope your son is dead, DEAD, blown to fucking bits." He tossed a piece of broken masonry in the old man's direction. "Why did you Huns have to start another war? Didn't you learn the first goddamn time? You're all a bunch of dumbasses." "Knock it off," Dela Cruz said. "He's just an old man. Save it for the ones trying to kill us." Russo slid back down. "I bet his son killed plenty of ours. Why shouldn't the old Kraut be made to listen? God damn it, I hate this place." During the month-long house-to-house advance through Aachen, 3 of Connor's squad were hit, 2 killed. Both corpses were new guys. The older platoon members called him by name now, though he couldn't remember when that started. The past weeks blended into one long cycle: move, shoot, fear, stink, and shit. Nights were eye blinks. Connor killed 14 Germans, 12 with his rifle, 2 with a grenade. He didn't vomit for those. They were justified executions of the girls' murderers. After the German tanks and street artillery were eliminated, the battle became a mop-up operation. Still deadly, but an easier creep to manage at the end, even without hot meals, showers, or replacements. Here's more ammo, more rations. Keep going, boys. Just mop 'em up. Nobody shoots janitors. The professor rose to his knees. There's a Roman bath around here somewhere. Charlemagne spent Christmases in Aachen. He's buried here. He craned his neck, shoulders rising, looking around. I wonder if the baths are still working. Be nice to soak in one. I seen bathtubs here, but I don't think the water's working. Humphrey. The baths I'm talking about were enormous buildings ringed by columns. They were magnificent communal pools. Any Roman citizen could use them. There was a sizable Jewish community here, as I recall. Jewish community? Asked Goldman. Not many Jews around here now, I bet. The professor held his canteen under the fountain's paltry flow. No, not now, he said. Anybody got purification tablets? I'm out. Got a cigarette? Asked Walker. The professor rummaged through his pack, tossed Walker a brown cardboard 5-pack. The professor didn't smoke. Not healthy, he'd said on more than a few occasions. He kept the tobacco from his ration packs to share when other men were out. Though a bookish sort, the professor was a crack shot. Knew his shit, others said. The professor opened the small bottle, shook out a tablet, screwed the lid back on, then held it out toward Walker. Keep it, Walker said. A rifle crack broke the sky. The professor crumpled to the pavement. Connor scrambled around the base of the fountain, drawing in his legs for cover against the sniper's fire. Russo reached out, yanked on the professor's collar, dragging him out of the open. Walker shouted, "Where is he? Anybody see where the shot came from?" Another shot barked, chipping the marble capstone inches from Connor's head. Nobody risked a look. Others in the square would have a better return shot, a better vantage point to spot the sniper, to kill him. Connor focused on the professor's upside-down helmet in the street, still rocking back and forth, a jagged hole marring its curve. His attention shifted from the ruptured steel to a silver canteen lying further out, water spilling from the top. The professor's face was a mangled red goo, half gone, exposed teeth and bones of his shattered skull, white in the sunlight. "Never stand still when you're in the open," the infantry trainers told him. "If you need to stop, get down, make yourself small as possible, and remember when you're in the shit, you don't need to take your pecker out to piss." To Connor, it seemed the old hands made their own rules. He didn't flinch when a bazooka blast tore through a sizable chunk of the 4-story building, and the German soldier nested there. It was over in less than a minute that stretched further than it needed to, further from the resting quiet of a moment ago, further from the brief exhale of battle-held breath. No one called a medic for the professor. Connor didn't ask Doc to bandage the shard slice across the top of his wrist, wanting it to remain open, angry, seeping warrior's red paint. He licked the blood, not wanting a purple heart for the insignificant thing he could bandage himself. Connor watched as the professor was loaded on a stretcher. Bearers carried him away from his last battle, history degree unfulfilled, 4,000 miles from his home in Indianapolis, to be buried underneath a temporary marker. Name, rank, date of death. Too few words, too few days. Not every German soldier in Aachen felt compelled to comply with the disgrace of putting down their weapon. Those who did surrender worked clearing rubble from roadways and collecting bodies. For the dead and German survivors, this war is over. Some knew the outcome a month after the Allies landed in France. Retreat was the only open road unless you chose the one to Valhalla. A second-place finish was acceptable to the still breathing. It was preferable to surrender to the Americans, relieved not to face the Cossack hordes coming from the east. There's no choice of surrender or survival along the Eastern Front, only death in battle or from starvation and disease in Red Army POW camps. The Germans' eastward attack had been one disaster after another for the Russians early in the war. But they hadn't surrendered. Instead, they sent wave after wave of men and tanks from deep inside the motherland, proving the Germans weren't invincible. For the Russians, it would take the blood of every German to even the body count. Payment for the destruction of their country and the millions lost. Connor's rifle earned another notch, another bitter-hot, steel-hardening gouge on the stock. The first was for the girl. The others, for fallen comrades made dead or wounded, taken off the streets of Aachen, hooked to plasma tubes as ragged field surgery tried to save something resembling life. Boys of 19 hadn't the experience of finding deeper places to bury the dead, still alive in their thoughts. When the trucks rolled in, Bravo Company shunted off to a side street, away from the eyes of the polished brass stars and those outfitted with equipment they'd never use. 20 replacements dribbled into their area, including 3 medics with bandages, sulfa powder, and morphine. Connor took in the new men. 2 held the stare, eyes moving, a sign they'd seen combat, been wounded, then repaired like broken parts of the army machine and sent to a new company on the line. The others were green recruits, pale children invited to sit at the adult table for the first time. He didn't want to know their names, their hometowns, see their girls' pictures. The professor's fresh death fell too heavy to shoulder. Delacruz motioned to the new guys. "Get over here, we don't have much time." He wrote their names on a scrap of paper. "Russo, give me a hand." Connor dozed as the replacements emptied their pockets, their packs. "Don't need that. Keep that. What the hell you gonna do with that? Put that in your duffel." The words drifted past Connor as he tried to sleep. The new platoon medic divided his supplies. Every man would carry some, leaving him lighter, more mobile, with just his medic satchel, field pack, and pistol. The Geneva Convention prohibited medics from carrying firearms, but some on the line learned the Germans didn't swing their sights away from red crosses on helmets and sleeves. More than a few medics found they could take a life, sometimes easier than saving one, if it became necessary to keep themselves or another GI alive. The 2 experienced replacements took cartons of cigarettes from their duffels, Lucky Strikes, and Chesterfields, fresher than those in the ration packs. Those were passed around as offerings, making them officially part of the platoon, positive additions rather than untested Boy Scouts who needed watching. 20 yards apart, the trucks rolled out after sundown, slit covers over headlights, a small red light swinging on the back ends. In the dark, a new guy asked where they were headed. Walker's unshaven chin rested on his chest, eyes closed, body rolling with the jerking truck. He said, "Berlin, now, shut the hell up." Chapter 7. Wickets. How many condemnations I have witnessed more criminal than the crime. Michel de Montaigne. The drive south from San Francisco to Fillmore gave FBI agent Thomas Gentry time to think about his friendship with Artie Stamper. Damn, it wasn't meant to turn out this way. It was supposed to have been a small favor. He'd asked Stamper to go up to Modesto to listen for indications of motorcycle clubs' involvement in mafia-linked drug distribution. Thomas felt damn lucky he'd been able to get the special agent in charge of the San Francisco office to list Stamper as an official, unpaid informant after his arrest. Backdated several months. The information Stamper scooped up gave the Bureau factual data from below the ice that the FBI hadn't been able to penetrate. They knew about the links to the mafia, but hadn't a whiff about gun-running a surprising revelation. To Thomas's analytical mind, both crimes automatically included money laundering, bribes, blackmail, and probable dealings with politicians on the side. The deal he'd made in exchange for getting Stamper out of jail soon sat sour in Thomas's gut. Blacktop miles rolled by. He thought about Stamper's brother. The last time he'd seen him, Carl was hovering over him, tightening a tourniquet around Thomas's wounded leg. He remembered the pain, the bite as his buddy leaned into the effort, then jabbed him with a morphine syringe. It had been bad luck to be in the wrong place when a Japanese artillery barrage marched across a contested island in the Pacific. Bad luck. A shell landed close enough to shrapnel shred the two young officers' jeep. The explosion left Thomas with fuzzy vision. The doctors labeled it worrisome enough to warrant discharge from the Army. After several months, that cleared, returning to normal, allowing him to finish his master's degree in criminal justice at UCLA. It hit Thomas hard when he received a letter from another officer saying Carl was killed on another island no one ever heard of. The news shattered plans of them getting together after the war. He'd paid a visit to the family home in San Pedro, finding a mother, father, and last surviving child in grief. Told them what an excellent officer their son had been, shared stories of their time together, tried to find solace for them, a debt owed. He showed them a photograph taken at infantry officers' school, a smiling Artie Stamper sitting astride an Army motorcycle. He gave the photo to Artie, his brother. Thomas became a close friend of the family, sometimes visiting on short notice when Carl's father asked him to come by to share stories. He said it helped his wife, drawing her from the despair of losing 2 of her 3 sons in the war. Thomas knew it wouldn't be right to tell the family he missed Carl as much as they did or about the bond they shared. He knew they'd never understand, never accept it. Every year, Thomas was invited to Thanksgiving. Christmas was reserved for his family's gathering in Philadelphia, returning to his patrician clan where career and success were all important, as it had been for 8 generations. This year, if successful, he would bring evidence of his accomplishments to be splashed across the major newspapers on the East Coast. "This is bullshit. We gotta get him a lawyer." Usually, calm in a storm, Gilmore slammed his beer bottle onto the table. "The court will get him one since he ain't got no money," said Ratter. "How can they be so stupid? Stamper was lying out back in the dirt, all busted up, or in the hospital in a goddamn coma when the girl got killed." Connor sat back listening to Ratter and Gilmore. "Something about all this stinks," Gilmore continued. "Nobody would talk to me and Sonny up in Modesto. It stinks, I tell you. Sheriff Turner told me the girl had rich parents, lots of pull in Sacramento. Bambo rarely sat with his customers, but this being the late afternoon lag time, he'd joined the 3 men. I'll bet the state police were just looking for a warm body to pin it on. Somebody no one would care much about." The men were sipping beer when Thomas Gentry walked in. Connor recognized him as the suit he'd seen in Stamper's hospital room. Thomas walked over to the men's table, pulled over a chair, sat, then laid out 4 business cards. He looked into the eyes of each man, twice at Connor, before speaking. "I can get Stamper out of jail, but the Bureau would like your help in another matter." Bambo pushed back from the table, made his way back to the bar, leaving the offered card on the table. "None of his business," Gentry said. "Artie was an informant for us, helping us with—" Connor rose, fists clenched, knocked over his chair. Bottles thudded to the floor and rolled off the table, trails of amber fluid foaming. Pointing his finger, he shouted, "What the hell did you do? He's just a fucking kid. God damn it, I ought to wring your fucking neck." Gilmore and Ratter grabbed Connor, held him against the wall. Gilmore growled, more toward Thomas than Connor. "Let's see what this G-man has to say before we bury him in the desert." Shrugging off the loosened grip of his friends, Connor strode to the door. "Fuck you," he shouted over his shoulder before palm slamming the door open. He roared off to shed his heat into the wind. Thomas stared at the door. "Doesn't he know I'm trying to help?" he asked. Ratter glowered. "Connor sponsored Stamper when he joined. Now, how about you tell us what you came to say and get the hell out?" The table and chairs were set aright, fallen bottles kicked to the side. Bambo hadn't moved from his station behind the bar. Thomas gave bare-bone details of what Stamper had found. After finishing his outline, after stating what the FBI hoped to achieve with their help, after Ratter asked for something in writing, Thomas told them which clubs in the Modesto area might have been involved in beating Stamper and why he'd been targeted. Thomas went over to the bar, giving time for Ratter and Gilmore to digest and let things settle. After finishing a Coke, he received a nod, then placed the call. Coming back to the table, not sitting, Thomas announced, "I'm going up to Sacramento to give Stamper a ride home." He didn't know the dogs had the same information he'd given them. Thomas hadn't told them everything. Nothing about the Roland Trucking Company or gun running. Trust must be earned. He didn't understand that it was a two-way street with these men. After Thomas left, Ratter looked at Gilmore, wrapped both hands around his beer bottle, picked at the paper label with his thumbnail, looked at the signed, precisely lettered, handwritten note listing them as unpaid informants. "Assets," the paper said. "Looks like we're going to Vegas." Robert Washman, senior agent in charge of the San Francisco field office, called the California State Police chief from an air-conditioned office on the 10th floor overlooking the Presidio. Washman held an intense dislike toward involving state and local law enforcement in FBI business. They never seemed to understand what it took to build a federal case. The hundreds of office hours, research, coordination with other field offices, ensuring no one and nothing escaped a carefully crafted perimeter of the law before the black suit and tie agents made an arrest. FBI agents weren't beat cops, weren't patrol officers buzzing about keeping the peace by their noticeable presence, making sure the civilians knew they were being watched if only for a few seconds, using radios to ensnare their running quarry. The FBI used researchers, wiretaps, laboratories, and Justice Department lawyers. Their conversation, cordial on the surface, ignored the pressure the FBI could bring. Considering the timeline, both agreed Stamper could not be the guilty party. The chief, wanting to be rid of this case, said, "One of my commanders took things too far, but by then we'd notified the governor. I'm sure our investigation will exonerate the man." "Well, you see, Phil, there's the problem. We don't want any further investigation regarding Mr. Stamper. We don't want an investigation anywhere near Fillmore or the folks with whom Mr. Stamper is associated. The young woman's murder was a professional hit, not something a drunk motorcyclist would pull. In fact, we'd like to bring you into a larger investigation centering on Stockton. I'm sure your people have got wind of some shady goings-on there, and we don't want to be tripping over each other. If you send a liaison, we can include him in the task force, keep the lines of communication open, prevent working at cross purposes." Washman didn't tell the chief the Stockton task force, investigating cross-state insurance fraud, comprised 2 junior agents working part-time on the case. He didn't tell him the real target area was Modesto. He didn't tell him the state police had leakers selling information to criminals. The chief wasn't aware of any goings-on in Stockton, leaving him disturbed at the implication the FBI had one up on him. He'd been agitated about redirecting his assets away from Sacramento to investigate the girl's murder at the governor's request. More than a request. "Look into it for me, Phil," the governor had said, meaning he'd better find the culprit or, failing that, use anyone he could find. Just get the parents off his back. Phil wasn't fond of creating evidence, but sometimes it was a useful tool. "Yeah, I'll send someone. But it'll be difficult to smooth this over with the press and the governor's office. Just give them the wrong guy's story. Tell them Mr. Stamper was in the hospital, in a coma, then for surgery and recovery, but don't tell them the circumstances of his injuries. I'm willing to offer you a Judas goat in Sacramento, a straightforward case, ready for prosecution. You can use the arrest as a pivot point in your press release. It's a black-and-white bribery and union bid-rigging case. Nothing to do with this other investigation. I'll have the file sent to you today." Chapter 8. Labor Day Weekend. Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes. Rob Siltanen. Stamper gouged the gravel with his feet, not looking at the dog's leader. "Are you fucking stupid?" Ratter asked. "You ain't going, and that's that. Somebody already tried to off you. You'd be recognized. You need to lie low till we get this figured out. God damn, you ain't even got all the stitches out yet. I can take care of myself. Look, damn it, you were almost beat to death. That little girl took you out. Took you out for a reason. Now she's dead, don't you remember? Or do you still have a concussion?" 12 motorcycles rested in formation in Gutter's parking lot. Packed, gassed, ready to ride. The sun was low, resting on the backs of the riders prepared for the 300-mile run to Las Vegas for the annual Labor Day motorcycle rally. Every year, thousands of riders descended on the Nevada desert to take over the fairgrounds for races, hill climbs, and parties. Ratter, Connor, and Gilmore were the only ones who knew about the other things the road dogs would do in Vegas. Engines roared. Black and chrome machines wheeled onto the road, 2 rows in staggered ranks, rumbling, shaking the air. Ratter took the lead. The road wind cleansed them, feeding the freedom of feet no longer touching ground, claiming the road in 100-yard stretches. Connor's thumb covered the small notch he'd made in the rubber throttle grip as he rotated his wrist for more gas, more speed, more purpose. The girl's murder brought back memories, twisted his guts, giving a new voice to the dead, to those who had rested quietly in his brain, waking them. Victorville, Barstow, and Baker were passing blurs. Gas and piss stops at isolated stations suited the club better than those in the town centers. They found room to spread out and stretch their legs in those small places, avoiding civilians. In the night, from 20 miles out, they saw the haze dome of noisy light, man's artificial stamp in the primal desert dark. Before midnight, the road dogs passed through the gates of the brightly lit fairgrounds. They staked out an area along the fence line, near a roofed pavilion to shade their bivouac in the afternoons, claiming a stretch larger than they needed away from the food trailers, apart from the stink of the line of brick restrooms, not caring about making room for Saturday morning's arrivals. Gilmore stopped at the gate to register the club. As he paid the camp fee, he looked over the list of those here and those yet to arrive, making note of the clubs coming from the Modesto area and a few others. When Gilmore joined his squad, he met with Connor and Ratter. Connor handed him a beer from the cooler in the trunk of Handy's car. Gilmore reached for the offered can of beer. He made 2 punches using an opener he kept on his keychain, one big, then a smaller one on the other side of the rim. After 3 guzzles, he began his briefing. 3 from the Modesto area, including your friend Willie's club. 2 clubs from Frisco we should avoid. Gilmore handed the scribbled list to Ratter. "The Snakes and Travelers are here too. Let's go for a walk," said Ratter. They passed among their men, who were downing beers, laughing, chowing down, and rag-wiping their bikes. They moved past the end of the pavilion, past tarps being thrown up, walked into the narrow gap between the stage of the elevated open building and the fence line. The men faced left and right as they talked, watching for eavesdroppers. In a low voice, Ratter said, "Let the boys get the road off their minds. Let 'em get settled in. Tomorrow we'll split into 3 groups. One will stay here, the other 2 will go to the races and hill climbs. We can rotate groups on Sunday." "The boys who stay behind ain't gonna like it much," said Gilmore. "Tough shit. Tell 'em there's a bikini contest. Tell 'em we're spreading some goodwill. That's what the extra beer is for. I'll stay here tomorrow. Which one of you wants the races?" Connor remembered hastily called conferences of sergeants, corporals, and privates. Words shared, questions asked, decisions made. Stay low, maintain your separation. Don't move if you're hit. Wait for help. There would be no help here if they were tagged as FBI informants, a taste sitting bitter on Connor's tongue. Not his war, not his battle, but Ratter had decided, and Connor would follow. Other thoughts came unbidden to his mind, of Kenosha, of the day he carried his dog home after she'd been hit by a truck, lying limp in his arms, seemingly unharmed. No blood, head lolling, glassy death eyes. He cursed those days of his pre-teen years, too young to stay away from home past dark, forced to watch night drinking, hear the howls, the spittle-flinging fights between mother and father. He didn't want to make this trip. Jeanette had planned for the family to spend the long weekend at her mother's in Santa Clarita. She wanted to let the boys run around in a yard carpeted with cool grass, under the old shade trees where she'd read her books drinking lemonade. Let the boys eat hot dogs until their stomachs could hold no more before running again, carefree, safe, inside the fence. Her unmet desire hurt Connor to the bone, but he had to go, had to be with his squad. Connor's thoughts fought. No, it's not the same. Not the same at all. I don't live with them, don't breathe with them, don't bed down in the dark with them. Maybe Jeanette was right. Time to move on. Except, growing older, shuck off the old jacket, put on the new one with family commander stripes, plain, working man clothes. Family man clothes. The clothes voters wear. After this is over, after this one last hill to climb, but when would there not be one more hill? When would the battles end? Chapter 9. Jeanette's Afternoon. But most of all, I like the flowers of summer. They seem to last longer than the blooms of spring. Rona Defoe Harrison. Songs of Summer Rain. Before she married Connor, the summer of 1947 had been Jeanette's season of excitement. Blossoming from a high school girl living in her mother's house into a woman with a job, sharing a small apartment, it was her summer of love, or whatever hormonal responses passed for it. Connor was her first, she told him, a gentle lie, a forced self-image, a fake claim meant for supposed male expectations. If Connor knew, he didn't seem to care. Jeanette's mother told her he needed civilizing, just like her father had in their early years. She considered it a mother's task to pass down experienced advice. Be patient, but persistent. Make a steady push toward civilized domestication. Now, there were 2 children, 2 sons. The first arrived 7 months after they married, and the second son came a year later. The fast currents of infatuated love, the thrill, the needs brought by physical attraction, flowed into a deeper, placid partnership that worked for them. Like a rusty screwdriver at the bottom of a toolbox, it wasn't shiny anymore, but it served well. Fit their hands, a familiar, less frenetic rush in the wind. She rarely rode Bitch on his rear fender seat anymore, but she still participated in club gatherings, playing a senior wife's role. Her waitress job kept her slim and helped her hold to a pledge of never getting the spread like her mother. Jeanette didn't miss having nice things, new things, or envy-creating things. Her mother and her grandmother never had them. She and her friends rarely sported more than a few trinkets from Woolworths. Before the war, every adult remembered the Great Depression. They lived in its lingering effects. Jeanette's generation had been born into those. The Santa Clarita wind blew cooler in her mother's neighborhood of old houses and tree-lined streets. The water-greened landscape stood in stark contrast with the adobe-baked bare dirt and brittle scrub of Fillmore. "Mom, isn't Barbara coming down for the weekend? Your sister called last night. Said they wouldn't be able to make it. Something about Daniel's work." Bullshit, Jeanette thought. She knew Daniel's dental practice didn't include weekends, especially long weekends, when his receptionist, a position her sister once filled, and his dental assistant would insist on time off. During her high school years, Jeanette remembered Barbara as a selfish, demanding teenager, even as their father staggered along his final downward spiral, family income gone, savings drying up. Standing side by side in the kitchen, Jeanette said, "Let me finish these up, Mom. Go enjoy the shade. There's a pleasant breeze just now. Keep an eye on the boys for me. I'll bring out some iced coffee when I'm done." Jeanette knew the boys were fine, playing in the backyard, the shed locked. They couldn't reach the latch on the fence gate and were too short to reach the lowest tree branches. Jeanette remembered those being closer to the ground and thinner when she was their age. The once high ceilings of the house seemed lower now, her mother shorter, days not as delicious or as secure as they'd once been. Without comment, her mother accepted the excuse why Connor hadn't come along, believing Jeanette's lies as quickly as she had Barbara's. Perhaps she preferred it. No interlopers. Drying the last dish, putting away the last pan under the counter, Jeanette remembered how her mother never used a drying rack. It's just plain lazy to use those. Might just as well dry them and put them away. Then you're done. No need to come back to finish. The ladies in her mother's circle took pride in spotless kitchens. Doilies placed just so on armrests in the room some still called the parlor. Clean white tablecloths. They pushed carpet sweepers, dusted, and straightened up for hours each day, a career they took seriously lest some other woman sniggered behind their back. God forbid you were seen with smudged or frayed white gloves at church or downtown. Jeanette glanced out the screen door at her mother settling into an Adirondack chair under the poplar trees, leaves rattling, rustling in the breeze. The spot had been a favorite of her father's, sitting next to his wife in the cool evenings. He'd planted the trees and placed the chairs before Jeanette was born, always reminding his daughters the poplars would grow tall and straight given time and care, providing more shade every year. Her father's unspoken message: plan ahead if you want a better future. Smoothing her apron, Jeanette knew she'd not taken the advice. Her sister had, but the results seemed artificial to her, too mechanically followed. No room for real life. Removing a calendar notebook from her purse, Jeanette walked to the phone and dialed the second number below her sister's name. She waited 20 seconds, listening to the ring, knowing there would be no answer at Daniel Forrester's dental office. Then she dialed Barbara's home number, and the same results came back. Jeanette didn't tell her mother, who depended on Barbara's monthly check, a paid penance or lever her sister could pull whenever she wanted. Don't make waves on calm water, thought Jeanette. Jeanette steadied herself with daydreams of the future about Connor, now third supervisor. She dreamed about him getting another promotion and then becoming the lead foreman. Dreams of the day he stopped riding, stopped splitting his attention family and work were all a man really needed. A family for stability and comfort. A career for the pride of accomplishment and relevance. Until he was ready, she saw it as her job to steer the first and his to grow into the second. Someday, her mother would need more than Barbara provided. Jeanette wanted to be ready, with a house and means to care for her when the time came. On the stove, the percolator bubbled dark brown liquid in the glass knob top. She opened the refrigerator and took out an ice tray, pulling the metal lever to free the cubes from the aluminum tray and cracks and splinters. Pushing aside dreams and worries, Jeanette decided she would enjoy the rest of her day off before taking the breakfast and lunch shift at the diner tomorrow. Her mother could take care of the boys, let them stay up late tonight, listen to the radio, to Sky King and the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. Tire them out so they'd sleep in. A kiddie matinee was playing at the Grand tomorrow afternoon. Later, when the boys were napping, she'd leave to do her mother's grocery shopping and pick up a few things for herself. But today was a day for sitting in the sun, enjoying the breeze. "Jeanette," a voice called from behind. She turned away from the rack of displayed tomatoes and found Robert Hanks, a quizzical look on his face, then recognition. Running into an old boyfriend hadn't been in Jeanette's mind as she walked the aisles, reading labels, checking prices. Jeanette smiled. In the 10th grade, they'd experimented with deciphering the opposite sex mind and body. First kisses, followed by frightened fondling through clothing. Then underneath, hearts racing, sweaty hands, practicing putting their best foot forward. Boot camp for the more mature steps in what passed for romance. They'd lost touch when his family moved away the next year. His father tapped to become a government supervisor for the new military construction near San Diego. A pleasant surprise encounter between old friends who still recognized each other, who shared uncomplicated teenage memories, the rough edges smoothed by time. Before Jeanette spoke, Robert remarked, "Wow, you still look like the same pretty high school girl I once knew." A pleasant warmth filled Jeanette's core, not quite making it to the blush stage. His words differed from compliments of men at the diner. His were genuine, of the moment, not meant for more than they were. They chatted. He recommended the small coffee shop and bakery next to the market to catch up. It seemed the perfect place to reminisce. Jeanette reasoned it safe, in the open, not a hidden rendezvous. Not really a rendezvous at all. Walking out of the chilly market air into late afternoon warmth, Jeanette asked, "Are you living here now?" "No, just visiting for the weekend. Aunt, uncle, and a few cousins. You?" "Visiting my mother." Quickly adding, "Just me and the boys. Connor well, he couldn't make it this time." Robert held open the door. She picked a corner table. Both ordered coffee, his iced, hers hot, extra cream. The coffee shop had counter service, no waitress. Robert paid. At the table, Jeanette lifted her cup, took a small sip, a reason to look away from his virile face, his smile. He was taller than she remembered. In the liquid made blonde by cream, the wavy reflection of her eyes looked back at her, glared a warning about guilty pleasures. Suddenly, seeing yourself, even a small part, isn't the same as inspecting your double in a mirror. Caught glimpses are startling. A split second is needed before you recognize yourself. Unexpected, intrusive, rarely flattering. Jeanette looked out the window, seeking distraction to prevent small wanderings from becoming larger ones, for time enough to put them in their proper place, into the past. Listening to Robert's voice, his presence never left her mind's eye. Turning back to Robert was a conflicted act, a rebellious act of indulgence. "I heard you were married. Sandra told me. Saw her the other day. Boy, has she filled out," Robert said, puffing out his cheeks, laughing, making Jeanette smile as she remembered the adolescent antics he used to put on to amuse her. Clumsy teenage performances meant to impress, catch her attention. Acts she'd enjoyed, remembered thirsting for. "Are you married?" Jeanette asked. No ring on his finger, but not all married men wore them. Robert leaned forward, bringing their orbits closer, increasing the warmth in Jeanette's core. "Not yet. The job keeps me on the road a lot. I'm the regional representative for the Central California Appliance Association. Lucky to get in with them right out of college. My father knew some people at the association. He bought a lot through them on government contracts, but I earn my keep. I'm living in San Jose now." Laughing again. "I think I've visited every appliance store from there to Bakersfield." His laugh made Jeanette's come out, tempered. Not the way she really wanted it, too public a place for that. Instead, afraid to show her need for such a release, she produced something simpler, controlled. Still, it felt good to laugh. Felt nice to be with the handsome man sitting across from her. Robert sat erect, slightly forward, broad-shouldered. Jeanette remembered how he felt. Remembered those blue eyes. The feel of his lips on hers, his hands on her body. She fended off the urge to touch those hands, resting on the table a few inches from hers. An offering? Jeanette pushed her mind away from missed opportunities, told herself she was being silly. She wasn't a schoolgirl anymore. Jeanette built a wall and steered her mind to a less intimate channel. All the travel must be interesting, but someday you're going to want a family, won't you? Plenty of time for that. In another 5 years, I'll be higher up the ladder. No more travel. Say, if you ever get up near San Francisco, give me a call. We can get together. Bring your husband, of course. Of course. With enough notice, I can rearrange my travel schedule to be home. Holding out his business card, brushing her hand, he pointed. My home number is the one on the bottom. Jeanette took the card like she'd been dealt an ace from the bottom of the deck at the blackjack table. She tucked the card into the coin pocket of her purse, snapped it shut. Jeanette had lost touch with old school friends soon after she married. Unlike her mother's acquaintances, hers slipped away by neglect. 2 years ago, her mother forwarded the 5-year reunion announcement for her class. Jeanette didn't attend. In another 3 years, her 10th reunion would come around on the calendar. She knew the ones who would show up would be like Robert, those who had made something of themselves in the intervening years, or the girls who married money. To Jeanette, they were the same thing, out of reach for her. San Jose wasn't far from her sister's house. They'd not seen each other for more than a year. A perfectly good reason to go up there to see her and maybe see Robert again. Talk about old times, old friends. She knew Connor wouldn't want to go. He didn't care for Barbara or Daniel. Robert walked her to her car, opened the door, gave her a friendly hug, a kiss on the cheek. Driving back to her mother's, Jeanette realized she hadn't filled her grocery list. She'd bagged nothing but questions and tempered desires. On her way, she stopped at another market. Chapter 10. Patrol. General Sherman said war is hell. He was wrong. War is purgatory, reliving the same day over and over. Hell is where you end up after the war, living or dead. Benjamin Langford, quoted in Life magazine. December 9th, 1944. In the snow, in the slow-motion timescape of war, Berlin seemed a long way off. A shifting wisp image in the fog on the horizon, far across a roaring river, over imagined mountains, impassable and impossible for a foot soldier's mind to comprehend. Icy fingers snapped. Then a hand wave. Contact front. The platoon spread out along an upslope, just below the peak of another hill. Another forest, in Belgium or the Netherlands, Connor wasn't sure, then remembered they were in Germany, east of the Hurtgen forest, part of a major First Army offensive. There are no lines on the ground marking borders, just muddy brown snow from troop movements. Connor heard the taking of Luxembourg to the south was easier than Aachen, but facing him was another hill, in another country, layered in white in the early morning of another probing advance. Platoons spread too thin. He hoped they wouldn't be digging any more foxholes. In the Army's advance, they short-shoveled so many of those he doubted there were over 200 square feet without one in the long stretch they'd fought through. Artillery shells landed in successive barrages a few miles ahead, pounding the German strongholds. Connor wondered when they'd see reality and give up. In answer, the Germans sent shells over their heads into the Allies' lines. Maybe it was safer to be out here this far ahead, he thought. No exploding trees, no screams, no concussions. Without looking back, Sergeant Dela Cruz showed 4 spread fingers, then walked 2. On foot, 4 Germans. A scouting party looking for the American front and weak points mirroring Connor's platoon. The GIs moved up another few feet to peer over the edge, staying below the undergrowth. Stupid, Connor thought. The Germans were taking the easy path at the bottom of the gully, too close together, following a well-worn trail, thinking themselves safe, not feeling the kill zone as they came on. Rifle muzzles pointed downhill. Safeties clicked. 10 pairs of eyes plotted death. Without being told, each soldier marked their target from left to right. Connor ran his gloved fingers over the ribbed gouges on the stock of his rifle, a habit turned ritual. He added a new one yesterday for Goldman, gut shot, sent back, dead by now, he thought. Dela Cruz checked the line, then fired. 7 shots followed. Those harsh barks could be mistaken as one. The corpses danced until their brains told them they were dead, told them to lie down. Another single crack followed, killing a crawler, one arm grabbing the snow and dirt, inching forward, groaning, dragging a blood-spurting leg, leaving a red track in the snow. No prisoners today. Connor had taken the final shot. Fuck you. You ain't gonna be making any baby girls for your Nazi buddies to rape and murder. As the snow around the corpses turned red, mixing with the dirt churned up in their dying, the squad waited to see if nearby Germans were interested in the gunfire, curious enough to creep in for a look. Dela Cruz pointed at the latest replacements. You two, go down there. Search the bodies. Look for papers, maps. No souvenirs. Then get your ass back up here and make sure they're dead. When on the move, greenies took point, assigned the place of danger. NCOs gripped strong relationships with the longer-lived members of their units, a protective family. These were guys they shared back-home stories with, guys they ribbed and traded insults. The replacements were blank slates. Only time would earn them a place if they stayed alive long enough to move down from the exposed top of the death chain when more warm bodies with guns came along, after the Germans retired those who came before. The intel guys at Regiment HQ wanted papers. They liked papers and congratulated those who returned with them. Connor felt it was all they saw or wanted to see, all they cared about in the rear. A paper war, X's and O's, lines and arrows on a map. He'd seen maps like those, sanitized and published in the Army newspaper. Stars and stripes. A runner crouched ran up the hill while the bodies were searched, slamming down hard next to Delacruz. Lieutenant says to pull back. We're getting off the line. The 83rd is taking over this area. Battalion's gonna reform, restock in the rear. Out of breath, the runner's eyes gleamed. Hot chow, showers, beds by God, real beds. We're getting out of this fucking cold. Sergeant Delacruz signaled the body searchers to rejoin the squad. Nothing on 'em, said one. SS unit patches, said the other. Connor's mind drifted to his need for a new field jacket, new boots to replace the pair with a flapping sole held together by bent nails and wire to keep him from tripping. A winter overcoat would be nice, wool socks too. 4 pairs would be good to have for winter on the line. Connor stroked the wooden stock of his rifle, counting notches to see if they were still there. Comforted they were. After Aiken, his squad lost 2 in the meat grinder called the Hurtgen Forest. More were wounded from splintered trees blown apart by the artillery. A few contusions, a concussion, 1 lightly sprained ankle. His. Nobody asked for evac for those wounds. Not for things Doc could patch. Don't take your boot off, Doc told him. You'll never get it back on until the swelling goes down. Every medic was called Doc unless someone got shot. Then a loud cry for medic pierced the air. Connor saw them running across fields of fire, sprinting to foxholes, treating screaming soldiers with tourniquets, sulfa powder, bandages, and morphine. He thought about how he'd react to being shot. Decided he'd call out but not scream, not release the war beast curled up inside, facing the enemy. Running the scenario through his head, he'd yell, "Fuck!" then call for Doc if someone else hadn't. It was a settled thing. Just a matter of time before he caught one. A sure thing. Creeping along the line, dice rolling, taking numbers. His biggest fear was losing an arm or leg. A man would need them after the war. Connor was sure of that, but not much else. Life was simple on the line. Anything else was a distraction. That night, off the line, away from battle noise, in the first comfortable dark quiet he'd experienced in several months, the dead German girl visited Connor, sat up, pulled her torn skirt about her, asked him his name. Chapter 11. Chinatown. If you do it right, crime can be considered an art form. Lorenzo Moretti. Garbolo Family Capo. Thomas shut the door to his Spartan office where a government desk, chairs, and file cabinet held the terrain, nothing personal in view. He removed the thick Wonderland file from the cabinet, a case with the potential to make his career, move him up the Bureau's hierarchy, perhaps get him a transfer to D.C., to the head office. Thomas knew Mother would enjoy having him closer to home. He knew it could also blow up in his face if not carefully managed. By involving Stamper, he'd not only jeopardized a friend, but put himself out on a limb, not having authorization from his boss. Washman didn't need or want to know every investigative avenue his agents pursued, unless actionable intelligence emerged, or if it involved a politician. This case found both those elements: organized crime, connections to drugs from Mexico and the Far East. Then there were the theft rings involving illegal weapons distribution, profitable pipelines. This would be big, well beyond the field office's capabilities. Thomas needed to stay involved and not have the case handed over to a task force without his inclusion. Having information sources and a large body of personal knowledge would be indispensable to the Bureau's task force. The Mafia files from Washington he requested would arrive by courier tomorrow morning. Today, he'd continue sorting, studying, categorizing information, filling in the gaps on the histories of the prime players, trying to connect a few more dots, developing substantiated reasons to subpoena bank records, financial transactions, deeds, and company records, setting up a solid case for tracking the movement of people across borders. Wiretaps would be authorized. Another, thinner file sat on the right-hand corner of his desk. A Bureau notification. This month, the FBI created the Top Hoodlum program to address organized crime and racketeering. Thomas would use that prod to skewer some very influential people. Hours later, he closed the case folder, each piece of paper in its proper order, and locked it in the file cabinet. With a few minutes left before appointments, Thomas considered a more personal situation that might become professionally uncomfortable if not attended to. The FBI's Sex Deviates program, begun 2 years ago, was now in full swing, outing homosexuals and having them fired from government jobs if there was even a sniff of those activities in someone's personal life. In a few more years, questioning eyes would turn toward him. Being unmarried at 32 wasn't unusual at his career level, but Thomas knew he needed to pursue a life change, something one did in adult life. He needed to gain an attachment, an educated one, with social graces acceptable to his family in Philadelphia. He had to find a woman willing to follow him as his career bloomed, follow him in each transfer, be a hostess and homemaker. Thomas's personal social life comprised a symbiotic relationship with Amanda Zaleski, a 27-year-old professor at San Francisco State University. They shared dinners, movies, and a bed once or twice a month. For each, the other was a showpiece escort for social affairs, a connection with no other demands, entanglements, or sense of future. After earning his master's degree, the few women he had dated for appearances were at first enthralled he was an FBI agent. They lost those feelings when they learned he was more stoic than most men his age. They wanted excitement, followed by a proposal, not an intellectually engaging conversational time. They'd seen too many crime movies, had imagined shootouts, roughing up criminals, the life of a secret agent instead of the beige reality of conducting grinding, plodding research, calculated interviews, and consultations with Justice Department attorneys. It's time to elevate Amanda to a pre-fiancé role, Thomas thought. He would allow her to pursue her career, meaning there would be no children until she received tenure. After that, it would be too late. They would be settled into a smooth, childless couple life by then. Maybe one child if Amanda wished. He'd leave it up to her, but only one. His mother would expect grandchildren, but his brother and sister had filled the basket well enough for him to endure a few inquisitions on the matter before he would politely tell her to drop the subject. Thomas preferred having a comfortable apartment in the city versus a house in the suburbs. No lawn to mow. Growing up, he'd never mowed a lawn, had never done the other things most homeowners found needful. His father's servants were tasked with those, or tradesmen were hired for mechanical things. Putting those thoughts aside, he pushed his arms through his shoulder holster sling and snapped it in place. He then inspected himself in the small office mirror. Thomas adjusted his collar and tie, checked everything was correctly set, gig line straight, no loose threads. He brushed off a piece of imagined lint from his lapel before realizing it was a spot on the mirror, used his handkerchief to rub out the imperfection on the glass. With everything in order, he stepped into the outer office of secretaries, accountants, and junior agents, stopping at a desk just past his door. "Rhonda, I'll be out for the rest of the day." "Yes, sir. If someone asks, where should I say you've gone?" "I'll be at the San Francisco Library, then City Hall, Records Department. I'm taking Agent Williams with me. Won't be back until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. Williams should be back today. Washman has my schedule." Agent Williams and Thomas made their way to the parking garage, where a black sedan with plain hubcaps and government plates waited to take them to a digging session of information archaeology, peeling back layers, looking for missing data, and finding out why and how it had been buried under landfills of lawyerly sleight of hand. There were always tracks, sometimes faint, sometimes walked over, but they were there if you looked close enough from different angles. At 7 p.m., Thomas walked into the Central Division of the San Francisco Police Department, looking for Detective Sergeant Andrews. He'd been invited along for a sweep through Chinatown to scoop up a few street hoods Andrews believed could be turned into informants, those who could finger the ones higher in the drug trade chain. Cat and mouse. Catch and release on a leash of threatened speedy trials and certain prison time if their quarry rebelled. "Hey, Tom, glad you could make it," his fishing partner said. Last year, they'd met on a pier, finding themselves standing side by side in the row of others lined up along the rail, dropping baited hooks. They had engaged in the obligatory conversation about which bait and lures they were using, their brand of rod and reel, beautiful day for fishing, shaking hands, finding they were both in law enforcement. Sergeant Andrews was 7 years older and married with 2 children. Once a month, he invited Thomas to his home for dinner. Thomas fended off Andrews' wife's attempts to set him up with her single girlfriends with "I'm seeing someone." Thomas thought the children were too noisy and too low to the ground. Sticky humans, not fully formed. One of them asked him why he never brought his wife. Children are tenacious investigators. Happy to tag along, Sam. This fits into one of my cases. Drug trafficking, though not Chinatown specifically. I want to see the bottom where the stuff lands, get a feel for it, learn the street talk. Well, you'll get all of it tonight. We also have a midnight appointment with the elders of the Hoi Chung Tong. 2 plainclothes officers will be with us, so hang back if it gets rough and ditch the tie. Make yourself look like a tourist who's slumming. Thomas watched Sergeant Andrews forcefully hold a young man against the alley wall, an alley that smelled of grease and garbage, undefinable grit underfoot. "I know you got some on you, you little shit, but I'm not gonna bust you this time. Just checking in, you know. Word is the Hoi Chung Tong's getting interested in you. Don't like you selling in their neighborhood. I can get them to lay back for the right information." "Anything you say, Officer Andrews," the skinny, acne-faced punk replied. "You know I always come through." Pushing the pusher harder against the rough brick, Andrews said, "Yeah, well, this time I want more than crumbs. I want to know what ship is bringing in the next load. And I don't mean the small shit the crews smuggle. I want a big shipment this time. Got it?" Yeah, I got it. Won't be easy, but I'll find out." Releasing his informant, Andrews stepped back, smoothed the small man's shirt and lapels, then issued his last notice before allowing the cowed man to go on his way. 4 days, Lee. 4 days. Thomas watched the dealer slip between the alley guards. "Do you think he'll get you the information?" Andrews shrugged. "That, or he'll be dead, suits me either way. There's always more like him. They're like rats. Someone's gonna talk, and I don't care who. Policing this city isn't the clean hands stuff you guys in the Bureau do. We get down on their level, in the muck, smell their stink." Andrews turned out of the alley. "I'm hungry. Let's get a bite to eat. I know a place that won't poison us." Chinatown comes to its most authentic expression when the sun goes down. It's then the bright Chinese character neon signs let you know you've walked into a strangely transformed land, one that tolerates your presence while happily accepting your money. As they walked, Thomas glanced down the street, at the clouds of steam issuing from dozens of small, open-faced eateries, looked at the strung-up, red-rind half-carcasses of gutted pigs, at whole chickens trussed up, at the large glass tanks of live squirmy things extracted from the sea, lines of whole dead fish on ice, eyes staring, ancient grandmother's fan waving away flies. It was a circus of cooks, servers, woks, and boiling pots in an industrial flurry. Rice and noodles were flung to bowls and plates in transit. In this unsanitary row, the food aromas were intriguing, even appealing. When they sat down, Thomas ordered tea, hoping it had been boiled. Andrews showed his love for noodle dishes, the spicy hot ones, using chopsticks like he'd been born to it, holding the white bowl under his chin as he ate, stopping only to spear a dumpling from a bowl of thin soup. Thomas's eyes stung from the foreign aroma. As he ate, Andrews continued Thomas's education in the underbelly of local crime. In mid-chew, Andrews leaned out, looked down the street. Something caught the detective's eye. He waited, then stuck his leg out, tripping a runner. The plain-clothed beat cops at the next table jumped from their seats and held the man to the grimy cement sidewalk. Thomas heard, then saw an older Chinese man yelling, in pursuit of the runner. Out of breath, the old man pointed at the man lying at his feet, gave him a kick. Andrews waved to a young man behind his family's night business counter, beckoning for a translator. Leaving his seat, he stood over the restrained man. "Pull his sleeve up, the left one. Let me see his forearm," he told the cops. "Huh, not triad." Turning to Thomas, he pointed at the underside of the suspect's arm. "No tattoo, no triangle. Okay, get him up, boys." On hearing the English version of the old man's complaint, Andrews returned a roll of money after counting it for his report. The street thief, roughly handcuffed, was dragged to his feet, taken into custody, taken to booking for first-degree aggravated robbery. He'd had a knife in his pocket. Approving nods came from nearby food stall vendors. The Tong elders' meeting was still more than an hour away, time enough to roust another street thug or two. During war duty in the Pacific, Thomas never took the occasion to engage with the locals or prisoners collected in the islands during the sweep north to the Japanese home islands, never ate the local food or learned how they lived. But he knew enough not to be surprised when Andrews removed his shoes, aligning them just so in an anteroom off the front entrance to the Hoi Chung Tong's sky-blue-painted three-story building. Thomas did the same, feeling vulnerable in the act. Andrews told an attendant they had an appointment, a Chinese name Thomas didn't catch. They waited in the vestibule for less than a minute before a young man in an expensive black silk suit entered. Andrews seemed to know him, shook his hand, asked him about his grandfather's health. He introduced Agent Thomas Gentry to Ling Hoi. Pleasantries over. Ling led them to a set of stairs. Thomas saw an elevator, wondered why they were taking the stairs. He later learned the mechanical conveyance was reserved for the elders. On the third floor, Ling opened the only door on the landing without knocking. Thomas followed Andrews and Ling into a large, dimly lit room of red walls and gold accents. Tall brass urns stood guard in the corners, and large lettered silk wall hangings he couldn't decipher. Happy life, long life, kill your enemies perhaps. Potted ferns acted as a guide path to a low table where three elderly, gray-bearded men with grayer skin sat sunken into and surrounded by large embroidered cushions. Thomas followed Andrew's lead, bowing to the elders before taking the offered seat. Moments of silence passed before two young women in blue silk robes entered through a side door. Their dark hair was pulled high and held in place by ornate hairpins and blue ribbons, further adorned by finely detailed embellishments. Taking small, precise steps, neither woman spoke. They kept their eyes downcast, carried trays with small porcelain cups and closed-lidded pots of steaming tea. The women knelt at each end of the table. Ling uttered a low, one-syllable word, giving permission to pour. They ladled tea from pots to cups in perfect synchronous motion and set one in front of each man. Emulating Andrews, Thomas used two hands to lift his cup to his lips, took a small sip, then gently placed it on the dark, lacquered table. Satisfied, the women rose silently, leaving the men to their privacy. The eldest of the ancient men nodded at Ling, his cup untouched. Ling, facing the elders, said, "My grandfather conveys his pleasure. The night is pleasant." Andrews bowed slightly, responding, "May his family ascend and prosper in influence." Thomas listened to this strange conversation, a rehearsed formality for closing an agreement between Andrews and the Tong leaders. The three elders took their cups, sipped, then settled them in their place. Andrews, Ling, and Thomas followed suit. "My grandfather wishes the nights to be more serene." "We have the same desire," responded Andrews. Ling dropped the faux translation and faced Andrews. "More and more ships are coming in. bringing drugs, infesting our neighborhoods, destroying our families. The streets are becoming unsafe for our children. We've talked before about the streets, given you information. Now we want action at the ports. We have men there who can identify shipments. My grandfather wants those to stop before other tongs become further intoxicated with their profitability. I can arrange a meeting with the port authorities. Andrews nodded toward Thomas. I'm sure the FBI will want to help. Perhaps the three of us can hold a less formal meeting next week. Guns. Thomas wanted to talk about outgoing shipments but held those to himself. The FBI had gotten nowhere in talks with the dock unions. He wanted more than to interdict a few loads. He wanted to strangle, collapse the entire operation, and cut the head off the snake. Chapter 12. Las Vegas. Step right up, spin the wheel, be a winner. Benny Fontaine. Funtime Carnival. Not going to the races? Ratter asked his old friend Willie, his counterpart with the Wheelers. Nah, staying at the fairgrounds. Just gonna kick back, drink some beer. Getting too old to scoot around in the masses. Looks like you're doing about the same. The two men sat on small camp stools next to Willie's bike, under a stretched canvas snapping against tie-downs in answer to occasional breezes. Ratter reached down, brushed the dust from the toe of one boot, then looked at Willie with a definite purpose, eager to discuss more than the weather. One of ours got slammed a few weeks ago, beat up bad. Put him in the hospital. Yeah? Anyone I know? Maybe. Young one named Stamper. He was up your way for a few months before he came back to Fillmore. Got jumped his first night back. Willie continued to stare at the ground, then lifted his head to look around, choosing any direction but Ratter's eyes. Don't know him. Was he running with a club in Modesto? Off and on, mostly working to get a roll. You know who did it? Ratter hesitated. It might be too soon, if ever, to reveal the information Agent Gentry provided. Too soon to be seen on the hunt for retribution. Not yet. Some bitch laid him out before he could see who it was. They were from a club, that's for sure. Took his patches. Willie finally met Ratter's eyes. No shit. Yeah, no shit. We think they're from your area since he just got back from Modesto. Anything hinky going on up your way, Willie? Ratter saw evidence of fleeting conflict pass across Willie's face, quickly concealed by a bland expression. An internal struggle between wanting to say something to his friend and the need to stay silent about what he might know, wanting to turtle in. Ratter didn't let him off the hook easily. They killed the girl, the one who clocked him. Same ones who beat Stamper. She was from up your way, too. The state police are involved. Gonna be a lot of heat in your neck of the woods. Ratter didn't tell his friend about the FBI. Willie leaned over, reached for another beer bottle, thumb-rubbing the label, feeling the chill, but not opening it yet. Yeah, some nasty shit is stirring up. Don't want our club to get involved. What kind of shit, Willie? Mob shit, drug shit, leave no wounded shit? Rather than press Willie further, the men spent the next few hours talking over old times, playing the remember when game to tighten their bond, affirm their brotherhood. Willie's wife brought them plates of food. Saturday night, Gilmore strode into the Road Dogs camp with his trademark swagger, a souvenir of the war bullet that shattered his right thigh bone, now metal-pinned with a 6-inch rod, leaving him with an awkward imbalance. He imagined his walk was like John Wayne's manly gait. Finding Ratter and Connor, he gave his report. The Snake Eyes are over there. Looks like a goddamn perimeter setup. One way in, one way out. Guys from other clubs been drifting through by themselves or in pairs, not staying long. Deals are going down, sure of that. I cornered one as he came out. Asked him if he knew where I could get some good shit. He said the Snake Eyes got anything I wanted. Speedball, pure horse, weed, cocaine. Find out anything at the hill climb? Connor asked. No. Kinda hard to ask questions without spilling the beans. Some snake eyes were there, but they're not interested in talking, and neither are the guys from the Travelers. But we got one of their drunks alone by asking to see his bike. He'd been talking real proud of it. Said knew the girl who was killed. Said she'd been a good piece, or so he'd heard. Cops up there are asking questions. Every snake eye is sporting brand new rides. Top of the line, custom jobs. Yeah, Connor said. About the same at the races. Maybe we can loosen a few tongues tonight. Yeah, maybe, said Ratter. Maybe tomorrow. Put the word out to stay away from the snakes and Travelers. Let's get in line. Blinks is flippin' burgers, and I like mine rare. Connor motored up with 3 other dogs trailing. The hill climb area was a mile-long street festival, a cordoned-off stretch of desert on the approach to a 40-foot-tall mound of packed earth created for the event. Open-sided concession tents with food, beer, and vendors selling anything motorcycle-related lined each side. Runs at the hill were segregated by motorcycle category. The serious contenders had special dirt-digging tires mounted fore and aft. Lightweight rides with special shocks. Bikers crowded the foot of the hill to see who made it furthest, who crashed, who broke an arm or a leg. Pickup trucks stood by to ferry the injured to the hospital or load up damaged bikes. Dismounting, the road dogs angled into the crowd. Connor took point, looking for the Legion Club from Lodi, north of Modesto. He found one rider he knew and was told that Modesto was becoming a hellhole he avoided. Said all the good women had left most of the clubs. Nothing but hollow-eyed skanks left. An hour later, under one of the beer tents, Connor studied a mid-size air-conditioned produce truck parked in the lot. 2 snake eyes stood guard near the closed back end. Connor watched as they rolled the door up a foot or two, receiving 2 loaf bread-sized packages from someone inside. The packages were handed off to a runner. Handy, you and Windsor follow that guy. Just let me know where he goes. A damn truck full of shit. He wondered who was in the back. 30 yards away, a group of snakes and Travelers stood, arms crossed, leaders arguing. A rift, something the FBI might be interested in. He wanted to get this over with. Do this thing, pay off Stamper's release, then sever ties with the G-Man. Feeling disgusted, dirty about cooperating with the man who had taken advantage of a friendship with Stamper, Connor left his men to enjoy the activities. He rode back to the fairground to kill time, before the ride back to Fillmore on Monday, back to Jeanette, back to his boys, his home ground. Eyes had been watching Connor and the road dogs, followed their colors. Those eyes were told to note what they did, who they talked to, where they went. Chapter 13, Faculty. We are what we pretend to be, so we must be careful about what we pretend to be. Kurt Vonnegut. Thomas took this as any other assignment. Nothing personal, nothing overly meaningful. Played the role of escort for Amanda to a faculty Labor Day gathering to ring in the fall semester. Dozens of men in open-necked sports shirts and light gray wool slacks mingled with women in sundresses, wide-brimmed hats, and summer sandals. Like Amanda, a few women, the bravest ones, wore slacks and blouses. Thomas found them an interesting study as they straddled the gender clothing divide. Chimeras collecting over-the-shoulder looks from women who wondered about those mavericks' sexual preferences, looks of disdain and mild resentment of their flaunting too much independence, a self-assurance that moved them too far from accepted norms. From the edge, Thomas admired Amanda's stride and confidence in this academic shark pool, her long legs and narrow hips not meant for childbearing, not the sort to become fat-layered after one birth, turning her body pear-shaped. Sporting her sensible pageboy hairstyle, she took deep dives into opinionated conversation circles. He preferred women with bangs, hiding their foreheads. The few hours of idle meandering for Thomas were mandatory for Amanda. Be seen, schmooze, compliment the senior professors and their wives, make positive remarks about someone's recently published works, concoct we should get together promises both sides knowing it would never happen. That was the first step in the art of conversational disengagement before moving on to the next balding, gray-haired earbender. Thomas considered Amanda as wife material. Intelligent, attractive, well-polished, and an excellent conversationalist. Perfect, in Thomas's estimation. Amanda enjoyed her profession. Thomas listened when she talked about how she worked her way up the rungs, earning her doctorate along the way. She taught English literature to students who saw themselves as the next generation of erudite possessors of the new wave, the new academic energy. They would use their literary knowledge at parties to impress the less learned, informing others of the correct way to think. Following great writers of the past, those clever, clear-minded titans who examined the foibles and repeated errors of humanity, who pushed outward in all directions with histories, poetry, and fictions to serve as their moral compasses. While Amanda circulated, Thomas endured being surrounded by discussions of philosophy, how the government should be run by the highest levels of academia, how a light version of socialism was the natural endpoint in the synthesis of civilization. Rather than actively engage, he played a favorite pastime, assign the crime. He looked around, observing one person, then the next. Ice clinked in glasses. Keys jangled softly in men's pockets. Pipes were lit and relit. Floating groups gathered around senior professors who could make or break an untenured educator's career. Kabuki theater. All farce in Thomas's eye. He selected, then labeled several fictitious wrongdoers, imagining backstories, motives, methods, and the mistakes they would make before getting caught. Their fatal flaws. The tall man was an embezzler. The short, fat man, a blackmailer. The dowager, a seller of influence, passing bribes and access to high officials. No petty criminals here. No indiscriminate crime of passion murderers. No petty thieves. Only the best class of criminals attended functions of this type. Groups of spouses and a few other escort dates made the initial rounds, then retired to form clumps, spread out in curved conversational ranks of 3s and 4s under the massive shade trees on the back lawn. Thomas's eyes followed a man approaching the group he was made part of by simple geography, standing at the fringe. Thomas remembered him as one who tried to trap him at the last academic party. He would try it again, Thomas was sure. He shifted his drink to his right hand, a cigarette in his left for social contact protection. "Thomas, isn't it?" asked the man as he closed to handshaking distance. "Yes, Thomas Gentry," he said, without offering his hand or being presented one. "Dr. William J. Sanderson. Call me Bill. I'm sure you remember me. Your name rings a bell. Where have we met before?" Thomas wondered what the J stood for. Jefferson? Jackson? Jacob? No, not Jacob, he decided. Too Jewish for a name like Sanderson. "The Chancellor's Christmas party. Last year, my good man, we spoke at some length." Sanderson was one of those who adopted British phrases to bolster and punch up his erudite image. "I seem to recall, but I met quite a few people that night. Hard to keep all the names straight, you know. Old sport." Thomas laughed. Too much? He wondered. Sanderson chuckled for different reasons. "As I remember, you were with the FBI, still working with them, or have you come to your senses and found an actual profession?" "Still there, Doctor." Thomas was careful never to be drawn into conversations about the current hot search for communists or homosexuals in the government. It felt like this might become one of those. When asked his opinion, his fallback was that he worked on criminal cases and didn't know about the Bureau's dealings in other areas. If necessary, he would take the poison pill and tell the inquisitive he didn't follow politics. "Tell me, what do you think of the insufferable Senator McCarthy and his goon squad? He was in the papers again this week, a travesty, a sad burlesque, a farce." Dr. Sanderson appeared to enjoy creating strings of synonyms. Thomas took a sip of lemonade. "I'm not at liberty to speak about elected politicians. Bureau policy, you understand." Yes, my good man. But you can't ignore the damage he's doing. Ruining people's lives, having them blackballed, ousted. Those of us in the academic world, don't go for that. Can't support it by any measure. Intolerable, my man. Utterly intolerable. Someone needs to do something about that cretin. Set him out, you know. Others drifted closer, hoping the conversation would become interesting. Seeing a larger audience gather, Dr. Sanderson swelled up to launch his diatribe against the government's heavy-handed Cold War blindness, educating those he felt needed it. It gave Thomas a chance to slip away to the shade of another tree. "He's making a total ass of himself," said the man, standing next to Thomas, pointing his drink toward Dr. Sanderson. "Not all of us think like that." The man reached his hand out. "Dr. Warner, sociology." Thomas shook his hand, giving his name but not his profession, not mentioning why he was there or who he was with. He never knew to which side of a person's guilt it would fall. Everyone is guilty of something. Usually, it was pangs of personal misgivings, nothing illegal, but the fear of discovery was always there, pecking at their brain behind a wall. Chapter 14. Leaving. Many decisions are made at the last moment when straddling two paths. Victor Bissett. While Connor was leaving Vegas, Jeanette backed out of her mother's driveway. Both held a common destination, buffeted by different thoughts. The wind Connor faced was created by his throttle, running the road west, leading men. Jeanette's wasn't a physical impediment of controllable winds. Hers came from two directions. Her mother and Robert Hanks. On the car seat, secure in her purse, Robert's card gave off heat, demanding attention. Looking in the rearview mirror, Jeanette saw her two small boys kneeling backward in the rear seat, little hands gripping the upholstery, watching the cars behind them, seeing the scenery flow away, ever away, leaving what was. Last night, after her mother and the boys were in bed, she'd had a whispered phone call with Betty. Robert came up, mentioned casually at first, then with more intimate revelations of their history together. Betty asked questions and made comments. "Are you going to see him again? Men in suits are sexy. Men with money are sexy. I had an affair. It's not Joe's kid. He doesn't know. We'd been arguing a lot. My mother told me every woman deserves a few flings. My dad never found out." Jeanette turned up the radio, then rolled down her window an inch. The music, the roar of the wind, and the road were welcome distractions, but failed to turn her mind. What would it feel like to be romanced again, to have a dalliance with no complications? She drove her mind and the car westward, miles piling on miles. Without looking, she reached into her purse and removed Robert's card. She held it against the steering wheel and ran a finger over the print, address, and phone number. Another 5 miles gone. She raised the card to the open window. It flapped, undecided. She withdrew her hand slightly. Then, in one motion, her hand came back to the wind, back to the border of inside and out. She let it go and watched the white ghost in the mirror as it fluttered in the car's wake, left behind, thrown about on the mechanical wind before settling on the hot roadway. A gust from the car behind her blew it to the dirt shoulder. Life isn't made of daydreams, she knew. It's not stitched with fantasies. Tonight, underneath Connor, she would purge Robert, leave behind years past of goals never formed and of recently imagined trysts. Tonight, after the boys fell asleep, she would do something special for Connor. Relieved, smiling, and listening to the loud music, she pressed the gas pedal harder and rolled the window down all the way. It hadn't been a conscious decision in those few minutes of looking at the card, but Robert's home number became embedded in her memory. San Pedro, 355-112. Easy. As road captain, Connor had the lead, just ahead of Ratter. Taking point for the last leg of the road dog's return trip, he led more men than he ever had during the war. As the stripes on the highway slipped beneath his feet, he remembered when he'd twice gathered 2 or 3 soldiers together for different purposes, deadly ones. For him, this night held a shadow feeling of having his feet in two worlds, two options: forward or retreat. Never stay in one place on the field of battle. This sortie was over. Connor wanted parole, a discharge for himself and the club, for those members who didn't understand what this trip had been for, other than fun in the Vegas Yim, mixing with their own kind on a large scale, and validating their lives in the gathered mass of men and machines. The information they'd uncovered in the desert, what little there was, would have to satisfy Agent Gentry. Ratter could cut the last strings connecting the club to Stamper's friend. Connor slowed as he led the rank and file around the highway's curve, headlights sweeping the road and sidelands. He slowed and stopped, put his feet down on the pavement, smelled smoke blowing from the west, rising from the fire-blackened skeletal remains, the collapsed heap that had been gutters. Only the cinder-block outhouse, lit by a single street lamp, remained standing. A sheriff's car waited. Motorcycles surrounded Gutter's corpse, lighting up the place that had stood only 3 days before. Engines were silenced, and kickstands thrust down as the riders dismounted. "What the hell happened here?" Ratter asked. "Sheriff said to keep you out. I asked you what happened." The deputy stepped back and looked at the gathered men. "Arson." He cleared his throat. "They found a body inside." Ratter took a step forward. "Whose?" "Road dogs drifted into the ruins, into the charred black bones of stone, wood, and blackened, twisted pipes." "I can't let you go in there," said the deputy. "Watch us," said Ratter. Sonny shouted from the back of the lot, "It's Stamper's bike!" Hate and sorrow, twin feelings, raised Connor's gorge. They pierced him, begging for release. One biker reached down to pick up a board. A charcoal-blackened stub, burned, its painted letters barely visible on the other side. No knives. The rest, the remainder of what had been, was burned and blackened beyond recognition. Chapter 15. The Bulge. "Dig that hole deeper, Private. Dig it deeper." Captain Adrian Jones, Bravo Company Commander. December 18th, 1944. "Everybody up, let's go. We're pulling out in an hour. Trucks are waiting." The first sergeant's voice reverberated through the bunk room, a library in more peaceful times, emptied by the locals before they evacuated. When he first entered their quarters, Connor thought the professor would enjoy being billeted in a library. Groggy questions assaulted the sergeant's back as he left. "What the hell? We gonna get breakfast? Where's my fucking boots? Has anybody seen my boots?" In the First Army rear area, near a line of General Motors trucks, the platoon leaders held a short briefing with their men. Germans had broken through the Allied lines to the south, struck with heavy armor, artillery, and infantry pouring through the Ardennes forest on a rapid march westward. Connor's new boots felt like a luxury. For 3 days, he'd stayed in the library, in sock feet, nursing a case of frostbite before Doc gave him the okay to wear boots again. Another 3 days passed before he received shoe packs, gloves, and a heavy overcoat issued by a stingy supply sergeant who acted as if everything in the supply depot needed saving for the next war, or his garage back home. With his new corporal stripes freshly sewn on his sleeve, Connor felt ready again. At 19, a steely-eyed warrior during the day, at night, alone in the quiet, his dreams pushed in different directions. During their stay behind the lines, his platoon received 11 replacements. Looking around, he was glad to see the 10 men his squad came in with were in the same truck. He trusted them. In the rattling, lurching truck, Connor's doze was broken by a pleading voice. "What the hell? We were heading east, now we're going west, back the way we came. This is turning into a real clusterfuck before we even get to the line." "Shut up," said Sergeant Walker. "Just shut it. Whichever way we go, Jerry will be waiting on us, so it don't matter which way we go now, does it?" The question needed asking. Events were rapidly shifting beyond the Ardennes forest's northern flank. The German advance westward was worse for those facing the onslaught head-on. Lucky if they could retreat before being encircled, captured, or executed. Connor didn't know what the First Army's strategy was. It was enough to know who was on his left, who was on his right, and ahead of him. He would kill the nameless ones wearing the gray shovel helmets. He'd kill them today, tomorrow, and the next day. The soldiers huddled, wedged in, feet wrapped in blankets to insulate from the cold truck bed, and the wind whipping through the snapping canvas truck cover. The convoy came to a halt. Up and down the line, tailgates slammed down. Everybody out. The platoon formed up around Lieutenant Spade. "Look at those snowdrifts," Russo said. "I bet it's over 4 feet deep in places, covering ditches, hiding ravines. I don't think we're going to get any tank support in this mess." "Shit," said Walker, looking up at the blanket of clouds. "We ain't going to get any air support neither. Long as there ain't no more forests, no more goddamn trees blowing up." Russo's preference was no trees, no hedgerows. In Connor's platoon, those who fought the longest had lost the most friends. They preferred no Germans unless preceded by white flags and hands in the air. Even then, they'd better be held high, smiling for all they were worth. After the battle for Aachen, after the Hurtgen Forest, Connor held those same desires for German surrender. The last few months seemed a lifetime. Everything before the war was pushed aside, forgotten. "Hey, Russo, you need a shave," said Walker. "What do you mean? I shaved this morning. It's just a 5 o'clock shadow." "Yeah, Frank. Not as bad as on the babe you hooked up with in Paris." "You shouldn't say such mean things about your sister, Joe." Both laughed. Sergeants Frank Russo and Joe Walker conducted this ritual after every tailgate drop. It was a talisman, a totem against evil, a shield against fear and uncertainty. Kneeling on the snowy road, sergeants and Lieutenant Spade formed a tight circle around a map, looking as if they were engaged in a friendly game of craps. Connor hoped the dice were hot, hoped they didn't roll a deuce or boxcars, crap out. Through the facing fields, 2 miles ahead was a road. A German road the intel boys said was filled with armor and infantry columns. Stalking, moving forward through dense fog, rifles ready to fire at anything darker than the pale gray, misty curtain. Everything ahead was the enemy until proven otherwise, especially if it moved. Fog creates the illusion of a heightened sense of hearing, making you more conscious of noises as ears strain to hear things unseen, anything unnatural, metal on metal, twig snaps, utterances in German, or any language not English. In this soup, the familiar sounds of the men next to you, their motion and whispers, were filtered out. Movement. Everyone dropped to a knee, rifles up, scanning. A bird launched into the air, springing a branch to release its snow load. "Pheasant," someone said. "I'd like to roast that thing." "With orange sauce," came a reply from down the line, muffled in the mist. Another mile. Another hour of creeping fog. One soldier at the head of each line of 5 broke trails through the snow, changed out every 10 minutes after his turn of foot plowing across the plains of Belgium. Again, across the plains of Belgium. Breaking the snowy stillness, explosive geysers of dirt and snow erupted along the company front, followed by gunfire. The enemy was found in the harshest way possible. Rifle cracks and flashes, machine guns. Mortar rounds landed on the company's center and right flank. Walker led his squad to the left against a slight rise. "Damn, they got the whole area zeroed in," said Walker. "Sounds like 4 emplacements, but there's an entire company up there. Anybody see their spotter?" "I'll bet he's on the other side of this hill," yelled Connor. "See how it runs all slanted?" Motioning with his right hand, he pointed. "He can see most of the company, but not us." "Bet you're right," said Walker. "Want to take a look-see?" "Sure, if I take his position we can fire down on the Krauts. Let me take Humphrey. He can carry more rifle grenades than I can." Walker patted Connor's shoulder. "Good. Give us 3 spaced shots when you got 'em. Then we'll come running." Walker handed Connor and Humphrey rubbers to slip over their rifle muzzles to keep the snow out during their crawl upward. The words, covering fire, crept down the line as Connor and Humphrey shucked off their overcoats and packs, loaded up, and then began a scrabble up the snowy slope. At the top of the rolled peak, Connor saw two Germans, one with field glasses, the other squatting by a silent machine gun in a mound of snow. Both were looking away to Connor's right. Connor ducked back down. "Listen, there's only two," he told Humphrey. "You take the machine gunner. I'll take the spotter on the left." "Sure, what do you make it, 50 yards?" "More like 40, is my guess. Aim high. The cold air makes bullets drop faster. Check there's no snow in your breech or barrel. On 3, then beat it down there with me." 2 shots and a third were taken to make sure. The sounds lost in the noise of battle. Now up, running, high knee stepping downhill through the snow, sliding into the spotter's snow fort. Safe at home, check the dead, look further out. Below squatted 4 trucks and a tracked armored carrier with its hatches open. The rear guard didn't know their spotter team was dead. Voices warbled from the headset, half buried in the snow. "Rifle grenades," Connor ordered. "Put 2 in front of you and 1 on your rifle. Hand me 1 more." Connor wrestled the mounted machine gun, pointing it toward the German rifle line ahead of the mortar positions. Grabbing the headset, Connor yelled into the microphone, "Achtung, motherfuckers, Achtung!" Connor never felt so warm in winter. The grenades hit the trucks filled with ammunition and mortar rounds, creating secondary explosions that ruptured a truck's fuel tank and blew into the armored carrier. 3 more grenades arced into the mortar positions. Connor turned the machine gun toward the Germans, stitching up and down their confused lines. Humphrey fed the belt, ready with the next as a few poorly aimed return fire rounds pucked the snow in front of them. 8 grenade rounds fell, 6 on target. The last mortar pit crew evacuated, running ahead of the retreating remnants of their company. Gray trench coats flapped. Thick snowfall impeded their run as they tried to make it to the path plowed by the tracked vehicle that brought them to this place. Connor turned his aim to the lines of retreating riflemen, firing until there was no movement. A few escaped. German weapons killing German soldiers felt satisfying. More snow fell as the 2 men waited for their squad to join them. Humphrey squatted, huddling against the cold. "Damn, almost froze my balls off crawling up the hill. Put your package in a doubled-over sock. Safety pin it to your skivvies." "Ain't got no safety pins." "Yes, you do, in your med kit. They said not to open it unless I needed to." "Well, shit. I think keeping your nuts from freezing off fits the bill. Don't you?" The platoon came over the rise. Sergeant Delacruz punched him in the shoulder, laughing, asking why he didn't fire the all-clear shots. Connor said he forgot. It was the first time Connor heard Delacruz laugh. The after-action report counted 5 enemy vehicles destroyed, 61 dead Germans, 17 wounded, and a dozen heavy weapons decommissioned. 7 men from Bravo Company lost their lives in the brief battle. 12 wounded were evacuated to the rear. The talisman worked for Connor's squad. No wounded, no dead. The first sergeant told Connor and Humphrey they would be recommended for a decoration. Connor was pleased he had no more notches to carve. Chapter 16. Last Rites. Life happens not between days on a calendar, but in those interstitial moments between clock ticks. Ursula Jane Dufresne, Whispered Dreams. The funeral in San Pedro was well attended. Stamper's friends, those who'd known him since childhood and those he rode with, stood graveside in the back ranks. Mother and father, now orphaned from their 3 sons, sat under the green awning as the minister sprinkled words over the polished coffin, suspended, ready to be lowered into the sacred earth by somber, anonymous, black-suited men from the funeral home. During the chapel service, the sealed casket holding Stamper's charred remains, picked from the pyre of gutters, was covered in flowers and wreaths. His high school graduation photo, an enlarged photograph, stood guard, visible from the back row. trappings meant to distract from the flame-withered, blackened horror inside. No flag had been draped across the coffin, no photograph of him in uniform. He hadn't served, wasn't drafted to Korea. His family was a double gold star family. Both the losses and his status as the only surviving male of his family provided an inarguable automatic deferment. His brothers' deaths, one at Anzio and the other in the Pacific, left him despondent, then angry, then spitefully picking fights, on his way to becoming a juvenile delinquent in the eyes of the law. A friend of his father, who owned 3 transmission repair shops, offered to take him on as an apprentice. The attention to detail, precise measurements, and the intricacies of machinery held Stamper together long enough to come out the other end with a trade, a journeyman's mechanic license. But the void, the longing for his brothers, years older than him, needed filling. They'd been his childhood role models, if not his heroes. The photograph Thomas had given him of Carl on a motorcycle conjured dreams of following him in the wind. That 3x5-inch rectangle of glossy paper was his prized possession. With saved wages, he bought a war-surplus Harley-Davidson. He worked on it for a year, checking each part, replacing worn ones. He made it shine, run smooth, and turned it into a road machine that made heads turn. Working in a shop in Ventura, he'd found the road dogs, a chance encounter on the highway, pulling in behind a lone bike. They stopped on a stretch with a view, near sunset, the other rider smoking a cigarette, a bulldog's image on the back of his leather jacket. Connor. The man reminded Stamper of his brother Danny, an easy smile, a genuineness, and something else Danny brought home on leave, something in his eyes. Stamper found his platoon, found men who had endured war like his brothers. More than a few minds held feelings that there had been an insufficient eulogy. Inadequate words, foreign to their ears in phrasing and tone, words crafted to provide comfort and assurance that Arthur Stamper rested now, words of moving one to a better place, one free from the mortal coil of life, a place all were headed. In the tenets of many religions, left unsaid was that some would not make the grade for a pleasant place. No point in mentioning that. No point in mentioning he'd been tortured. During the service, Gilmore and Sonny walked out. The services had been delayed for a week. Time was needed to receive the body from San Francisco and the forensic autopsy ordered by the FBI. The medical examiner determined Stamper had been dead before the fire was set. He was shot in the head, but only after his fingers, arms, and legs had been broken and his skin sliced. Tortured like that, it was a given that he had told all he knew. No one could endure all that without spilling. Thomas Gentry sat next to the mother. Another son, the last. Their family line dead, ended by bullets, this time in America. In Thomas Gentry's filing cabinet, the records were Stamper's real eulogy, the last months of his life's antiseptically, unemotionally recorded facts, set down on paper by typists from notes and recordings. Thomas held no comfort. Stamper's death would be handled professionally by his office. It was a federal crime to murder sanctioned FBI informants, and another to commit arson in the same act. He resolved to extract extreme, personal revenge, a feeling he'd never held before. His mind rolled over scenarios in which a trial would not be necessary. Dead criminals are never prosecuted. Dead victims never resurrected. The day of the funeral, Sheriff Turner sat on an old, gray-weathered tree stump on the shoreline shaded by river oaks. He stared across the waters of Castaic Lake. This was his place. First, it was a place for his fishing. Now a place to mull over recent events. 2 murders and an arson not far removed by time or distance. He reached down, grabbing a handful of smooth pebbles, fingers sifting away the sand. He picked one and threw it in the lake overhand, far out on a high arching flight. His county was being jostled by the state police and the FBI. Not what he'd envisioned for his last few years as a professional lawman before retirement of fishing, traveling with his wife, and enjoying his grandchildren, not woken in the middle of the night by phone calls, not overseeing the housing of petty criminals, vagrants, drunk sailors from the Navy base at Point Magoo, and the occasional perpetrators of crimes of passion. He tossed another pebble closer in, watched the splash, watched the peak as the water rebounded, heard the liquid plunk. He looked in his hand. 3 left. He passed those pebbles from hand to hand, while considering the young woman's death, and now Stamper's. The fire gutting of gutters. The FBI and the state fire marshal's office pushed aside his investigations, turning his deputies into errand boys. Professionally, he was pissed off but resigned to it. Probably for the best. His department was still stuck in a pre-war, sleepy agricultural region mentality. Resources and manpower had not caught up to the post-war boom, and problems overflowing from Oxnard. The state attorney general's office asked him to aid the FBI. He knew it wouldn't be much. The only thing he had a factual claim to was the name of the Mexican woman Stamper had been living with. In her interview, she just said he never came home that night. Nothing suspicious. Assumed he'd gone to Vegas with the club. Stamper seemed happy, she said, properly grieving for a man she'd known for less than 2 weeks. Another pebble. Other ripples to replace the faded ones. He rolled the remaining stones in his hand like dice, smoothed by water, time, and collisions with others of their kind. Bambo hadn't been able to tell him much. Nothing about the bonfire that had been his business or the murders, except a vague statement of it probably being some motorcycle club from up north. The same one he suspected had beaten Stamper, adding they might be the ones who killed the girl. Speculation. No names, not even rumors. No overheard conversations. No hints dropped that, looking back, gave any whisper of a real clue. Bambo minded his own business a little too much, and he was continuing to do so. He was leaving, taking the insurance payout and his life savings to a beach in Mexico, to open a tourist bar where he'd serve the gringos, who joyfully spread their vacation greenbacks and watch the pretty boys and girls engage in debauchery, he'd said. Probably fewer bar brawls down there. Toss, plunk, ripples. 1 left. His deputies had canvassed the area around gutters the morning after the fire, asking about the night it went up in flames. Motorcycles were all anyone remembered. Motorcycle noises. Except for the lateness of the hour, they were nothing out of the ordinary. No reason for anyone to get out of bed to look in the darkness. 1 motorcycle was found. Stamper's leaned up against the rear wall before the blaze had been set, now charred like its owner. No one claimed those remains. Turner stood, put on his Stetson, adjusted his sunglasses, and then walked to the shoreline. His boot tips almost touched the gently lapping water. The last stone, slow-pitched underhand, a wrist flick, close to the shore, a few feet out. A soft liquid bloop. Ripples ran away from the center of action. Ripples, the only evidence, soon flattened, made smaller by time, leaving nothing. It was the snake eyes, Ratter had told him. Ask the FBI. Empty-handed, Ed brushed off his hands as he walked to his truck. His dinner would be ready when he got home. Chapter 17. Between the Lines. Gentlemen do not read each other's mail. Henry L. Stimson, Secretary of War. Have you read the latest Wonderland transcripts? Agent Williams asked Thomas. Yes, just finished. Get copies of the tapes and transcripts ready for shipment to D.C. I'll brief SAIC. Before you do, there's something else. About this case? Yes, it dovetails into it, the Benson case. How? That was a reported kidnapping, before the woman was murdered. The one the state police tried to hang on Mr. Stamper. Thomas wouldn't acknowledge their relationship, not in the office. It would be unprofessional. Yeah, anyway, I was closing out the Benson file and doing the last review. We had a wiretap on the parents' house expecting the kidnappers to contact them. We backed out after the girl called her father. Told him she was okay, was going to be gone for a while with a girlfriend, and not to worry. She even put the other girl on the phone to reassure the father. He told me she was one of his daughter's friends he'd met once. So what's the snag? Sked Thomas. I compared the dates from the coroner's report we got last Tuesday with the time date stamp on the girl's call. It was placed 4 days after the date of death. I called the coroner's office to make sure it wasn't a typo. They said it wasn't. Thomas leaned back, placed his hands flat, smoothed the desk blotter, then picked up a pencil and rolled it through his fingers a few times. Bring me the files and talk to the agents who work the case. Make sure all the raw information corroborates what's in the files. It was Fornelli and me. I already checked my field notes, his too, put them in the file. Do you have the name of the other girl? Williams handed Thomas a folder. This is a copy of the phone transcript. The other woman's name is Wanda Fleming. It's annotated at the bottom. After finding out she'd not been kidnapped, we didn't pursue the case. Not in our case authority after that. Well, before we elevate this, go to the coroner's office and put eyeballs on their report. Get a clean copy, photograph them, talk to whoever did the autopsy, get their file notes. See if the date of death has any wiggle room. Williams, a graduate of the Quantico class 4 years behind Thomas, was a good agent. Meticulous, thorough, not excitable. Words Thomas had written in his last performance review. If the girl was alive 4 days after she was supposedly murdered, just who had the sheriff's deputies found under her car? And just how had her case been called a kidnapping in the first place? He wondered about the luggage in the vehicle. Was there anything not belonging to the woman, and where were those things now? He made a note to have all missing person reports reviewed for the 5 months prior. Missing women who fit Francine Benson's description. If Williams returned with verification, a nationwide APB would be issued for both women. Airline and ship passenger manifests would be checked, and personal bank records reviewed to see if either had made withdrawals around the time of their disappearance or since. Tedious work must be done. A body would be exhumed, a gravestone removed. Puzzle pieces with clear, sharp edges. He liked that. It gave him a boost for chasing facts, gathering threads to pull, to neaten things up. Thomas opened a desk drawer, took out a clean sheet of typing paper, wrote the girlfriend's name in his precise script, then pressed the intercom. Rhonda, tell Agent Fornelli I'd like to see him when he has a moment. He would send Fornelli in search of the girlfriend and make a deep dive into her past, both their pasts. He knew who the dead body wasn't. It would come down to a process of elimination. Only brunettes, slim, none too tall or too short. Thomas wondered about shoes. What size did Francine wear? What size had the dead body worn? Whose shoes were they? Dental records would be subpoenaed if any existed. While waiting for Fornelli, he read the wiretap transcripts of the call home, then the recent one from Rowland Trucking. The voice on one end of the call was Daniel Rowlands, called by a different name at the other end. The discussion had become heated. Perhaps the Organized Crime Division in D.C. would have that name on file. Frankie, how's it going in the Sunshine State? Listen, de Blasio. The family went to a lot of trouble getting you set up out there. Don't you fucking let us down, you little shit. Make sure that shipment goes out on time. Thomas called Amanda. He would be late for their dinner date. He knew she'd take it in stride, but wouldn't be pleased. Chapter 18. Unrest Undone. 10 soldiers wisely led will beat 100 without a head. Euripides, 4th century B.C. Christmas Eve, 44. Connor's company was part of the Allied forces shoring up the northern lines of the German breakthrough, a blockage that turned into an aggressive pushback. The encirclement strategy had been planned in London, 320 miles from the surrounded city of Bastogne, defended by the 82nd Airborne, 45 miles south of the foxhole Connor called home. He wasn't aware it was Christmas Eve. Counting days was self-torture for men on the line. The night before, Connor saw stars in the few open patches of darkness. The morning skies emerged as a single shade of blue instead of the low gray they'd been for the last 2 weeks of Europe's coldest winter record. Blue skies meant air cover. It also meant what little remained of the Luftwaffe could strafe, bomb, and duel in the skies above a land peppered with plodding ant-like columns of trucks and soldiers. Air crews on both sides, those who survived, would be at home airfields for dinner and a movie every night, sleeping in warm beds with a roof over their heads. Footsteps. A runner moved down the row of foxholes. "Wake up, get some chow, we're moving forward." Connor didn't remember the last time he'd slept lying down, stretched out instead of half-sitting, clutching his rifle. His overcoat was his bedroom, a blanket over his rain poncho, his mattress. He rose, stretched. 9 hours until dark. 9 hours before more food and more sleep, interrupted by guard duty. He'd be lucky if he got 3 or 4 hours with his eyes closed. As his platoon formed up, he saw half the men. Those he'd met when first joining his squad were missing. Their slots were filled by replacements in groups of 2s, 3s, then 10s. After exposure to battle, soldiers accepted there would be casualties. Some around them would fall. "Don't be a hero," a sergeant told him. "The Germans like dead heroes." "No, don't be a hero. Don't do anything stupid." "Yeah? Nothing crazy. You don't have to do that to get killed. Don't do anything like the sergeant did. Blown to shreds on the receiving end of a mortar round while out of his foxhole checking on his men. Nothing stupid. The human mind either goes numb to the gore and tragedy of combat death or sinks to insanity. Only those two roads leading in twisting directions. There was no such thing as peaceful acceptance. The most you could hope for was after-action relief, when it wasn't you shot in the gut or head or had your legs blown off. Looking at a fallen comrade was shock grief. Indifference met the sight of German dead, bloated, frozen clay soldiers. When given time for rest, their anger at indiscriminate death, grief over the loss of friends, and the fear of going back to the front plagued their minds until they faced the guns again. Then the dirty cycle began again. Endless, emotional hard peaks and quagmire valleys. "At least it's a road, not some cow pasture. I'm sick of stepping in bullshit, even if it's frozen," muttered Pekala. "Glad to know you approve," said Russo. "Care to comment on the rest of the scenery? I bet we find some impressive German 88s and 103s to enjoy if we keep walking this way." "Goddamn Germans," someone said. "Eyes up, men," ordered Sergeant Dela Cruz, as the rows of squads, the phalanx of platoons, the companies, the legions of soldiers advanced to the next blood ground, making it safe for the rear to move up. Trudging forward, they were a scraggly bunch of unshaven, dirty, stinking messes of men who'd learned when to unleash their fury and when to hunker down. A droning buzz from above. Soldiers raised their eyes as scores of friendly planes flew over on the way to release their bombs. Pilots unleashed machine guns on the enemy, hoping for a high body count. Rifle fire cracked. Mortar rounds landed along the company's advance and further down the line. Run forward, get ahead of the zeroed ground, form a new line, feet pounding, hearts pumping, keep heads down. It was Connor's turn to carry the heavy steel base plate and tripod for the squad's M2 mortar. Strapped close to his chest, clutching it, he ran beside Pekala, who carried the tube section. They followed Sergeant Walker to set up return fire. A bullet hit Connor, pinged, and spun off the steel mortar plate, tearing through his coat, gashing his arm. A wound added to the one he received the day the professor died. Another mortar team joined them. Runners brought more rounds. "Where's our machine guns?" "We're exposed." "Where the hell are they?" someone yelled. The battalion advance halted. The mortar teams pulled back 50 yards, then another 100, blindly launching rounds before the order to dig in, before scouts were sent out. Wait for reinforcements, for air cover. Shallow, one-man trenches were started, made deeper as the hours passed. A sputtering, mechanical sound came from behind. Humphrey punched Connor's shoulder. "Was that?" he asked. "Motorcycle," said Connor. He stopped digging, stepped out of the dirt hole. Others along the line took notice as the messenger motored up the snowy road to the company command area. Connor knelt, leaned on the short shovel. "Man, wish I had one of those. My own set of wheels. Just come and go and beat the hell out when the shit gets too close." His shovel took another hungry bite of dirt. Chapter 19. Wheels Turn. Absent lust of the eye, mankind would still inhabit caves and probably be better for it. Moncrief Tollerson. "Are we safe?" Jeanette demanded. "Are we safe here? Are we, Connor?" She waved the black fabric. "I found these in the milk box this morning." Jeanette threw Stamper's club patches on the table. Since the murder, Jeanette had been hard-pressing Connor for a decision, a choice. Thinking it would be a comfort, provide some surety, he'd taken down the revolver to show her how to use it. His action had the opposite effect. She wouldn't touch it, told him to put it away when the boys showed interest in it. "This isn't over, is it?" she asked. "You know it's not. Someone's trying to destroy the road dogs." "I'm afraid, Connor. I'm terrified." Jeanette twisted her hands, letting them sink to her lap. She looked at the refrigerator, looked at the calendar, looked anywhere but at Connor sitting across the kitchen table. The one she'd been so proud of when they'd first bought it, seeing it as a sign of what the future could bring. Jeanette pressed further. "I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? The reason, doesn't change the facts. It's time to get out, move away." Connor wasn't immune to the tears welling up in his wife's eyes. He knew the right answer, had known it for a while, but he was torn between conflicting duties, unable to maintain an even balance. Too many plates were spinning in the air. A few would break. At the base of the human brain lies a reptilian cluster of neurons, remnants of evolution building from the simple to the complex, never completely replacing the old, using successive, instinctive stimulus reactions, which increased the survival rate. Fight or flight, never both. Nature preferred flight as a first choice unless cornered, then fight ferociously no matter the odds. Fight until victorious or dead. As another higher-order life, immutably embedded in the human male was the need to protect the female, the life-bringer, the next generation's caregiver. Connor stood, picked up the patches, walked a few steps, fell seated on the couch, leaned over, face laid in his hands. His mind screamed for retribution. Slash and burn the invaders. Leave their dead for the crows to peck out their eyes. Leave them for the worms to eat until there is nothing left but dirt and bones bleaching in the sun. After his first battle in Germany, he stopped counting the number of men he killed, scoring only the friends he lost. 17. The 18th notch, the first, was for the German girl. He knew there had been several dozen German soldiers, 4, 5, taken down by his hand. More than a dozen in one battle. A few minutes skirmish in the snow. Connor stood again. He couldn't meet Jeanette's eyes. He walked to the back door, reached for his leather jacket and left the house, screen door closing behind him. Jeanette's body shook, not willing to comprehend what was happening, not wanting to face it. She stared at the door her husband walked through into the night. She waited to hear his bike roar away and fade, deserting her and the boys like his mother had left him, or do something to get himself killed. A minute passed. The sound of thin rattling metal, the trash can lid being jammed back in place, pounded down. Another minute. No engine sound, no motor turning over from leg thrusts of the kickstarter. The kitchen door opened. Jeanette hadn't moved, didn't want to breathe, unable to look away, trying to recognize the man in the doorway. A man without his armor, without his colors. "We're going to your mother's. Get the boys ready. We're leaving tonight. I'll take my bike. I'll need it to get to work tomorrow. Gotta make a few calls first." Connor called Ratter, then left a message for Agent Gentry. He'd get a truck in a few days to load up the furniture and other things they couldn't take tonight. The cracked walls and failing refrigerator would be left in this rental. Those and sand and dust in the corners, along with accumulated memories. Crayon marks on the walls. This was a perfect place for Thomas, perfect for what he had in mind. A cozy, candlelit dining room. Salad and bread were served by a waiter in a pressed white shirt and red waist apron, refreshing the wine glasses before he retreated, leaving Thomas and Amanda to their evening in their favorite Italian restaurant. "You ordered the linguine Alfredo." "You never order the linguine," said Amanda. "Time for a change, I suppose." Don't want to get red sauce on my shirt, and there's no garlic in it. Won't show if I get sloppy. Amanda's eyes took on a liquid luster in candlelight. Her subdued makeup was not clownish as some women became in dim light. He detested lipstick's taste and appreciated she removed it before they fell into more personal, more private activities. Thomas didn't like the word sex when referring to the physical act. He'd heard and seen the word often in transcript summaries, used to describe the actions of lowlifes, criminals, and prostitutes. It was a slight elevation above the term those sorts used, one more crass, one used as both a description and an insult. Fornication was also removed from his personal vocabulary, smacking of judgmental religion or an antiseptic academic description. Even the word coitus made him uncomfortable. "Thank you for no garlic," Amanda said, smiling, knowing what it meant. "But I don't think you've ever been sloppy in your entire life." She looked around the familiar room, at the people. All couples this late time of night, the proper time for adult dining. When they were escorted to their table, eyes lifted from plates, men looked away quickly before being caught by their female partner, embedding her image for later fantasies. The women stared boldly, taking an instant dislike to her height, grace, and thinness. They envied her conservative adornment. She had no need for compensation for imperfections, real or imagined. The women, old and young, took eye gulps of Thomas. Amanda knew people well, considered herself an expert in their deep, never-spoken desires. A reason she liked Thomas was he had none of those. He was completely open, transparent. He spoke his mind in a non-confrontational manner in social settings. He was equally without guile or reservation between the sheets, and unaware of his effect on people. She supposed he had a different persona when interviewing witnesses and criminals, though she'd never seen it. Time for the setup to bring out the expert in him, put him at ease, on solid ground. Amanda broke off a short piece of breadstick from the basket and placed it on the small bread plate next to her silverware, near the butter knife. "Why do you suppose the Italian restaurants never closed during the war? The Japanese and German restaurants were forced to shut down." Thomas looked over the top of his glass, feeling the wine in the back of his throat, on his tongue, holding it, then allowing the small liquid to slide down, preparing his appetite. He leaned forward, always conscious of eavesdroppers. "There's a substantial Italian population in the United States. Very patriotic, even the mob. They consider America theirs as much as a Kansas wheat farmer does. I don't think many people saw them as enemies. Rather, saw them as dragged into the larger war by Mussolini after France surrendered. Before we landed in Italy, they surrendered and came over to our side. Helped liberate Rome, in fact. Can't remember if they hanged Mussolini before or after, but they did." "That's an interesting perspective," she said. "Might be a few good novels about it out now," he offered. Amanda shook her head. "No, I'm sure there aren't. Good historical novels, those of any literary value, need more breathing room, divorcement in time and space, perhaps in 30 years. Let the players age like a fine wine, a respectful period to allow all the facts to settle. Provide a less emotional look back at how they felt, what they did. 2 waiters arrived with their food. More wine, more bread. They artfully removed the salad plates and forks from the right, landing their entrees on the left, orderly, quiet, questions whispered. Pepper, freshly grated cheese, white wine, olive oil for the bread? No request was unfulfilled before they backed away. Thomas's fork swirled linguine on his spoon. Amanda poked at her ravioli, opening a few, allowing them to cool. Providing her with time to say, "There's something else on your mind, and it's not marinara sauce. You seem apprehensive." "Yes, I suppose so." And Thomas didn't like to be interrupted when preparing his first bite. It broke the anticipation. "I've been thinking, considering life." He placed his fork and spoon on the edge of his plate. "I'd like to be together more often." Step 1 of his mission complete, now checked off. Thomas struggled, not used to equivocating or being obtuse. Straight to the point was his strength. Direct questions with direct answers. Not playing with a breadstick, not stirring noodles in cream sauce. Oh, how often? She placed a small ravioli corner in her mouth. She would be coy for a time. Let him think what was to follow was his idea entirely. The hook had been set months ago, gently set. The line had been let out. Sometimes a gentle resisting pull for a subtle redirection of the catch. Bringing him into the boat was an art in patience to prevent love's victim from running out the line in a panicked retreat to deeper water. Her English literature knowledge served her well. It gave her an understanding of the dance and parry of romance and the frailty of men in affairs of the heart. Thomas let his hands still, flattened them in his lap on the linen napkin. Blotted moisture, not knowing what he would do if she rejected his offer. I was thinking, perhaps once a week, and a phone call or two in between. Thomas meant it to be a declarative sentence, but it left his tongue as a half-question. I think we can do that, she said. Yes, that would be nice. Maybe even more often, when our schedules allow. Of course, we shouldn't see other people. Don't you agree? The implied threat, or perhaps, better said, the ground rule she proposed, was a minor point. Thomas fitted it into the correct spot in the puzzle he'd been working on since finding the corners, the edges, the perimeter, enclosing the picture he had of his future, their future. All that remained was to mate up the loose pieces. The half-dozen scented candles gave Amanda's bedroom a soft, golden glow. Her preferred lighting for the sensuous intertwining of bodies, motions starting slow before building to an animal intensity. Lengthy sessions, exploring, teasing, being teased. It had taken only one weekend in Big Sur country, in a cabin's artificial domestic environment, for her to train Thomas in her preferences and get him to voice his. Amanda retrieved the pillows scattered in the center of the bed, then laid her hand on Thomas's chest, tracing patterns, thinking a few days at the beach would give him a nice tan. You, my dear man, need to leave work at work. You enjoyed yourself, he said. Yes, it was wonderful, but now you're in one of your pensive moods and those are always about work. I know the ceiling isn't that interesting. Hand me a cigarette, please. Put the ashtray between us. It's a case I'm working on, the one involving my friend. It must be hard on you, his death. I knew his brother. Served with him. He was killed in the Pacific. Killed on some goddamn island. Looking back, we should have just blockaded them with small ships, starved them out. Gone around and destroyed their fleets instead of island hopping, taking land that had no strategic use. Cigarette? Oh, sorry. Thomas rolled to his side, reaching toward the nightstand. He lit one, handed it to her, then one for himself. The naphtha-fueled flame exposed their faces, their souls' windows. At the peak of their coupling, Thomas imagined Carl's whispers, his touch. Immediately after his release came a creeping sadness. An invading ghost pushed away the vestiges of his pleasure. Chapter 20. Divergence. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both. Robert Frost. The road not taken. I don't know. Maybe Connor's right. Maybe it's time to move on, close it down, Ratter said. Gilmore looked at his friend. Well, I ain't going nowhere. Sure, some boys are fading out, but if you want to stomp some ass, chain beat someone, burn their bikes, I say we tell 'em who did it. You and I both know it was the fucking Snake Eyes. Or the Travelers, or both, added Ratter. Well, I ain't partial to letting 'em walk all over us. Shit, I bet we could get some other clubs to join in, go up there, teach those half-breeds to stay in their own stinking yard. You gonna kill 'em all? If need be, yes, I'll kill 'em all. Chapter 21. Evidence. You can paint the truth, gild it, but that won't change it. Won't keep it from seeping out given time. Judge Warren Anderson. A knock on the door jamb brought the sheriff's attention to the present, one of his deputies waiting for permission to speak. He slid his feet off his desk and swiveled front. "Yeah, what you need, Daniels? The FBI up in Frisco want the dead girl's personals. I thought the state police took those." "No, they just pawed through them. Didn't seem to take much interest. Took photos of the laundry marks, took the jewelry, her ID, car registration, left everything else here all tagged and bagged. What's left? Clothes, shoes, a suitcase, her purse. Well, I guess we better send them along. Do they want the car?" "Didn't ask for it, still an impound. They're sending someone to collect her things. Said not to ship the stuff. By the way, that private detective is back, nosing around the county." The sheriff leaned back. Screw him. I wonder what the FBI thinks might be of interest. Gather it up, bring it to the conference room, and bring the inventory list. Let's have another look before it's gone. Sheriff Ed Turner's nose rarely failed him. He asked himself, why had the state police backed off after accusing Stamper, then released him so quickly? What was the damn FBI looking for? It was supposed to have been a straight-up murder, at least as straight up as it could be with signs of a professional shooter's involvement. A professional hit, not someone local. The PI was probably just padding his expense account, stretching out his investigation until another client came along. As Turner left his office, his phone rang, passed through from the dispatcher. The calls that made it to his desk were occasionally important. "Sheriff Turner," the voice on the phone said. "Ed, you old hound dog, how you been doing?" "About the same as you, Ben, I guess. Up to my ears in sheriffing. We got something of yours up here in Mariposa County." "Oh, you finally found my buried gold?" "Nope, still looking for that. 2 young women, dead, shot in the head. What makes you think they belong to me?" Last known address for both was Fillmore. Names were Catherine Franks and Belinda Longman. "So, you got them ID'd?" "Yeah, from fingerprints. Both have been arrested for prostitution a few times. Once by one of your deputies, no convictions." Turner took out a pencil and pad of paper. "When were they killed?" "Coroner said 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. A rancher found them in an arroyo when he checked his fence lines. Just off County Road 137. Buzzards and coyotes picked them over pretty good. Guess they don't much like fingers," Ed Turner said. "Not much meat on those. Were they shot from the front or the back?" "What?" "Come on, Ben. Were they shot in the forehead or from behind? How many holes? What caliber?" "Shot from the back, 2 shots each. Was a .45. "Any shell casings?" "Didn't find any." "Well, I guess it wasn't a hunting accident. Leastwise, not the normal sort of hunting." "No, I agree with you there. Do you have some information I should know about?" "Not much. Sounds like an unsolved murder we got down here. I'll send you copies of what we have. The state's involved, and the FBI." "FBI?" "Yeah, out of Frisco. They're still looking into it. Give them a call. I bet they'll be real interested in this." "Thanks, Ed. I'll do that." Ed leaned back further. More lousy press, more reporters swarming his office, his county. The newspapers like recent unsolved cases. The bloodier, the better. The younger, the better. Murdered women are golden ink to draw eyes, bringing in advertising dollars. It gives them a chance to be sanctimonious in their fantastic speculations, choosing quotes from any expert with a big mouth. The papers had painted the girl's murder as a kidnapping gone wrong. Stamper's murder was a story of a biker gang scuffle, reported on page 3. This recent case would make the small town a hotspot if they ever made the Fillmore connection. Easy pickings. Rich girl, outlaw bikers, prostitutes, an easy stew they could feast on for months. Turner joined his deputy in the conference room. "This is it? All there is?" he asked. "Yep, except for the jewelry and her ID. Like I said, I checked the list. Spread it out. I want a good look-see. 1 blood-stained blouse and slacks, a pair of shoes, comfortable ones, underwear she'd been wearing, 1 suitcase, 1 purse with the usual contents. No lipstick," he noted. Nothing really personal. Ed remembered times he'd seen his wife pack for a trip, stuffing her bag like a Christmas turkey, using the unfilled room in his suitcase for her overflow. Things were missing. No extra shoes, no nightwear, no scarves, no lingerie, no female toiletries, no jacket, not even a light one. Just a few dresses, blouses, and pants. One still had a sales tag. Where was the suitcase? On the seat or in the trunk? Deputy Glosson checked the list. In the trunk, same as the purse. Want to see the photos? Yeah, we should probably send copies of those. Her purse was in the trunk? That's strange, don't you think? Yes, sir, real strange. Ed ran his fingers around the inside of the suitcase, then the outside, feeling for lumps. Differences in the padding, a hidden pouch, a cut seam. Nothing. Why would someone kill the girl, toss her body into a ravine, then push the car over her? Why not shoot her in the car, then roll it off? Maybe to keep the bullets from burrowing into the seat, the opposite door, the dashboard, or such after they exited her head. None had been recovered, no shell casings. Probably a revolver. And why the back of the head, execution style, destroying her face? It wasn't like they were trying to make her unrecognizable. The car was hers. The jewelry, the driver's license, and her purse in the trunk. Why would a woman keep her purse in the trunk? Well, it had made the ID easier. A loose purse might have been thrown out of the car when it rolled 4 times. It could have been thrown quite a ways, hard to find. Probably took 2 men to heave her that far over the edge. Turner sat, elbows on the table, fingers interlaced. The body wasn't who it was supposed to be. He was sure of that. Nothing to do but wait for the FBI man. The Fed would need to answer some questions if he wanted this stuff. If he didn't, they'd need a court order before he'd release it. He put in a call to his cousin, the district judge. He wouldn't let himself be led around like a calf on a rope. No, sir. Chapter 22. Task Force. When was the last time you looked in the mirror, focused on your eyes, looked deep for more than a few seconds? Most people can't do that, won't do that. Samuel A. Stevens, Living with Your Soul. 3 junior agents, all who could be spared from D.C., another from the Denver field office, and 2 from the San Francisco office, sat at the tables. That pleased Thomas. It pleased him because it made him the lead agent on the Wonderland Task Force, not pushed aside by a ladder climber from Washington, though he acknowledged he was one of those but had yet to take over someone else's investigation. The only minor annoyance had been getting a federal court order before Sheriff Turner released the clothing found in the murdered woman's car. At least the sheriff called him later, relating his suspicions about the crime scene and personal effects, nothing Thomas didn't already know. Thomas glanced at the 2 plot boards, precisely aligned along the side of the room with topic labels, maps, photographs, lists of grouped names and hierarchies. He knew it wouldn't remain tidy once the agents began filling in the blanks, placing and moving puzzle pieces around, thumbtacking papers over others. He turned to face his team for their first briefing. Before we get started, a few housekeeping chores. Everyone should have a case package. Those are not to leave the building. Be sure you lock them up before the close of business every day. There will be occasional longer hours if surveillance is necessary, but I'll keep the schedule rotating, so no agent gets overburdened. Every assignment will have a deadline. Make sure you meet it or have a good reason you can't. You'll be paired up and work together as much as possible. Our day will begin at 7 a.m. sharp and finish at 6 p.m. unless we have occasion for an overnighter. Lunch is whenever you find the time. Keep a travel bag packed. Cars can be drawn from the motor pool. Thomas checked his clipboard. Resident agents may use their personal automobiles if you prefer. Consult with Justice Department attorneys when there's a need. You have the list, but don't waste their time. Thomas met the eyes of each agent. All right, page 1. The overview was broad, centering in Modesto but reaching outward to mafia drug distribution routes and gun shipments to South American rebels. The Modesto connection covered Roland Trucking and Daniel Roland, a.k.a. Raleigh, a.k.a. Frankie de Blasio, a former mob enforcer with outstanding federal warrants, and a few small-time hoods on his payroll. Thomas finished by reviewing peripheral matters. Francine Benson, missing. Body double, identity unknown, murdered. Wanda Fleming, a.k.a. Big Wanda, missing. Catherine Franks, murdered. Belinda Longman, murdered. Motorcycle clubs, Snake Eyes and Travelers. Artie Stamper, FBI informant, murdered. Gutters Bar and Grill, arson. For 5 hours, they reviewed files, examined photographs, bank records, autopsy reports, wiretap transcripts, asked each other questions to ensure they saw the same picture and interpreted evidence the same way, made lists of what was still unknown. Sergeant Andrews was not present, even though he'd been assigned as the San Francisco PD liaison. Thomas briefed him separately. He didn't want the other agents to hear certain things, didn't want them to see how the street-level action was handled. Connor made it early for his appointment. He sat outside Agent Gentry's office for 2 hours. He was accustomed to waiting, was easy with it. His left hip bothered him more than usual. The outer office, the bullpen, was filled with the noises of phone calls, paper shuffling, bent-over desk conversations, the clacking of typewriters by smartly dressed women connected to dictaphone machines. He looked out the window, realizing this office was higher off the ground than he'd ever been. "You may go in now," the woman said, nodding to the door behind her, to the frosted glass window. None of the doors had names or other labels. If you were here, you either knew what was behind those doors and went to the correct one, or were told to sit, to wait. Connor rose as it opened. "Mr. Connor, come in, come in. Sorry you had to wait so long. Was on a conference call, then had to, sort some things out. I'm sorry we didn't have time to share our mutual sympathies at the funeral. I felt the family needed my close attendance. You understand. Have a seat. Stamper spoke highly of you." Without pleasantries, without preliminaries, Connor sat, leaned forward. "They're running guns." "Running guns? I know you know about it. Well, Mr. Connor, I'm not at liberty to discuss ongoing investigations. Do you have any information that might be helpful? I know who killed Stamper. Do you? Again, I can't comment on our investigations." "Can't comment? Well, a lot of other people are sure fucking commenting. Care to share your sources of information? Care to share yours?" asked Connor. "Did you know Big Wanda was a drug runner for Rowley?" "You mean Wanda Fleming?" "I don't know her last name. She went up to Modesto every week. Brought back carloads of shit. Took it to Oxnard. Do you have any proof? One of her friends told us. Kathy, or Catherine. Lived in Fillmore with Big Wanda and another woman named Belinda. All three have disappeared." The men shared an awkward silence. Thomas cleared his throat, spoke first. "In general terms, investigations seek not only prime actors and those higher up, but also those on the periphery, deeper down, the enablers, conspirators, those fueling the events. Sometimes there are webs within webs. It takes time. When are you going to arrest that son of a bitch Raleigh?" Thomas looked down at his desk blotter, finding everything where it should be, glanced at this filing cabinet, still locked, then brought his eyes back to Connor. Soon, I suspect, very soon. Thomas had thrown Connor not a bone of information, but a vaguely inferred timeline. Connor didn't like Gentry's definition of soon. He knew it might be years away, if ever. Chapter 23. Farmhouses. "Do you know what a soldier is, young man? He's the chap who makes it possible for civilized folk to despise war." Alan Massey. February 1945. Lieutenant Spade and Sergeant Delacruz glassed the farmhouse, outbuildings, and barns from the edge of the forest, looking for movement, paying close attention to the windows, doorways, and building corners. First and third platoons were on the flanks, searching the surrounding areas. That placed a second platoon in the center, assigned to the buildings. The fifth farm in 3 days. 3 were deserted. 1 held 6 soldiers who vigorously surrendered when they saw American troops. They were German-speaking Polish conscripts pressed into military service. No civilians. Connor's company had remained in the field for over a month and a half, stopping the German advance, battling through towns along the few passable roads, and then finally pushing back against an enemy out of food and low on fuel and ammunition. The German army was in full retreat, further into their homeland. They walked eastward, away from destroyed tanks, troop carriers, and trucks. Lines of German soldiers jumped into ditches, sprinted into fields when fighter planes came over on strafing runs, and then retook the road in fewer numbers once the airborne danger passed. Those unable to walk rode in wagons until the horses were shot for food or worked to death. Pockets of those who didn't or couldn't retreat threatened the Allies' rear. Clean them out was the order. Clean them out expeditiously. Kill or capture, but don't slow the advance. Don't give the enemy time to regroup. Lieutenant Spade talked with Delacruz, forming a plan. Delacruz low-trotted to Sergeant Walker, passing orders. Take your boys in real slow through those trees. It's the closest cover to the barn. Get inside, secure it for a machine gun post in the loft to cover the other buildings. The rest of the platoon will provide covering fire. Walker's squad dumped their packs, stuffed extra ammo and grenades in their pouches, then moved through the trees. Every man thought the same thing. It wasn't cover enough if the Krauts started shooting. Walker sent 4 men running forward, 2 to each corner of the near side of the barn. Connor and Russo stood against the barn wall, 1 to each side of a door, listening, knowing it needed to be breached. Russo twisted the wooden latch, nudged the door with his rifle. A quick peek into dusty dimness. They tossed in grenades, then flattened to avoid any bullets aimed chest-high that might plow through the wooden planks from inside. After the twin explosions, they waited, listening, counting a slow 10. Rising, first Russo, then Connor rushed in, crossing paths, 1 going left, 1 to the right, ready to shoot anything that moved. Connor saw a muzzle flash from a horse stall, heard the crack. He fired 3 shots, watched his target tumble forward. A door banged open. 2 of his squad burst in, rifles ready, eyes searching, moving. Russo lay in the dirt, the loose hay and manure, moaning, barely moving, clutching his belly. "Medic!" Connor screamed, then went to the open door. Yelled again before kneeling at Russo's side. He opened Russo's jacket, ripped open his blood-soaked shirt, exposing a gut wound. Connor pulled out a battle dressing, pressed it hard against the bright red flood, and jabbed his friend with a morphine syringe. "Where's the goddamn medic?" Connor asked, as Russo's face smoothed from the pain-twisted grimace. "Give me a cigarette. Pack and lighter. My jacket." One-handed and shaking, Connor fished out the pack and lighter, placed a cigarette between Russo's lips, sparked the lighter, then again. Blew on it, sparked it a 3rd time before it lit. He moved the flame toward the cigarette, finding Russo's glazed, unmoving eyes. He lifted the bandage. No blood welled up from the hole just below his rib cage. A sign of death. Heart stopped. A medic pushed him aside. Pocketing the lighter, Connor walked out to release the blood tang in his nostrils and wipe his friend's blood off his hands as best he could. He threw his bloody battle rag to the ground. No other Germans were found. Just the single, frightened one Connor killed, separated from his unit, now separated from life. It was Connor's 20th birthday. He marked the occasion with a notch for Russo. Chapter 24. Thomas's Mourning. A lady's imagination is very rapid. It jumps from admiration to love, from love to matrimony in a moment. Jane Austen. Pride and Prejudice. Thomas was both unsettled and pleased. The latter because this was the first time Amanda spent the night at his apartment. Spent the entire weekend. A self-test for him. He'd risen early this Sunday morning, silently slipped out of bed to let her sleep. The Wonderland case poked about in his head, the challenge of a complicated case, thoughts of his ability to steer the task force. He was concerned small mistakes could bring down the house of cards they were building. There were undeniable crimes: murder, drug importation and distribution, theft, and shipment of weapons crates marked as commodities and spare parts leaving the country through the port of San Francisco, bribery, blackmail, interview perjury, and minor crimes fringing larger ones. Some areas of the investigation needed more energy, swifter consolidation, and conclusions. A reshuffling of agents might speed things along. Pair the most aggressive agents with the weaker ones. An image of a dog sled team flashed in his mind. He was the Mosher, shouting the directions and encouragement he'd read in Call of the Wild. Remembered shouts of gee and haw. Thomas smiled at the analogy, then wondered what the field office in Anchorage had on their cold plate. Warm hands slid in from behind as he held his hot mug of coffee. A lingering cheek kiss, a nibble on his left earlobe, a warm, inviting whisper of good morning as Amanda's hair brushed his neck. Thomas wondered if her neighbors ever complained to Amanda about the delightful noises coming from her apartment. He knew his neighbors wouldn't say anything to him. He knew only a few of their names. Drawing her own coffee from the percolator, Amanda asked, "When do I get the chance to meet your parents and the rest of your family?" Her question seemed a natural one to Thomas, though it was one he'd hoped would come after the first of the new year. "I haven't given it much thought, but Thanksgiving or Christmas would be good. The whole clan invades my father's house on holidays." The large house in Philadelphia was always considered his father's house, just as it had been his grandfather's and his great-grandfather's before. No mention of wives in the ownership. Amanda joined Thomas at the table. "I'd prefer Thanksgiving. Family Christmases can be so boisterous, a cacophony of children's excitement. Too much, really. Do they get snow in November?" "Some, but the real snow starts late December. Larger falls in January, usually." "I wouldn't mind a little snow," she said. "Have you ever been snow skiing?" "No, but ski chalets with roaring fires, woolen sweaters, and stretch pants seem attractive. As long as I don't have to drink brandy to stay warm. It's too confused to taste. Doesn't know if it should be a whiskey or a wine." "I don't care for it either," he said. "Would we stay at your father's house? I'd prefer a hotel. From what you've told me, your mother is a bit of a stickler concerning separating sexes before marriage. It would feel strange to me if we were kept apart for image's sake. My parents wouldn't think twice about us sharing a bedroom in their home." Thomas noticed she called his father's place a house while her parents' place was a home. He couldn't remember ever considering the house he grew up in a home. It was too large a place of maids, gardeners, and chauffeurs. Too large to evoke coziness and warmth. Homes were where people and things could comfortably meander without having an allocated place to which they must be returned after each use. His father's house was a place of curated and displayed acquisitions. Thomas imagined her parents' home filled with eclectic collections and clashing colors, a combined sense of lives lived. Thomas leaned in. "A hotel. Yes, that would be better. Should I call? Make the announcement of our arrival or wait a few days for the idea to settle? A week more won't matter, darling." Thomas gave Amanda a caution. "Be prepared for a double inquisition. My mother and sister are nosy and persistent. You may feel as if you're in a job interview." Smiling, Amanda said, "Won't I be? If it comes to that, I think I can hold my own. I might make a few inquiries myself. They'll ask dozens of questions about your family. Are they snobbish?" "Only my mother and sister. My father and brother are both all-comer sorts." "And you?" she asked. "I suppose I've become too defined by my job. As princess-elect, it will be your job to draw out the prince, bring him to see the reality and beauty of living and the private pleasure of—" Amanda laughed. "I think you're already well-schooled in the last one." "Brunch?" he asked. "Most assuredly, Master Prince, most assuredly. Thanksgiving, not Christmas." Thomas was concerned about arriving without having Wonderland wrapped up. He'd have nothing to place on the family altar, Nothing that could compete with his older brother's financial conquests, which his mother would bring up at every opportunity. Couples strolled arm in arm along the waterfront on this slightly chilly Sunday, meandering toward venues of the Marina District's small shops, boutiques, and cafes. The sky was pebbled by seagulls crying and wheeling over the docks, expecting handouts of baitfish or bread tossed in the air. Thomas and Amanda walked side by side, not holding hands. Even the slightest display of affection in public made Thomas uneasy, as if everyone would take notice, though no one would for that reason alone. Both had matured well. Both had the easy youthful gait of athleticism. Both exuded a proper upbringing, though she was more carefree. So much so, in casual settings, that people who met them called her Amanda and him Mr. Gentry, a name that suited him in many respects. He allowed her to pick their place for brunch. Under the shade umbrella, Amanda twirled a swizzle stick in her mimosa, fork still resting beside a plate of orange and green melon balls. "Do you think my parents will be a point of contention with your family?" she asked. "I don't think so. I really don't care, but perhaps we shouldn't mention their politics. My brother-in-law thinks socialism and communism are the same things. So do many people. I'm glad they're in England now. With the Red Scare, people are afraid of any organization addressing workers' rights. In England, the socialist parties are mainstream, far from being communists. Karl Marx is probably rolling over in his grave about how the Russians have twisted his ideology. How do your parents feel about it? The sense of it in America?" he asked. "I doubt if they care. I've decided to take the long view. The pragmatists have seen it's in the country's best interest to pay workers a decent wage and improve working conditions. I think Eisenhower will make a good president. The Democrats have had their run." Brunch over, Amanda paid the table bill, then excused herself to the ladies' room. She stopped in the hallway to use the payphone. "It's me, darling. I might spend the night with Thomas again. Yes, I miss you too, but he's still a bit apprehensive. Tomorrow night, I promise. Yes, I'll always find you delicious. 7 o'clock tomorrow night. We can get an early evening start. I'll bring some wine." Chapter 25. Inquiry. Sometimes the questions are complicated, and the answers are simple. Theodore Geisel. Thomas projected disinterest. No urgency. All routine to make the suspect seem unnecessary, a formality of presence. "Miss Benson, do you know why you're here?" "Don't answer, Francine," said her attorney. "The FBI has no case against you, and they know it. Isn't that true, Agent Gentry?" Thomas ignored the lawyer's words. He'd expected them. All part of the dance. Part making the subject sweat, making them cast about for a lifeline as they felt the undertow of justice pulling on them. Thomas pointed to a 12-inch stack of files on his side of the table, only a few of which pertained to the Wonderland case. He'd learned this trick from his mentor when he was a fresh-faced agent just out of Quantico. When subjects see a large stack of well-worn folders stuffed with papers, the implication is the agency had done the hard work, knew all there was to know, and was ready to raise the guillotine blade. Make it ready for an inevitable separation. Whose head it would be was yet to be answered. In these cases, the subject knew full well they stood in the lineup and would do almost anything to be allowed a sidestep. Okay then, let's do a broad brush review, shall we? Francine, you were reported as a kidnap victim. The case was closed after you called your parents. Your car and belongings were found at the scene of a murder. You never reported your car stolen. You are a known associate of Frankie de Blasio, a member of the Garbelow family. A mafia family, a vicious crime family. Your associate, Miss Wanda K. Fleming. Her lawyer interrupted. Miss Fleming is not Francine's associate. She is merely a casual friend, a recent acquaintance, a travel companion for a short time. Thomas ignored the comment. Miss Fleming, your associate, is a trafficker for the Garbelow family's drug distribution enterprises, one who, again, the lawyer broke in. I strongly protest the characterization and implication that my client has any relationship with Mr. de Blasio. Mr. Vaughn, this is not a court of law. You are only here to advise your client, not direct this interview. As I was saying, Francine, Miss Fleming is in our custody, facing serious state and federal charges. I'll be interviewing her tomorrow. Francine, perhaps you would like to shed some light on your activities with Miss Fleming before and since your disappearance. Miss Fleming, I might add, is in our custody not only for her crimes, but also for her protection. We believe she's become a target, marked for execution if she's released. All because of what she knows. We fear you may fall in the same category, whether you have any useful information regarding criminal activities or not. They don't like loose ends. The family's attorney puffed up. See here, Miss Benson came forward voluntarily when she was made aware of the situation. She has no knowledge of any crimes, nor does she consider herself to have any connection to Mr. de Blasio. She may have crossed paths with him, may have been introduced in a social setting, but I'll remind you again, you are not here to give testimony, Mr. Vaughn. Thomas led Francine's family attorney protest to show her how ineffective her shield was, and how clumsy this lawyer, who had never practiced criminal attorney cases, was, as he tried to stand between her and severe charges. Thomas knew he would be replaced with a more competent, higher-priced criminal lawyer. Would you care to make a statement, Francine? She looked at her attorney, saw him shake his head no, and repeated that gesture to Thomas. Thomas slid a paper to Mr. Vaughn. This is a federal court order requiring the surrender of Miss Benson's passport. It also outlines the limitations of her travels. She is not to leave the state of California until the writ has been rescinded. If she does not surrender her passport or attempts to leave the state, she will be charged with flight to avoid prosecution. She'll be jailed without the opportunity to post bail. Miss Benson, I hope you remain safe. Here is my card if you wish to speak with us. Vaughn intercepted the card and dropped it in his briefcase. Are we done here? Yes, for the time being. We may have a need for further interviews. Thomas never mentioned the Snake Eyes, Artie Stamper, or gun trafficking. Some things were best left to rattle around in a witness's head. Francine hadn't said a word. Thomas's interview with Big Wanda was more vocal, more interesting. Lots of anger in that woman, he thought. Something he could use. Prison wear did nothing to flatter Wanda's figure or complexion, though the handcuffs were a nice accent piece. She wore them with familiarity in both her profession and when taken into custody. Who the fuck is this? Wanda asked. She pointed at the man beside her. Miss Fleming, I believe he is your court-appointed attorney, Mr. Galbraith. Has he not introduced himself? Frankie promised me a good lawyer if I ever needed one. Not this barely breathing excuse for a man. Perhaps Mr. Galbraith can contact Mr. de Blasio to pass along your concerns. Thomas could tell Galbraith didn't like the idea. I want to call Frankie myself. Do you have his phone number? Goddamn right I do. Write it down. I'll see if I can get approval for your call. Galbraith started to warn Wanda against that revelation, against proving she had a strong connection to the mobster. He'd seen some of the information held by the FBI, enough facts to make him work hard at getting dismissed from this client, work harder for that than he planned to work for her. Wanda scribbled the numbers on the offered scratch pad. I'll need you to sign it, to make the request. She did. Galbraith looked away. You're in a bit of a pickle, Wanda, you and Francine. I had an interesting talk with her yesterday. Don't you believe a single goddamn thing she says. She's a biker whore. Got passed around like a six-pack and liked it. I don't care if she comes from a high-dollar family. She's a lying piece of shit. Thomas leaned back. Perhaps she is, perhaps she is. Goddamn right. Possibly, but she has a very expensive attorney representing her. Fuck that bitch. Well, let's consider your situation. When you were arrested, your car had 2 kilograms of heroin and 100 bags with 10 grams of cocaine each. That means a trafficking charge on top of intent to sell, I think you'll get 20 years at least, possibly more. Wanda crossed her arms. I ain't saying nothing till I get my real lawyer. We also have you connected to 4 murders. 2 of them were your friends. I'm afraid those convictions will lead to a life sentence. Maybe 2. You're just trying to scare me. Ain't no such thing as 2 life sentences. You only got 1 life. What do they do, prop a corpse up in a jail cell for 80 years? Thomas could see Galbraith plotting his escape. Thomas offered, Miss Fleming, personally, I don't think you had much to do with the murders, if anything. However, the state judge and jury might think otherwise if you're charged as an accessory. But there's a chance you won't be charged with those, or for the drug charges. It all depends on you. She leaned in. Fuck you. Let me lay my cards on the table, Thomas said. We know Frankie is aware of your arrest. We know he won't be paying for a lawyer. We know there will be a hit put out on you. Probably already is. You won't be safe in prison. The mob has a deep reach behind those walls when they want it. Murders on the inside are rarely solved, and the few that are, well, they rarely result in another life sentence. Sometimes they kill for a carton of cigarettes, sometimes for money that goes to their family, sometimes just for the thrill or reputation it brings. Either way, convicting them doesn't do much for the victim. No one cares about prison killings unless you're famous, which you are not. Thomas placed his hands flat on the table, adopting a concerned look. Wanda, we can keep you safe, and as a measure of good faith to let you know we care about your safety, we're going to send you to a safe house, not back to jail. U.S. Marshals will guard you night and day, no more jail coveralls. She was jittery, and Thomas knew why. She hadn't been allowed a cigarette for 24 hours. Thomas took out his pack, tapped it in his palm, drew one out, took his time lighting it, blew the smoke from the first drag. Would you like a cigarette, Wanda? Yeah. He gave her one, leaned forward, extended his arms to light it, watched her cuffed hands shake. After the important cases are resolved, with your cooperation, of course, we can give you a new identity, a new place to live, somewhere nice. Set you up with a good job. So, like I said, it all depends on you. What you know, and what you're willing to tell us. Songbirds sing. It's in their nature. Chapter 26. Ships and Ships. In 3 words I can sum up everything I've learned about life. It goes on. Robert Frost. In the late evening, 3 men stood on the roof of a warehouse overlooking the port of San Francisco, watching the longshoreman load a freighter. Cranes slung crates from the pier side to the ship's hold, filling it for its voyage south. Thomas thought the vessel looked sad, dressed in rusty streaks, soot-black stacks, and mismatched paint splotches. Rat-guarded hawser ropes as thick as his leg held it tight to land. Li Ling Hoi pointed to the crates with 3 red brush-painted stripes, marked by his associates, family. Thomas wasn't entirely clear on the relationships of Tong members. At the San Francisco Library, he'd reviewed material about the Tong, finding the word meant hall or gathering place. They were much more than that. They were groups who identified with the old country, the secret societies of southern China, grouped by dialect and region. Thomas appreciated how Sergeant Andrews cultivated relationships with Tong elders. It was why they were here tonight, waiting for the last crate to land on the deck. It was why Thomas was the only FBI agent on hand. "Does the crane operator know why we're here?" Thomas asked. They stood in full view of his elevated cab. "Probably not," said Andrews. "But he won't say anything. The unions tell their members to mind their own business and make themselves scarce when shit goes down on the waterfront. Looks like we have another 15 minutes. We'll know when the pier horn sounds 3 times. That's the cue for the port units to move in. Treasury will go aboard to seize the ship and sort out the crew. Wait here. I need to make a call to get the trucks rolling this way. We don't want to store the contraband in a warehouse here." Shit tends to walk away on the docks. Thomas and Lee waited together. Lee, you seem to be well educated. Where did you go to school? Harvard, class of 51, you? The University of Pennsylvania for my bachelor's, UCLA for a master's. You seemed like an East Coast man. Generation of those behind me. Back before the Revolutionary War. Lee gave Thomas his line. My family came for the California gold rush. Started a business as merchants. Digging in the dirt is not in our blood. The miners' pockets were easier to excavate. Lee laughed. I plan to go back to school for a master's and a PhD in law. Use that as a stepping stone into politics. The future for us is political power. It needs to be grown from the streets. I'll probably change my name to something that sounds more American. 3 short blasts of the pier horn sounded. Uniformed and plainclothes police, Treasury agents, and port officials swarmed the dock. A dozen ascended the gangway, heading to prearranged locations. The ship's crew, those topside, stayed where they were, knowing it probably didn't concern them. Their personal cargo had been offloaded days ago. Andrews returned to the roof. Let's go down and have a look. Lee took one more sweep of the pier with his eyes. You two go ahead. It wouldn't be good for me to be seen down there. Thanks for your help, Lee. I'll let you know what we found in a few days, said Andrews. You already know. We told you what was in the shipment. Still, we might find other things of interest. Before we go down, Thomas, put your badge around your neck. I'll be recognized by the cops, but you won't. If you want to do some snooping on your own, it'll keep you from getting hassled. Just drop my name if you have any problems. Are all ships dark and dank in their guts? Do they all smell like this? Thomas wondered. Boarding the cargo ship, stepping up the steep gangway, memories of other ships and other climes invaded. Troop ships, the large one that took him to the Pacific. Smaller boats that advanced like chess pieces from island to island. He rode in them to war with Artie Stamper, 2 young lieutenants, fresh from training, ready to win the war. Not prepared to get blown up. Not prepared to die. Except for occasional metallic clicks, bangs, and groans, the ship was silent. Absent was the heartbeat throb of monstrous engines, the rhythmic, rolling vibration of 5-bladed propellers digging into the water, forcing the ship ahead day after day into hotter, steamier weather. Those big ships on which he and Carl found occasional moments of pleasure. But here there was no Carl, no pounding deck gun practice, no abandoned ship drills, nothing but cold in the dripping crypts below decks. Up the ladder, he went topside to get a view from the bridge. The officers' staterooms surprised him with their roominess, the attempt at decor, the windows in the superstructure. The naval vessels he'd taken had none of those. Their inner guts had been crowded, crammed even before all the soldiers were embarked. Ships of 2 colors. Gray on the outside, pale. Seafoam green for interior spaces, interrupted by navy gray cabinets, mounted tables and doors marked, "Kick here" on their bottom panels, telling you how to escape into a smoke-filled passageway. Stay low was the real message. Stay low. Crawl fast, or get run over by those behind you making their escape to the sky in endless seas stretching to the horizon. He was not impressed when he first saw his assigned officer's quarters on the transport. He expected 2 or 4-man staterooms. Instead, his was layered with 12 bunks, 3 high 6 on each side, a small sink on the rear bulkhead, and communal showers 50 feet down the passageway. Then, he saw the enlisted men's accommodations. He couldn't understand how men were made to live stacked 5 high, sleeping on open, tightened canvas racks, with 4-foot-wide aisles and a watertight hatch at each end of the compartment. 200 men sharing each barely ventilated space. Few would make it out if the ship was suddenly attacked, or even not so suddenly. Troops were told to go below if general quarters were sounded. Stay below deck, dog the hatches, and secure ventilation. Thomas and Carl spent hundreds of hours at the rail except for sleeping, eating, and briefings. Night and day, as much as possible, they spoke about their lives, embedding each other's memories more than they'd done at Camp Shelby, Mississippi. As Signal Corps officers, they had few enlisted charges. The sergeant took care of their day-to-day needs. In the chilly bay air that smelled of fish and petroleum, a uniformed police officer approached Thomas, standing on the loading deck, a harshly lit scene of double and triple shadows. "Sir, the crates are being checked in the hold. Would you care to watch?" He didn't want to go back down. There was no purpose. He'd made his appearance, seen the hold. "Thank you, no. I'll wait until they're on the pier, ready for loading into the trucks." He wanted to see a few opened, see what sort of weapons were being sent south to rebels, to communists, to armed peasants and radicals. Chapter 27. Absolution. It would kill the past, and when that was dead, he would be free. Oscar Wilde, The Picture of Dorian Gray. "One notch or two?" Connor asked himself. The only question before the final action. The first, perhaps the only one, had been carefully filed, its location on the stock precisely measured, placed where he could feel it with his thumb when he held the rifle in a firing grip. Its depth had been determined by the girth of the small triangular wood rasp and formed by dozens of forward motions. Lifting the tool at the end of each stroke, Connor repositioned it for the next plunge, pushing forward again and again away from him. Just the right amount of pressure. He finished with a finer-toothed tool, then burnished and glossed it with linseed oil, wiping it with a soft cloth. He lay the hunting rifle across his lap, resting until a decision was made. Connor admired the weapon. December was good hunting season in the outland hills and mountains of the coastal rib. Some peaks never lost their snow. More snow would build up in winter to become spring melt, feeding the arid lowlands. Whatever was left would find its way to the ocean. Decision made, he set the file along a second thin scribed line, ran it gently forward, following the scratch to keep the file running true. 2 notches. The first for Stamper, the second for the nameless girl murdered for convenience. A red herring, a smokescreen, made dead. When the last notch was finished, he wiped the rifle down with a tack cloth, then slid it into the soft leather case, running the zipper, sealing it in. "Lunchtime," Jeanette called from the back door. Connor rose, locked the shed, then shepherded his sons from the backyard toward the house. The grass was high, needed mowing. After lunch, he'd get to that. Until they moved in with her mother, he'd never mowed a lawn. Now, he found it not a chore, but an opportunity to improve the world, to neaten up the small enclave where his wife and children lived. Connor smiled at the boys as they trooped ahead, jump-skipping, happy sunshine on their faces. His squad, one that would never be concerned for casualties or hidden dangers. No enemies. "You men wash up," Jeanette called out as the trio came through the door. The neighbors to either side were older than Connor and Jeanette, though younger than Jeanette's mother. Across the street, a couple was just starting their family. Jeanette and the wife had become friends. Connor shared a few beers with the husband, learning he'd served in the Navy as an engineman. The older generation was moving on, leaving solidly made craftsmen homes to the younger. Connor never felt any warmth from Jeanette's mother in the past, but neither had there been any outright hostility or coldness. Over the last few months, Connor understood why the old lady now made him feel at home and allowed him to be the man of the house. A house meant his temporary lodging now seemed to have longer-term claims to him. Elizabeth enjoyed having her daughter back, enjoyed her grandsons. She asked him about his work, happy to see he'd settled down, past Jeanette satisfied, knowing looks. It became easy for him to call her mom to avoid confusing the boys, letting them know everyone under this roof was family. "Sit down, boys. Billy, take off your cowboy hat," said Jeanette. "Smells good, honey," said Connor, returning from the bathroom. "Beef stew, Mom's recipe, good for a winter's day. It's not winter yet, 2 more weeks. Where is she today?" Connor knew if she joined them, grace would be said. He didn't object, had no preference one way or the other. Probably good for the boys and Jeanette. It wouldn't be long before she suggested they attend church. Connor understood real prayer, not the undercooked sort. The memorized lines repeated as easily as a handshake. There had been times he'd prayed mightily, prayed the shelling would stop, prayed his wounded friends taken to the rear would make it, prayed because it was the only thing he could do. All anyone could do. He prayed soldiers' prayers. Those never seemed to do much good. Mom is just down the street for a ladies' luncheon. She's been doing those more lately. Oh, by the way, there's a letter that came for you in today's mail. It looks official, from the Veterans Administration. Jeanette pulled an envelope from her apron, handed it to Connor. You can read it later, after lunch. You don't want the boys to get bad table manners. Connor folded the letter, stuffed it in his shirt pocket, studied his sons. Tommy, their oldest, had started first grade. He seemed to enjoy it. He hoped it would last, that both boys would have a better time in school than him. Connor decided he'd make that happen. He'd be involved, help with their homework, go to Little League games, and when they were old enough, give them the father-son talk about women, at whatever age that should be. He had plenty of time to come up with something. Jeanette walked a large, steaming pot from the stove to the table, stood to ladle out the aroma-thick stew. As she did, she cut their youngest off at the pass. I didn't put in any celery, Billy, so don't scrunch up your face. Got any rolls? Asked Connor, knowing she had by a glance at the sink, at the large bowl with bits of dough stuck to the rim. He'd help her with the dishes after lunch, then join her in the chairs under the shade trees, make up for the Saturday hours lost drinking beer with the dogs. Yes, just coming out of the oven, butter's on the table. The return address was the Veterans Administration, Office of Accounts, Washington, D.C. Probably nothing, Connor thought as he opened the letter, exposing it to the light of the lamp next to the chair that had been Gerald's spot in the living room 15 years ago. Connor wondered what sort of man Jeanette's father had been beyond what his wife's 11-year-old memories were. He read the letter, then lowered his hands, vaguely remembering his last day as a soldier, recalling a decision he'd made. The clerk told him there would be a monthly payment for the rest of his life for his war service-related disability. Not knowing where he'd be, Connor had checked the box for place payments and VA account, soon forgotten, other things being more important. Connor looked at the number on the paper, looked out the window. He would sell his bike, put that cash with the money the letter said was his, put it in the bank, let it grow. Folding the letter, he went to join Jeanette to watch his boys play under the trees they would someday climb. He made himself a promise to plant a few trees for his son's children to play under. Maybe some apple trees. Boys, sons. At what age would they be ready to learn how to hunt? 14, he decided, old enough to hold a high-powered rifle steady. Chapter 28. Cellars and Trenches. The grand old Duke of York had 10,000 men. He marched them up to the top of the hill, then marched them back down again. A children's singing game. March 45. Night. Another cramped night below ground level in a blown-out building in the German city of Merseburg. A clear night, a half-moon night, a night without rain. Connor was grateful it wasn't a foxhole. He hoped never to dig one again. I don't think I'm going to make it, I'm sure of it, said Humphrey. You don't know that. Just don't do anything stupid. Listen to Walker. Connor said, keep your head down. Think of what you got to go back to. Think about your pa's farm. You said you like that sort of life. Yeah, I do. I think I miss the smells, mostly. Besides Ma and Pa, I mean. The hay, the dirt, the smell of the animals, the kitchen smells. Lucinda. Yeah, I miss her smell too. Like summer flowers after a rain. I like the air smell after a thunderstorm. They ain't got those here, it seems. When the artillery goes off, you know, far away, it sounds like thunder. Connor nudged Humphrey. Well, just think about getting back in the saddle again with old Lucinda. Oh, we ain't never done it. My ma would switch me from Wednesday to Sunday if she knew we'd done that. She beat my brother when she caught him doing it in the hayloft with cousin Roberta Jean." Humphrey craned his neck to look out the street-level cellar window. "Stars, they're the same here. I like clear nights." Humphrey dropped his eyes to the dirt floor. "Pa didn't do nothin'. Left it to Ma to do the correctin'." Connor lit a cigarette. "Your cousin, huh? Was she a looker?" Humphrey laughed low, shook his head. "Nah. She was shaped like a cow. All bony hips, flat ass, and droopy udders. Saw her naked once down at the creek. She was 4 years older than Sammy, my brother. He was 15 when they did it. I think that's why Pa never did nothin' about it. He knew the score." Connor joined Humphrey at the basement window, dragged on his smoke, hot coal burning brightly. He exhaled, pushed the smoke out the shattered window. "You shouldn't be lighting up. Germans'll see it." "Fuck the Germans. We're too far back and in a goddamn cellar. They'd need wings to see it, and I've never seen wings on them yet. Not on live ones, not on dead ones. When was the last time we saw a German plane? Our guys have shot 'em all down. Anyway, I don't smoke topside on guard duty. Almost time for that, I expect. After I leave, you get some sleep. I don't think I killed any yet. Any Germans. Fired my rifle a lot but never saw one fall. Not when I was aiming at, leastways. Well, you just keep shooting. Make 'em keep their heads down till we can lob some mortars into their laps." "What do you miss from back home?" asked Humphrey. "I miss nobody shooting at me. I miss having a bed. I miss not having to eat out of a cardboard box, out of cans. I miss the water, Lake Michigan, the girls there." "What about your family?" "Don't have one. Not any I know of. When I was 11, my mom ran off. Blamed her then. Not anymore. Not after living with my drunk-ass father for 7 years after. Never heard from him since I joined up. If I ever had any aunts or uncles, they never told me about 'em. Said my grandparents on both sides were dead. Looking back, the way they told it, I shouldn't have believed them. Anyway, we got no mail at the house except bills and notices. Not like letters or anything. What you gonna do after? Not much I'm suited for. Got no trade except for digging dirt and moving boxes around. Nobody's gonna be hiring killers, I suspect. Won't be going into the family business of drinking and leaving, I tell you that." Connor lay low in the damp spring grass, a foot high after a blistering winter. He fired his rifle toward the entrenched row of a half-dozen machine guns. The guns cut down those around him, men of his company. "We're going to die out here before we get any support," he thought. The mortar men were pinned down. Setting up machine guns for return fire was impossible unless you had a death wish. 2 feet away, Sergeant Walker clutched his belly, a motion Connor saw too often, cursing, angry at being shot, trying to shout out the pain. Another round struck Walker. Blood and flesh sprayed from his shoulder. God damn it, not like this," he shouted. Potshots taken by Connor and others wouldn't silence the line of death. Move fast. Get to the end of the trench. His only goal. Connor crab-scooted to his right, grabbed Walker's pistol, opened his ammo pouch, and took 3 magazines. He checked his field knife secure, then rolled out of his pack and removed his helmet to lighten his load. A rifle would slow him down, be hard to maneuver, throwing him off balance on the run. Leaving his rifle behind was a hard thing, a desperate thing. He took a deep breath, dug in with his right foot, then sprang up into a sprint. 2 strides took him to full throttle, angling to where his eyes told him was the end of the German trench. Gulping air, flying, landing, tumbling, fueled by adrenaline. On a dead run, 30 feet away, a 3-man team hunched over their air-cooled weapon, fixing a jam. Arguing, working on a reload. One held a spare barrel, no concern for their exposed flank. Connor shot all 3, jumped in the trench, sliced the throats of 2 wounded to conserve his ammo. Moving down the line, flames of rage burning high. Sheathing his knife, he pulled a grenade, removed the pin, held the arming spoon to keep it from releasing. Not the way he'd been taught at infantry school. War makes its own rules in the field. Running low to avoid getting shot by his comrades, he found the next German gun emplacement. Releasing his grip, he watched the arming spoon spring away and toss the grenade at their feet, ducking before the explosion. Drawing his knife, he moved forward, shot the German officer in the head. 6 more rounds in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. He jacked in a full one, then pocketed the partial. Connor hadn't counted the emplacements he'd run through before finding himself at the other end with half a magazine left. The first one he'd used. Others were behind in the mud, empty, spent. No grenades. Blessed silence now. Silence and peace. Shouts from far off. Dazed, exhausted, Connor slid down the trench's dirt side into the soft mud, hurting. They got me. Connor laughed. But I got them better. The adrenaline, the rage, did their work, then exacted a toll. "Medic!" The yell woke Connor. A soldier stood over him. Another body, another soldier, came to the trench edge. "Damn, he's breathing," said the new arrival. "Let me sleep." Connor closed his eyes. Just let me sleep. Doc and Pacala ran down the trench toward Connor. His hands, face, and uniform were coated in mud and blood, head down, slumped back, legs out, clutching a pistol and knife. Doc lifted his chin, checked his eyes, expecting dead ones. Connor blew out a breath. "I'm tired. Just let me sit for a while." "Ease back. Let me see where you're bleeding," said Doc. Looking up, Connor told Pacala, "Get down. Might be snipers out there. You got any water?" He took the offered canteen, took 2 sips, then a longer one, handed it back. The cap still loose, dangling on its chain, reminding him of the professor's death. "Thanks." Doc checked his chest, his back. "Your leg's bleeding. Let me fix it up." Connor twisted to see the side of his thigh. "Don't cut my pants, Doc. It's the only pair I got. Let me pull 'em down." Connor unlatched his gear belt, unfastened his pants, pushed them down. Not too bad, he thought, just a finger-width graze. "Why did you do it? That was a suicide run," Doc said as he bandaged Connor's leg. Connor's words slurred. "Had ta. They were cutting us to pieces. Exposed. Whole damn company. Exposed. We shouldn't have been here, not like that." "Damn, not so tight, Doc." "We come down the trench," Pacala said. "You killed every one of them sons of bitches. Thought for sure you was dead." Connor's head rolled. "Some got away, I think. Surprised 'em. Flanked 'em, rolled 'em up," he murmured. Doc wiped blood off Connor's face, examined him for signs of shock. "Yeah, you did. Now rest easy. I don't want you to move yet. You want morphine?" Connor shifted his weight, tucked the pistol in his jacket, wiped his knife on the coat of a dead German lying next to him, found the sheath on his belt, jabbed it in. "No, it's not bad. Just stings." As he promised himself back in Aachen, he hadn't cried out, hadn't called for a medic. That was good. Others needed Doc's attention more, he reasoned. Pacala looked at Doc. "Goddamn killed 'em all with his knife and pistol, all goddamn 18 of them." 22, said Lieutenant Spade from above the trench. "Need a stretcher, Doc?" "Don't think so. I patched him up. Need to clean the wound, get stitches back at the aid station. Not a bleeder. He can wait for a jeep." Sporadic rifle shots came from further in the woods. No screams, no cries for medics, no yells. Spade slid into the trench and took a knee. "How you doing, Connor?" "I'm good, LT. How's everybody else?" Spade dropped his head, pushed his helmet up. Connor noticed a fresh scar on the lieutenant's helmet. A shiny groove, no penetration. "Lost 5 at least. 7 wounded pretty bad. Could have been worse, I guess. What's left of the company is sweeping the woods, evacuating the wounded." "Sergeant Walker?" asked Connor. Spade turned his head away. "Could have been worse." A battlefield word toss after heavy action. A conjured charm to blunt the impact of knowing there would be more losses, if not here, then somewhere else down the line. Could have been better, Connor thought. Doc leaned into the lieutenant's ear, whispered, He needs to stand, get on his feet. Best for him to not be carried out. His mind needs to rest. His body needs to move. Lieutenant Spade nodded. "You ready to get up?" Doc asked. "Could use some help." Lieutenant Spade offered his hand. Connor stood, pulled up his pants, fastened his belt, gazed across the field. Humps in the grass, dead soldiers, dead friends. They seemed further away than he remembered. "Picala, you know where my pack is? My rifle? My rifle's special. Don't want the rear rats getting it." "We'll find 'em," Picala said as he lifted Connor out of the trench. They walked past bodies. Picala lent his shoulder. The company commander yelled across the field, "Connor, get your ass over here. Soon as I find my rifle, sir." Connor shouted back, "Here it is. Here's your baby." Picala picked up Connor's rifle and pack, handed them to Connor. Connor grabbed his rifle. Everything's okay now. His knees buckled, driving him to the ground. His left hand released the pack. "You okay? What's the matter?" "I got no more go left. My legs give out," Connor panted. "Medic!" Picala yelled. A body, a Red Cross armband and helmet knelt next to Connor. "Hey, buddy, what's wrong? You wounded?" The medic face swam in Connor's vision, a face not recognized. "Was? Doc fixed me up. You got blood all over you. Lay down, lay down. Let me take a look." Picala tried to be helpful. "He got a leg wound. Doc patched it up. He just fell, says he can't move. I think he's just tired." "Where did all the blood come from?" "The trench over there. You should have seen it." Spade walked over. "He's one of mine. He'll be okay. Check on the other wounded. I got this." The medic rose to his feet, looked at Connor, looked at Spade. "You sure, sir?" "I'm sure." "Picala, run over. Tell the captain we need a jeep over here on the double. I'll stay with him." "Yes, sir." Spade squatted beside Connor, put a hand on his shoulder. "You're gonna be okay, son. You're gonna be okay. Bravest goddamn thing I ever saw." Spade watched as Connor's eyes rolled back in his head. He grabbed his shoulders, eased him down in the damp grass, and waited for a jeep. As he faded, Connor's mind whirled. 5 more notches. Chapter 29. Reluctance. When you get a chance, don't take it. Chances ruin people. Gilda from Wanderings. Jeanette held the receiver, dialed San Pedro, Robert's number. 2 more rings, she thought. 2 more rings and I'm hanging up. This was the 3rd time she'd called this week with no answer. "Hello?" Jeanette sucked in a small breath. "Hello, Robert. It's Jeanette." She leaned around the corner of the kitchen doorway, looked toward the stairs, checking for small and larger ears. "Well, hello. I didn't think I'd hear from you so soon. Are you coming up this way?" "Yes, I might visit my sister for a weekend. She lives in Frisco." "That's great. I'm always home on Saturday and Sunday. When were you thinking of coming up? How does 2 weeks from now sound, the 18th? "Yes, perfect. You'll have a chance to meet Lana. We'll take you and your husband out to dinner. I'm sure the 2 will get along famously. She's a real go-getter, that one. Might be a keeper for me if she can wait long enough. My plans, you know." Jeanette let the receiver slip a bit. "Oh, God," she thought. "How could I be so stupid, so foolish?" Of course, Robert would have a serious relationship. He hadn't mentioned it, but men rarely do unless asked directly. "She sounds nice. I'll need to check with my sister again. Find a weekend sitter. Just wanted to know your availability." There wasn't one, not the sort Jeanette imagined. She was relieved he didn't have her number, hoped there was no way he could find her sister's number under her married name. Robert's number burned in her brain, mocking lost chances, lost years. No longer needing it, tomorrow she would return the new shoes, the outfit, and lingerie she'd hidden in the boys' closet. Chapter 30. Absolution. Every man has his secret sorrows which the world knows not. Oftentimes we call a man cold when he is only sad. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. It wasn't to be a murder. It was an act of exterminating vermin. A rotting, still-walking, breathing corpse, removal of refuse. An end to the spreader of deadly disease. An act of patriotic revenge. Killing an enemy who murdered women, the innocent. Connor reached up to the highest shelf in the shed behind a heavy box of rusty roofing nails, next to 3 cardboard ammunition boxes. Reached for a cloth bag, then stepped down, holding the silencer, a foot-long pipe, center-cut baffles inserted to quiet the sound of speeding death. He sat, not reconsidering. Sat thinking about notches, thinking there would be no more. All would be set free. The rifle had been expertly made by a gunsmith, not a manufactured weapon on an assembly line. It had no serial number, no record of purchase. Bought from a private owner through a newspaper ad. After its single intended use, a new barrel would be bedded in. The old one dropped in the ocean, off one of the fishing piers in San Francisco. Ballistic marks from the recovered round would never be traced to this gun. Never be traced to him. Once put on point, either by your sergeant or self-assigned, forward was the only direction until contact was made. Forward to find ambushes before they find you. Move along to find the enemy's point man. Forward, flank him, or lie in wait, let him wander into your sights. Connor's hunting ground lay halfway between the Sierra National Forest and the Pacific Ocean. The only trophy would be a single shell casing left in the bolt-action rifle, lasting only until he reached the corrosive ocean water. Only 1 round, 1 bullet chambered. Only one would be needed to correct nature's mistake of spawning Frankie de Blasio, a cold-blooded murderer. The error would be corrected from 120 feet across the street, from 50 feet above. The bullet would travel 130 feet before hitting center mass. Pythagoras was always right. Rooftops. Connor had experience with those. He'd been shot at from heights and had taken the same position to shoot down at the enemy. Had killed before like this. Lying concealed, he waited for 3 hours. His prey was a creature of habit. De Blasio always left his house on Saturday evenings at 6 p.m., in company with the same 2 men, driving to the same Italian restaurant in downtown Stockton. He arrived precisely at 6:47, staying until 9 p.m., feeding his corpulent hunger for New York City, ouzo, and straw-wrapped bottles of Chianti Classico. Gilmore's reconnaissance had provided Connor with intimate details of de Blasio's movements. Gilmore then followed Bambo to Mexico, taking his common-law wife back to her hometown in Puerto Vallarta to avoid arrest for participating in the vicious assault on 8 members of the Snake Eyes. Leaving no witnesses, Gilmore and 3 other road dogs had joined the Wheelers and Legion riders to dispense their denied justice. The Wheelers and Legion had their own hot beefs with the Snake Eyes. The local police hadn't investigated the crime to closure once the dead were identified. In their eyes, the situation was favorable. Self-destruction among disparate gangs. Since civilians weren't hurt, the crime benefited the community. From the rooftop, Connor heard strains of light orchestral operettas each time the restaurant's door opened. There had been several places he could have picked for this mission, but he'd decided the man's home was too close to his family. Connor wouldn't leave a slain father on his own doorstep. The trucking company grounds were too open, too difficult to escape in daylight. 8:37. 23 minutes until trigger pull. Connor wanted a cigarette, but he never smoked in forward observation posts. Any man-criminal, vigilante, law officer, or soldier held shifting mind streams when waiting to kill another man. It's impossible to maintain a killer's focus for more than a few minutes before the intense mental effort falls to fatigue. Brushed aside by other emotions, memories, peripheral distractions, and urges to scratch what itches. Connor ran his thumb over the 2 notches on the rifle stock, remembering different ones. Surprised he couldn't remember the precise number. Surprised some faces had become vague placeholders, while a few, a half-dozen perhaps, remained firmly at home, burrowed in, carved by close trauma. The girl, the professor, Russo, Walker, Moulton, Goldman, and the last one, Humphrey. Others had turned into names remembered, ghosts running in war battles. Part of the noise, confusion, the explosions, running past him, then falling, dispersed into dust. The last notch had been for Humphrey. That night in the cellar, the farm boy had been right. He never made it home to Lucinda. When Connor returned to the States for discharge, he wanted to bring his rifle back from Europe. Not allowed, they told him. He wished he'd been able to bring his pre-war self back. Except for the girl, none of the German faces lasted long. Another German ghost face remained. The old man in Aachen, the one Russo had taunted. The stoop-shouldered old man with the shuffling walk. Deep sorrow lines visible when he turned to look at the invaders, the American invaders in his city, in his country. Lines carved by 2 wars and unknowable personal tragedies. 8:53, 7 minutes before Frankie would lie in his own blood, dying on the sidewalk under the green, white, and red Italian colors. Connor wondered about the first man Frankie had killed. Wondered how de Blasio felt when he pulled the trigger, snuffing out a life like a switch thrown. Wondered if his compatriots had congratulated him on a job well done. Had it been a justified thing in de Blasio's mind, or nothing more than an assigned hit? 8:59. Movement near the door. Connor lowered his cheek to the rifle stock, aligned his right eye with the scope, gripped the curve of the polished wood, loosened, and then gripped again. Not too tight, he reminded himself as his finger found the cold metal lever. His thumb curled over the notches. It would be only one shot, no targeting of his bodyguards. A man, not Frankie, came out, held the door open. Another exited before de Blasio stepped into the terracotta-tiled entryway, not knowing Connor's sights were crossed over his heart. Connor knew Frankie's routine. He would linger there, taking in the night air, adjust his coat, his scarf, light a cigarette, then a second one, standing to let his dinner settle. Finish the smoke before walking to his car. He never smoked in there. 9:04 p.m. Connor stayed low as he backed away from the edge. It had been easier than he'd thought. He backed away until his silhouette against the sky and city lights would not be seen from the street. Standing by the rooftop door, cracked open by a wooden wedge, Connor set the rifle on its butt end, unscrewed the silencer, held it while he sheathed the rifle, lowered it into the leather, and zipped the case shut. Walking down 5 flights of stairs to his waiting car, he mused. Yes, 14 would be a good age to teach his boys to hunt game in the mountains. A good age for them to join men in the primal camaraderie around campfires, to listen to tall tales, laugh, perhaps have their first taste of beer. He smiled, knowing how bitter they would find it as he had. No, not 14. They should start younger, learn with smaller rifles, 22s, plinking cans, learn to be safe, see what a bullet can do, understand their lethality, and the responsibility that comes with holding a firearm. Maybe 10 or 12 years old. He would talk it over with Jeanette. Behind the wheel, he nosed his car out of the alley, stopped, waited for the light traffic down the street to clear, looking left, then right. He watched Frankie de Blasio crush out his last cigarette on the sidewalk. It had been easier not to pull the trigger. Chapter 31. Redemption. The wind pushes days and years past. It's best to seek a sheltered place to watch the leaves blow by. Poindexter Pattersmith, The Veneration. Lunch? The voice on the phone asked. I'd like that, Amanda. Now that the lawyers have the case, it's gotten slower around here. I can break free about noon. Too early. I have a class. How about 1:30 at the place on the Embarcadero, the one near the farmer's market? I'm craving Chinese today. See you there. It'll be a pleasant break from the deli we order from at the office. There were no perfunctory I love you endings to the call when Thomas hung up the phone. There never were. Neither engaged in rituals nor sank to the diabetic sweetness of pet names or cute transitory phrases. They were the same side of the same coin. Thomas's desk was clear. Current cases not yet matured past the point of monitoring for Nellie and William's activities. Wonderland had been a great success. His boss was pleased. Thomas could smell a promotion, perhaps a transfer to a more prestigious field office or even Washington. Thomas looked at his watch. Not too late for a call to the East Coast, not past business hours. He dialed a number he'd learned as a child, knowing his father's secretary would pick up on the private line. Gentry and Associates. Who may I say is calling, please? This one was a more pleasant sort than the previous. The woman some called the Iron Maiden. This is Thomas Gentry. Is my father available? He never asked if he was in. Being in and being available were two different things when his father was at the office. Thomas, boomed his father. All's well there, I hope. He had a good-natured voice. A voice which commanded attention and respect. A learned thing from the best boys' schools, colleges, and fraternities. A path well worn by the men in his family, one they had trod for over 200 years. Yes, all well here. The case I told you about on Thanksgiving has been turned over to the lawyers. How is Mother? Thomas disliked asking that question, but knew if he didn't, other questions would arise. Danver Gentry laughed. You know her, always out there, society and such, organizing the lynching of bachelors, she and the other chatterers, bragging. Tell me, how is that amazing woman you're going to marry? Do you have a date set? If you have, I want you to call your mother after we get off the phone. It wouldn't do for her to think I knew first. Amanda is well. We're having lunch in a few hours down on the waterfront. As for a date, we're considering June 12th or the Saturday after that. Well, I hope you plan to have it here. Ever since our trip to Europe 2 seasons ago, your mother cringes at the suggestion of going any further than New York or Miami. I was going to ask if we could use the house for the wedding. Nothing big, just family and close friends. As a child, Thomas learned to never ask his father a question unless he knew the answer. In his family, the phrase "it never hurts to ask" was an invalid presumption. Splendid, splendid. Yes, of course. Your mother will be thrilled. She's been worried we'd have to go to England. She would have gone, of course, made the trip, but, well, you know your mother. Yes, Thomas thought, I do. I'll call her. Won't mention we've spoken. She can spread the word through the family. Son, I think you have chosen a wonderful young lady. I like her sort. Outspoken, but knowledgeable, not spouting opinions from an emotional perspective. You two will make some beautiful children. I want a boy first, of course, if you can manage. Thomas tapped his fingers on the desk. He'd never shared his thoughts about continuing the line. He wasn't the oldest male of Danver Gentry's offspring, not the golden one, merely a spare to be called on if tragedy struck his brother. The taxi led him out 4 blocks from his destination. He liked to work up an appetite in anticipation before dining. The braised spare ribs at Wong Ho's were exquisite. At precisely 1:30, Amanda took her seat across from him. They never sat side by side. Unless they were in formal dining situations, she preferred he not pull out her chair, but he insisted on at least standing when she approached. Seeing the table empty, she asked, "Have you ordered a drink?" "No, wouldn't do to smell of alcohol when I get back to the office. But you certainly can." Amanda ran the toe of her shoe behind Thomas's calf. "Maybe you should take the rest of the day off." Amanda had a talent for making him feel dirty in seconds. Struggling with that, he lied. "I would like nothing better, but Washman's called an all-hands meeting for 3:30 this afternoon." She put on her fake, enduring pout. "Too bad, Master Prince. I had plans to climb your tower, lay siege to the castle. Did you call your father?" "Yes, I did, this morning. He's quite taken with you." Amanda laughed. "I know, and he was a delight himself. You performed nicely at Thanksgiving." "Thomas, you know I never perform. I dread ever becoming one of those. You should be grateful I don't." "Oh, I am, truly grateful. You are 1 in a million." "Only a million?" she asked, eyebrow arched, smiling. "How much money does Rockefeller have? Use that number." Oh, have you seen the news? No, I suppose you haven't. Frankie de Blasio was assassinated Saturday night in a Modesto restaurant. He was out on bail. 3 men walked in, gunned him down, got both of his bodyguards. Witnesses told the police it was over in seconds. It won't affect the case, though. Father said he'd be pleased to have the wedding at the house. Amanda lay back. Curtain shears muted the city lights, replacing candlelight in her lover's apartment. Sheets were thrown back, sweat dried, and both bodies sipped wine, languishing naked. It'll be a good marriage. I'll always know what to expect from Thomas. It makes things simpler. I don't care for overly emotional men. Too needy, controlling. She shivered under the feel of fingers trailing along her breast, down her side, across her hip. And he shows well at social gatherings. When do I get to meet him? I think in a year, after he's settled in. I'll be jealous, you know. Aren't you now, Charlene? The women sipped their wine, lit cigarettes, and wished for freedom beyond these walls and windows. Chapter 32. Beginnings. Soldiers are not policemen, and it's very unfair to burden them with police duties. It's not what they're trained or equipped for. P. J. O'Rourke. July 1945. Wearing his Class A uniform, Connor boarded the train to Paris. The rhythmic rattle-shake of the crowded rail car was tolerable, but he couldn't get comfortable on the wood bench seat, even by leaning against the smudge-streaked window to take pressure off his hip. Connor held no interest in watching the countryside pass by. He'd walked and fought across too many similar fields. Connor heard Paris was a beautiful place of gaiety. Art, wine, architecture, and appreciative women, untouched by the war. In 1944, the retreating German army, the top generals in Paris, refused Hitler's orders to destroy the city as they left. After the train pulled in, he had a few hours before the next would take him to the French coast, to a ship bound for England. Connor grabbed his small bag and walked up the concrete steps, away from the hissing steam, noises, and smoke. Near the street entrance, a bench provided sanctuary, a place to observe, to light a cigarette. He picked up the habit the professor warned him about. Picked that up with a strong taste for beer. People passed. Ordinary people engaged in everyday conversations, wearing nice clothes. Cars sped by, honking hellos, goodbyes, and warnings to each other. Church towers loomed, casting spike shadows. No one carried rifles. Nobody worried about snipers. No one seemed to care about the people passing close to them. Connor felt undressed, unready without his weapon. Turning it in was like having an arm cut off or seeing a loved one sent to an old age home. He couldn't stand it being piled up as scrap, or worse, given to a stranger. It doesn't take long to get the measure of a place, a feel for its trueness, heartbeat, and purpose. After an hour, Connor thought it was intentional fakery, a city casting about, pretending to be what it once was. Ashamed by its easy surrender to the Germans, and now, unofficially, to the Americans and British. Paris became a place accepting whoever sat in the highest offices and slept in the best hotels. A city unaware, not caring about his lost friends, the ones who made their comfortable, complicit lives possible. The City of Lights, they called it. Connor wondered if they were afraid of the dark. To a static observer, Paris exhibited an ebb and flow. Hundreds passed before Connor. All the men had dark hair and few skin tone differences. Most wore well-trimmed mustaches and hats to signify their place in society. There was more diversity among the women, but he suspected every blonde or auburn-haired woman had dark roots. He noticed the well-dressed walked from his left to right, while the working sort moved in the opposite direction for no particular reason he could fathom. It would be rude to stop someone to ask. He was ravenously hungry, realizing he'd not eaten since breakfast. Across the broad avenue was a cafe. The only food he'd eaten in France was from cans and cardboard rations, sometimes eggs pilfered from henhouses. He didn't feast in chow halls until the Germans surrendered in May, or was it April? Most of their army gave up in April. The food was better in Germany when the supply lines caught up. Connor wanted to tell these French they should have put out food for the soldiers who pushed the Germans out of their country. He stood. Pain lanced from his tailbone and up his back. Steadying himself, he limped across the street to see how theirs tasted. The cafe operators didn't speak English and were insulted at any suggestion they should. They understood what corporal stripes meant, low man. Hitler was a corporal in the last war. When can you call the recently ended war the last one? Thought Connor. Did a new one need to erupt, or was it simply a matter of time? He was sure the professor would know. The waiter's understanding improved when he saw 50 francs in his hand, 50 francs to get home. Your back pay will be issued when you arrive in the States, they said. He was shown to a table next to the kitchen door in the back. A plate of fried potatoes, sliced cheese, and bread was laid before him, a half glass of red wine. The waiter sniffed when Connor asked, "Beer?" The Frenchman knew enough English to understand his request. He spun his small towel like a propeller, shook his head. "Pas de bière." Connor accepted the negative headshake. Wondered how many French were killed by American bombs. His small meal finished, Connor wasn't impressed with French cuisine or manners. Descending into the station, to the echoes of machines and people, past railway officials dressed like police, he took his place on the train to Le Havre to catch a ferry bound for England. He would have a week there before another vessel took him to America. Maybe English food would be better. At least they spoke his language. The ship to America was old and slow. Not a fast troop ship. A vessel capable of feeding the 500 men packed aboard with field rations. Faster ships and planes carried the severely wounded toward lengthy recoveries, operations, rehabilitation, and fittings of mechanical things, and replacements for missing arms and legs. The slow boat brought him to the port of New York, past the Statue of Liberty, past Staten Island, into the harbor's bowels filled with transiting military and moving freight. On the trains and ship, other people were cardboard cutouts, things to be stepped around. He'd held himself apart, finding small places where he could shut out the chatter, talks of home, stories of battles won single-handedly from behind typewriters, supply desks, and kitchen serving lines. New Jersey. In the medical clearing office, a captain read the last page of Connor's medical record, told him he would be shipped to a hospital in California where back injuries needing surgery were treated. He asked Connor if he needed more pain medication to get through the train ride. Shipped, Connor thought, just another piece of army equipment. He missed his platoon, his home over there. The officer handed him his travel and processing papers. "The war has brought amazing advances in restorative surgery, Corporal. I'm sure they'll fix you up good as new." Connor could not imagine what good as new meant. In his life, he'd never felt good as new. He was born used. "Thank you, sir," was the proper reply. Here, in this place, relationships with necktie-wearing officers differed from those on battlefields. There was no shared danger, no shared grief, no common fears. It was, "Yes, sir, no, sir, thank you, sir." Over there, you didn't salute officers unless they wore silver oak leaves or better. They didn't want to be saluted, marked for a sniper's attention. Officers kept their jackets fastened. The Germans learned to target anyone with field glasses hanging from their necks. San Francisco. "Sit over there, wait," the desk sergeant told him. Numb hours passed, as they had in the back of trucks in Europe. He was finally escorted into the screening clinic. "Have a seat, Corporal," said the man in the medical coat. "No tie," Connor noted. Dr. Vandermeer printed on his name tag. "I'm not sure how you ended up here for medical processing. Says here you have cracked vertebra and misalignment. Nothing we can do for that, unless there are significant structural problems. Back surgery is tricky being so close to the spinal cord. How were you injured?" "Fell off the back of a truck and landed on some rocks. Couldn't move my legs for a day. It was after the surrender, so not combat related." The doctor made a note. "How bad is the pain?" Any numbness or paralysis? Stiffness. Some pain, but it's a lot less than it was. Not noticeable most of the time now. Only when I twist at the waist to my left, but not every time. Well, let's get a few x-rays. The VA hospitals will want those. More hours, more waiting. The x-rays don't match the ones you've been carrying. I think they were mistakenly switched with someone else's before you left Germany. It's happened before, and I'm told it's still a mess over there. There is some damage, but nothing serious. Looks like the hairline fractures have healed. No bone spurs, no misalignment. You may experience some arthritis down the line years from now. The doctor, a different one, sat back, closed Connor's record, studied the face of the soldier before him, knew what he was thinking. Heard it before. I suppose you could try to go back to your unit in Germany if you wanted to. It would take some doing on your part since you're so far along the medical discharge pipeline. They'd be on their way home before you got there. The doctor paused, then said, "See the nurse for your medical release papers. She'll direct you to the out-processing desk." Waiting. Is this what life has become? Is this how it will be forever? Connor wondered. "Here's your package, Corporal," said the staff sergeant. "I'll have the clerk cut a transportation order to the base nearest your point of induction for out-processing and discharge." The sergeant glanced at Connor's name again, checked his service number, checked a clipboard, and reached into his desk drawer. "By the way, this is for you. Looks like it's been chasing you from Germany. You must have been hell on wheels over there, Corporal." Connor took the manila envelope, opened it, removed a sheet of paper, a small white cardboard box, read the typed document, opened the box and replaced the cover. "Thank you, Sarge." Connor thought about Kenosha winters, then about the California warmth and ocean. "If it's all the same to you, I'd like to be discharged here." His verbal orders were to attend a discharge briefing, sign papers, and buy a set of civilian clothes. Show up back here at 0900, receive a copy of your service record. Turn in government equipment and uniforms you don't want to keep. The boys in the Pacific could use them, they said. Connor wore the only uniform he had. On August 3rd, at 5 minutes to 4, an Army corporal became a civilian. Stepping into the sunshine, an unfamiliar shadow stretched out, lacking a field pack, helmet, and rifle. Back pay rested in his pocket next to Frank Russo's lighter. Beyond the doorway, he set his cardboard suitcase on the sidewalk, lit a cigarette, then examined the lighter, a worn spot showing brass under chrome. He wanted a beer, but was too young to be served in the States. In 18 months, this world changed. He had changed. The two edges didn't match, didn't meet. There might be a bridge somewhere to span the gap. Walter Connor field-stripped his cigarette, disposed of it in a street-side trash bin, and tossed in the manila envelope before walking south, away from the Army, away from the box with his silver star. Historical note. All countries and cities mentioned in this book are real and have been described with as little literary license taken as possible. All World War II historical events have been presented in the context of the characters' lives and understandings. Jargon from the 1940s and 1950s may be unfamiliar to the reader, but has been used in context to provide understanding. Some words and attitudes expressed by the characters may be considered objectionable, yet they were prevalent during the times depicted. Silver Star Medal. The Silver Star is the United States Army's third highest military award for extreme gallantry and risk of life in combat. Hollister, California. Riot. The Hollister Riot, also known as the Hollister Invasion, occurred at the American Motorcyclist Association, AMA, sanctioned Gypsy Tour motorcycle rally in Hollister, California, from July 3 to July 6, 1947. More motorcyclists than expected flooded the small town to watch the events and socialize. A few of the motorcyclists got out of control, and caused a commotion in the town by attempting trick-riding stunts down the main street. Fewer than a dozen bikers were tossed in jail to sleep off their drunkenness. Afterward, Hollister was sensationalized by the press with reports of bikers taking over the town. The event's strongest dramatization was 2 photos staged by a newspaper photographer the day after the bikers had left. The first picture was of a drunken man sitting on a motorcycle, surrounded by discarded beer bottles. The second photo was the same scene after the bottles had been broken for dramatic effect. The latter was published in Life magazine, bringing national attention and negative opinions of motorcyclists, giving rise to the outlaw biker image, which became a reality in the 1960s. A city council member stated, "Luckily, there appears to be no serious damage. These trick riders did more harm to themselves than the town." Motorcycle clubs. After World War II, veterans came back to America. Many of them had a tough time readjusting to civilian life. It felt too monotonous for men who craved the feelings of excitement and danger. Others sought the close bonds and camaraderie found between men in the military. Men who had been a part of the motorcycling world before the war were joined by thousands of new members. The popularity of motorcycling grew dramatically after World War II. Not until the early 1960s did some motorcycle clubs engage in organized criminal activity. The Battle of Aachen after D-Day. The Allied landing in Europe on June 6, 1945, the Germans had been pushed back to their borders from France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. From October 2, 1944, through to October 21, the Battle of Aachen was the first infantry battle on German soil since the start of World War II. After heavy artillery barrages and takings of outlying towns, the U.S. infantry entered the city on October 13, 1944. The ancient city of Aachen sat astride the Siegfried Line. The fighting was house to house. Much of the city was destroyed. Both sides suffered heavy losses. It was one of the largest urban battles fought by U.S. forces in World War II, and the first city on German soil captured by the Allies. The Siegfried Line, sometimes called the Western Wall, it was an extensive 390-mile-long German border defense stretching from the Swiss Alps in the south to the German border with the Netherlands. It was built in the 1930s to oppose the French Maginot Line. There were 18,000 bunkers, tunnels, and tank traps. From September 1944 to March 1945, the Siegfried Line was subjected to a large-scale Allied offensive, including the Battle of the Bulge. Its construction had been started by civilian contractors, but government demands soon outstripped their resources. Huge numbers of slave laborers, up to 500,000 at a time, worked on the Siegfried Line. Many died during the work. Battle of the Bulge. The Battle of the Bulge, also known as the Ardennes Counteroffensive, was the last major German offensive campaign on the Western Front during World War II. It took place from December 16, 1944, through January 25, 1945. The surprise German attack was against a weakly defended section of the Allied line. Taking advantage of heavily overcast weather that grounded the Allies' overwhelmingly air superiority, the offensive was intended to stop Allied use of the Belgian port of Antwerp and to split the Allied lines, allowing the Germans to encircle and destroy 4 Allied armies and force the Western Allies to negotiate a peace treaty in the Axis powers' favor. American forces withstood the worst of the attack and incurred their highest casualties of any operation during the war. The battle depleted Germany's armored forces, never to be replaced. German personnel and Luftwaffe aircraft sustained heavy losses. In the wake of the defeat, many experienced German units were left severely depleted of men and equipment as survivors retreated to the Siegfried Line's defenses. The winter of 1944 was abnormally cold in Europe. Italian surrender. On October 13, 1943, Italy's government declared war on its former Axis partner Germany and joined the Allies. With Mussolini deposed from power and the collapse of the fascist government in July, General Pietro Badoglio, Mussolini's former chief of staff and the man who had assumed control in his forced absence, began negotiating with General Eisenhower, the supreme Allied commander in Europe, for a conditional surrender of Italy to the Allies. It took effect on September 8, 1943. The Allies landed in Salerno, southern Italy, unopposed and welcomed. Post-traumatic stress disorder. The term post-traumatic stress disorder came into first use in the 1970s from the diagnoses of U.S. military veterans of the Vietnam War. Before that decade, terms such as shell shock and battle fatigue were used to describe adverse, combat-related psychological symptoms, though the longer-term effects had not been adequately studied. The cause of PTSD may be from a single event or a series of closely related events. Symptoms include reliving an event, dissociative episodes of reliving the trauma, flashbacks, and nightmares. Trauma survivors often develop depression, anxiety disorders, and mood disorders. Drug abuse and alcohol abuse commonly occur with PTSD. Post-war demobilization. When the German nation officially surrendered on May 8, 1945, VE Day victory in Europe, there were 3 million American military men in Europe. Demobilization of the United States Armed Forces after the Second World War began with Germany's defeat and continued through 1946. The United States had more than 12 million men and women in the armed forces at the end of World War II, of whom 7.6 million were stationed abroad, 5% of the American population. The American public demanded a rapid demobilization. By June 30, 1947, the number of active-duty soldiers, sailors, Marines, and airmen in the armed forces had been reduced to 1,596,000. FBI Sex Deviates Program. The Federal Bureau of Investigation's Sex Deviates program began on April 10, 1950, when J. Edgar Hoover forwarded to the White House, the U.S. Civil Service Commission, and branches of the armed services a list of 393 federal employees who had been arrested in Washington, D.C. since 1947 on charges of sexual irregularities. The program was expanded in 1951 to include non-government jobs. The Sex Deviates program made illegal the federal employment of homosexuals. 1953, United States. In 1953, the United States was still recovering from involvement in 2 wars. After World War II, manufacturers shifted back to providing consumer goods not made in the war years. Returning veterans had not yet driven their stakes deep in new locations. There was a voracious rush to newness of lives and new possibilities. Old attitudes and ways began to fade. Optimism was high, even though political situations around the globe imperiled peace. The threat of spreading communism was pushed by politicians and the media. People feared the possibility of nuclear war after the Soviet Union tested their first atomic weapon. The Iron Curtain, so described by Winston Churchill, had dropped, closing off half of Europe. The Communist Chinese had fought the United Nations forces in Korea. The American people were becoming more mobile, seeking better jobs and brighter futures. Generational families living in the same house or side by side were disappearing in this voluntary diaspora. 1953 saw the growth of buy now, pay later plans. Car manufacturers led the way by allowing extended periods to pay for new cars. Wage and price controls ended. Unemployment was at 2.9%. The standard of living continued to rise rapidly. By the end of the Korean War, almost all military units were desegregated by presidential order. The End. Other books by M.C. Neuffer can be found on Amazon.com.